Chapter 481, The Heaven Shrouding Door is actually, 3, Rumble. The ground shook and space fluctuated slightly. Countless power of heaven and earth gathered towards the circular platform and the door. Immediately an illusory door slowly condensed between the heavens and the earth. The space inside was like the water surface rippling slightly and emitting a faint halo. An ancient aura and energy filled with primordial energy spread out from the door. It's open. Liu looked at the door excitedly. Let's go in. As he spoke, he flew into the door first. Immediately, as if he had plunged into water, it splashed in the sparkling space. Everyone was a little surprised to see this. Why did this heaven shrouding door feel like a lake? However, no one thought much about it. After following Liu, they flew into the heaven shrouding door one after another. Liu never imagined that after passing through the heaven shrouding door he would actually appear in a clear pool of water. All he could see was the sunlight that shone down, swaying with the water. There were also fair bodies swaying with the light waves. White waves surged and one could vaguely hear the sound of silver bells playing. Liu was shocked. What the hell was going on? Why was there a bathhouse on the other side of the heaven shrouding door? And it seemed to be a female bath. At the same time, Tyree Longchuan, concubine Yu, and the others appeared in the pool. They were shocked and embarrassed by the scene in front of them. However, the women playing in the water seemed to have sensed the abnormality underwater. They looked down and screamed in fear. Ah! With a scream, Liu and the others rushed out of the water and instantly arrived in the air. The women in the pool hugged their chests and screamed in fear. However, when they saw Liu's appearance, they instantly stopped screaming. They were stunned and they even subconsciously put down their arms to cover their faces. What is this place? Liu and the others looked around and realized that this place was like a country made of women. However, Liu carefully identified and guessed that this might be a faction similar to the Divine Pool Holy Land. There were only female disciples and no men. At this moment, another group of women in clothes rushed over and surrounded Liu and the others. However, their eyes revealed surprise when they saw Liu and the others. The coldness on their face instantly disappeared. Who are you? Why are you here? One of the older and more mature women asked in a low voice. What is this place? Liu asked. Instead of answering, his expression was dignified and unquestionable. Hearing Liu's words, the women frowned slightly and looked at each other with complicated expressions. From their faces and auras, they felt that Liu and the others seemed extraordinary and not bad. However, why were these people here? Furthermore, they did not know where they were. Their actions and expressions made it seem as if they had arrived in a new world from another world. This is the Heavenly Maiden Holy Land. Who are you? The woman asked. Senior sister, are these people from the Wolf Valley? A girl with big breasts and no brains whispered. The mature woman shook her head. The people from the Wolf Valley were all rough-looking and even their auras were disgusting. Furthermore, even if the Wolf Valley had always been plotting against their Holy Land, why would they send so few people over? It clearly did not make sense. Furthermore, the other party had 3 women who were on par with their Holy Lord. If the Wolf Valley could have such a peerless beauty, they would not have schemed against their Holy Land. Looks like this is no longer the primordial world I'm familiar with. Liu muttered to himself. He could confirm that this should be the primordial world, but a tremendous change had already occurred. Everyone from the Heavenly Maiden Holy Land could not help but reveal a trace of surprise. Chapter 482, So it's Emperor Yu. 1. Liu withdrew his gaze from the distance and looked at the woman who had spoken earlier. Is your Holy Lord here? You haven't told me who you are and where you came from, the woman asked. My master is the eternal emperor of the human race, Emperor Yu. Kneel now. Changjiang No. 7 announced loudly. As soon as he said it, the women present were shocked as they looked at Liu in disbelief. They had naturally heard of Emperor Yu's name. He was one of the 5 emperors of the human race and the leader of the 5. He was also the first emperor in history who had founded the glory of the human race. He had done a lot of good and was worshipped by everyone. In fact, many ancient sects and holy lands that had existed for a long time worshipped the statue of Emperor Yu. For example, the ancestral hall of their holy land worshipped the statues of the 5 emperors. However, the 5 ancient emperors were no longer around. Now that someone who called himself Emperor Yu had suddenly appeared, they found it unbelievable. Furthermore, Emperor Yu looked very young, completely different from the middle-aged statues. You could have pretended to be anyone else, but why must you pretend to be Emperor Yu? The woman said coldly. You're blind. This is the reborn Emperor Yu. Forget it. It's useless to tell you, Master. Let's go, said Changjiang No. 7. Liu did not speak, nor did he mind that the other party did not know him. After all times had changed, no one would believe that they were the old Emperor Yu. He did not plan to let these people know who he was. He only wanted to understand the layout and situation of the primordial world from the Holy Lord of this Holy Land and understand what had happened in the past. Furthermore, the heaven shrouding door was connected to the pond in the Holy Land. In the future they would have to enter and leave this place. Therefore he felt that he had to explain the matter to the other party's Holy Lord. Just as Liu was about to find the Holy Lord, a loud noise alarmed the entire heavenly maiden Holy Land. Blast! The world shook as a huge shockwave spread through the sky. The Holy Land's array formation barrier flickered violently. At the same time, a black cloud flew over from afar. It was filled with figures, many of whom were riding enormous wolves. Flags fluttered in the wind and 3 golden wolf heads were embroidered on them. Oh no, it's someone from the Wolf Valley. The women's expressions changed drastically as they exclaimed. Almost at the same time, countless women from the Heavenly Maiden Holy Land flew up one after another, ready to fight. Holy Lord Zixia, I'm here to marry you. A rough and deep voice sounded like a large bell. Immediately a middle-aged man with a beard and an incomplete appearance rode a 3-headed wolf out of the vast crowd. Damn it, the people from the Wolf Valley are here at this time. Do they know that the Holy Lord is injured? Damn it, who leaked the news? The woman who had spoken to Liu earlier had a dark expression as she pondered. Their Holy Lord had accidentally injured herself while cultivating the incomplete secret technique that had been lost in the Holy Land not long ago. She was still in seclusion to recuperate. The Wolf Valley's invasion at this time clearly meant that they knew about this and were prepared to take advantage of the situation. Furthermore, the other party had clearly mobilized their entire army. They were fully prepared to attack the Heavenly Maiden Holy Land. Their Holy Land was probably doomed today. Even if they went to the Heaven Region Kingdom for help now, it would probably be too late. When the Heaven Region Kingdom's reinforcements arrived, they could only avenge them. Who is that guy? Liu asked in a low voice. He's the Black Edge King of the Wolf Valley, Tyson, a woman replied. Holy Lord Zixia, don't be shy. If you don't come out, I can only go in and pick you up myself. Tyson continued with a teasing expression. However, Holy Lord Zixia still did not appear. Liu looked at the expressions of the women in front of him and roughly guessed that something had happened to their Holy Lord, otherwise it was impossible for her to not appear for a long time. The Wolf Valley could not have suddenly attacked at this time. Holy Lord Zixia, don't you refuse a toast only to be punished. It's your honor that I fancy you. If you still don't come out, don't blame me for being merciless. Tai Sun shouted again. At the same time, the people from the Wolf Valley shouted as well. Their auras seemed corporeal as they poured down from the sky, pressing down on everyone until they could not breathe. Hoof, don't you dare be impudent in my Holy Land. With a stern shout, a graceful figure flew out of the distant hall and instantly arrived in the air. That figure was beautiful and her aura was like an orchid. She was holy and noble, and a faint halo surrounded her, making her look extraordinary. Haha, you're finally willing to come out, yo Holy Lord Zixia, you don't look too good. Did you miss me so much that you became ill? But it's fine, I'll nourish you well tonight. Tyson had a dirty smile on his face. Upon hearing Tyson's filthy words, the women of the Holy Land were furious and cursed the Wolf Valley for being despicable. This ugly and old fellow is really annoying and his mouth is so smelly. Yu Rong said indignantly. Beside her concubine, Yu's eyes were filled with killing intent. She was already a little angry because of Tai Sun's words. After all, they were both women and she was slightly annoyed with someone like him. Holy Lord Zixia, what are you thinking about? I've already come to welcome the bride. Come out and follow me. I don't have high expectations. Let the 12 holy daughters and 36 fairies of your Holy Land marry together. Also let my Wolf Valley disciples each choose a woman from your Holy Land to be their maidservant. Tai Sun's expression became increasingly arrogant. Chapter 483, So it's Emperor Yu, too. Holy Lord Zixia did not speak, but she was naturally furious. It was just that she did not want to argue with such a despicable person. Furthermore, she knew that a calamity was inevitable today. The Holy Land might be facing a calamity. However, even if they died and self-destructed, they would never compromise or take half a step back, nor would they let this group of shameless people violate their bodies. People of our Holy Land, listen up. Today we will live and die with the Holy Land. We would rather die in battle than submit. We would rather explode our bodies than be tainted by these animals. Holy Lord Zixia ordered loudly. Her words were filled with tragedy and determination. If it's not that easy to die, I'll make sure you can't bear to die. Everyone listen up, follow me into the Holy Land tonight. We'll indulge ourselves and have a good time. Tai Sun shouted. Upon hearing his words, everyone from the Wolf Valley immediately cried out like ghosts and wolves, their faces filled with lecherous smiles. However, right at this moment, the sound of a zither suddenly sounded. The power of heaven and earth seemed to transform into music that fluctuated with the zither. Space rippled gently like water ripples. At the same time, Holy Lord Zixia and the disciples immediately felt as if their bodies were bathed in warm sunlight. It was extremely comfortable. Even the negative emotions in their hearts faded significantly. The magic power in their bodies became extremely active under the infiltration of a strange power. It was as if their strength was increasing. This was especially true for Holy Lord Zixia. She felt that the injuries in her body were healing rapidly and her strength was recovering rapidly. She even felt as if she was possessed by divine power, filling her entire body with unprecedented power. Holy Lord Zixia and all the Holy Land disciples looked in the direction of the zither sound and saw an even more extraordinary and beautiful figure fly up from below. An ancient zither floated in front of her. Her slender fingers were like soft fingers that gently plucked the strings, emitting a refreshing melody. This is, Holy Lord Zixia was shocked. She had never seen this person before and he looked extremely extraordinary. He even seemed stronger than her. When did such an expert appear in our Holy Land? Or is she not from our Holy Land? Then who is she? All kinds of thoughts flashed through her mind. It was not only Holy Lord Zixia, everyone in the Holy Land was guessing who this person was. However, for some reason, the moment they saw this person, they seemed to see the bright sunlight that peeled away the gloom in their hearts and dispelled all their fear, instantly reigniting hope. Wow, she is even more beautiful, haha, I'm really lucky today. Seeing Concubine Yu appear, Tai Sun's eyes widened again. His eyes sparkled as he stared at Concubine Yu and the lecherous smile on his face intensified. However, before he could finish his sentence, a figure seemed to have appeared out of thin air in front of him. It was so quick that Tai Sun could not react in time before he was grabbed by the neck. His body was enveloped by a pressure that seemed like the might of the heavens. Immediately his heart trembled and his soul left his body as cold sweat drenched his entire body. The magic power in his body was suppressed to the point where he could not move. Even his body did not seem to be his anymore. The giant wolf under him was pressed to the ground by the pressure and did not move. You're courting death, how dare you offend my woman? Li Yu said coldly. His appearance shocked everyone from the Wolf Valley, but no one dared to act rashly because the pressure and aura he emitted were too terrifying. They could not help but shudder and their legs went limp. Who are you? Tai Sun's expression was ugly as he looked at Li Yu in horror. The arrogance from before had long dissipated and only fear remained in his eyes. You don't deserve to know. Li Yu grunted coldly. He exerted strength in his palm and snapped Tai Sun's neck, and then the power of the primordial origin true body swept out. His body was reduced to nothingness and dissipated. Upon seeing this, the faces of everyone from the Wolf Valley turned pale with fear. They were dumbfounded and trembled. The leader of their Wolf Valley, King Tai Sun, had actually been killed just like that. He had even been reduced to ashes by the other party's magic power. The scene was truly terrifying. Run! The Wolf Valley army, who had an imposing aura, immediately began to flee as if they had lost their helmets and armor. However, how could Li Yu let them escape just like that? He unsheathed the sword on his back and swung it horizontally. The mighty sword might seem to transform into a spatial blade that swept out like a circle of spatial shock waves. Everywhere it passed, everything was sliced into two. The fleeing Wolf Valley members were all sliced in half at the waist, and blood dyed the clouds under their feet red. Then it transformed into a rain of blood that fell to the ground. Silence. The noisy world seemed to have fallen into silence. All the women in the Holy Land looked at Li Yu in the sky in a daze, and they forgot to breathe for a moment as they looked at that godlike figure. So strong. The woman who had spoken to Li Yu and the others earlier exclaimed in her heart. In fact, for a moment she felt as if she had really seen the shadow of Emperor Yu worshipped in the ancestral hall. She had seen the eternal emperor who had once enlightened the commoners and founded the golden age of the human race. Is he really the reincarnation of Emperor Yu? The woman murmured. As for the female disciples who had been bathing and playing in the pond, they had already dried their bodies and put on their clothes. However, at this moment his entire body was numb from Li Yu's extraordinary power and he was drenched again. Who is this person? When she returned to her senses, she was shocked. Her gaze was also attracted by Li Yu's extraordinariness and her heart beat violently as if it was being fiddled with. Everyone from the Wolf Valley was destroyed just like that? Oh heavens, am I dreaming? We're saved. Who is this person? The elders of the Holy Land were also shocked and their gazes sank into Liyu's extraordinary figure. Thank you for your help, expert. Holy Lord Zixia kowtowed to Liyu outside the array formation barrier. Then he turned to look at concubine Yu and kowtowed again. Thank you for your help, expert. She knew very well that this man and woman were clearly Dao companions, but she could not understand why this woman was in their Holy Land. She looked at the elders beside her. Clearly they were also confused. Liyu put away his sword and turned around. Then under the shocked gazes of Holy Lord Zixia and the people from the Holy Land, they seemed to have passed through an illusory light shadow and easily passed through their array formation barrier to arrive in front of Holy Lord Zixia. You're the Holy Lord here? Liyu looked at Holy Lord Zixia and asked. Holy Lord Zixia's face flushed red and hot under Liyu's gaze. She even did not dare to look into Liyu's eyes. She lowered her face slightly and bowed yes. I thank the expert for helping all the disciples of my Holy Land. No need for formalities. I've just returned to the primordial world. I have something to discuss with the Holy Lord. Liyu said. Alright, please enter, expert. Holy Lord Zixia hurriedly said. Although she had countless questions and curiosity, she would clearly obtain the answer later. Holy Lord Zixia invited Liyu, concubine Yu Rong and the others to the main hall to entertain them. The disciples in the Holy Land began to discuss what had just happened and guess Liyu's identity. Meanwhile, the disciples who had interacted with Liyu and the others at the pond quickly spread their identities. In an instant, the entire Holy Land was filled with the trend of gossiping. Emperor Yu? It's actually the reborn Emperor Yu. Heavens, no wonder he's so powerful. So he's the head of the 5 emperors. Emperor Yu. Emperor Yu is still alive. This is unbelievable. Fortunately, we have Emperor Yu, otherwise our Holy Land would probably be doomed today. Emperor Yu has actually descended into our Holy Land. Looks like our Holy Land is about to rise up. Emperor Yu and the others appeared from the pond? That's strange. Yeah, why would they appear in the bath at the back of our mountain? There must be an ancient teleportation array in that pond. No way. Wait, did you just say that Emperor Yu saw your bodies? You guys are too lucky. Chapter 484, Greetings Emperor Yu. 1. In the main hall of the Holy Land, Liyu introduced himself briefly, and it really shocked Holy Lord Zixia. Holy Lord Zixia never imagined that the person who had just helped her Holy Land was actually the head of the 5 emperors. Emperor Yu, he was the one and only human emperor in all of history. She was so frightened that she hurriedly knelt on the ground and kowtowed a few times to Liyu. After all, to them Emperor Yu was a god worshipped in the temple, the ancestral hall, and even the main hall. They were the human emperors who they were used to worshipping every day. In their hearts, even the prestige of a stone statue was enough to make them revere him, let alone now that they had seen Emperor Yu himself. The shock in their mind was indescribable. It was even more shocking than a mortal burning incense and worshipping a god every day, suddenly seeing the immortal he worshipped appear in front of him. This was because Emperor Yu was not just a god to all humans. His meritorious deeds for the human race were unprecedented and worthy of being sung and respected by all. The arrival of such a great emperor into their tiny Holy Land truly struck fear into Holy Lord Zixia. Of course, besides shock and fear, Holy Lord Zixia was more delighted and excited. Emperor Yu's return meant that the human race could finally rise again. The current primordial world would be controlled by humans again. Alright, there's no need to be so polite. I have something to ask you, Liyu said in a low voice. Holy Lord Zixia and the elders stood up in fear and stood respectfully in front of Liyu. What are your orders, Your Majesty? Asked Holy Lord Zixia. The pond at the back of your Holy Land's mountain will be requisitioned by me in the future, because that's the spatial passageway that connects to our 9 heavens immortal realm. Although I don't know why that spatial passageway is in your pond. After today, no one is allowed to approach that place at will. Liyu continued. Hearing Liyu's words, the surprise in Holy Lord Zixia's heart intensified, but she basically understood why Liyu and the others were in their Holy Land. Don't worry, Your Majesty, I'll get someone to do it now. Elder Qin, I'll leave this to you. Yes, Holy Lord. After Elder Qin left, Liyu briefly told the 9 heavens immortal realm about his previous life. Hearing Liyu's words, Holy Lord Zixia was even more surprised. She did not expect that the 9 heavens immortal realm was actually the northern region of the primordial world. Later on, an unknown calamity caused humans to hide there and separate them. Liu had a rough understanding of the current primordial world from the Violet Cloud Holy Lord. This place was no longer the primordial world he was familiar with. The world's structure had already undergone a tremendous change. The human race had long lost its former glory. Over the years it had been suppressed by the gradually recovering demons. Currently the demons in the primordial world were flourishing and the human race was declining. The Magi were only left with scattered factions that could not fight the demons either. The strongest among the demons were the four races Maodu, Jia, Jielin and Jietan. For example, the Wolf Valley's backing was the Maodu race, but it was only one of the countless subsidiary factions of the Maodu race. The strongest faction in the human race was the Heaven Region Kingdom. Their Holy Land was only a medium-sized faction. However, even the Heaven Region Kingdom was being bullied and devoured by the four demon races, and its overall strength was declining year by year. As for what happened in the primordial world back then that caused the once prosperous human race to suddenly decline and hide in the north where sinners were exiled and even split and sealed off in two places, Holy Lord Zixia clearly did not know either. She did not even know that a calamity that could threaten the safety of the entire human race and the world had once occurred here. This puzzled Liu. If not for some kind of destructive calamity back then, or if it was enough to destroy the primordial world, why did the humans retreat to the north and not hesitate to divide the two lands? If a calamity had really occurred, why were there still many humans and demons alive in the primordial world? And why did the humans here not know what had happened back then? Almost no one in the Nine Heavens immortal realm knew what had happened back then. Of course, there might be many deviations from the news that the primordial pearl had told him. However, the appearance of the Nine Heavens immortal realm and the system mission explained what the primordial pearl had said. However, what happened back then was clearly another unsolved mystery. Liu was in no hurry to understand all of this. Now that he had returned to the primordial world, all the answers would naturally be slowly solved. The immemorial emperor of the Heaven Region Kingdom failed his tribulation a month ago and died. This caused the top combat strength of the Heaven Region Kingdom to be reduced, and its strength was already greatly reduced. Therefore the four demons were restless and planned to destroy the Heaven Region Kingdom completely. This is also the reason why these demon vassal factions of the Wolf Valley dare to act recklessly and offend our Holy Land. I believe the various large factions of the human race have not been doing well recently. Fortunately, the heavens have eyes. We humans have waited for your return. We finally have new hope. Holy Lord Zixia said excitedly. She had just witnessed how powerful Liu was. Furthermore, Emperor Yu's prestige would definitely echo. With a single call, he would instantly gather the human factions to resist the demons together. She also believed that under the leadership of Emperor Yu, the human race would rise again and return to its peak. Chapter 485, Greetings Emperor Yu. 2. Liu nodded slightly. He basically understood the current situation in the primordial world and he was calm. The struggle between humans and demons was no longer new. Be it in the Jingxing realm or the Nine Heavens immortal realm, the humans and demons had always been fighting openly and covertly. The source was the conflict left behind from the primordial world in ancient times. Of course, it was also caused by the nature of races. It was like how water and fire were two incompatible attributes. Over the years, the human race and the demon race had fought each other to take the stage. If the human race prospered, the demon race would decline, and if the demon race prospered, the human race would decline. Although the two races fought endlessly, they needed each other and were not really incompatible. It seemed to be a complicated relationship that was both harmonious and restrained. This was also why, no matter if it was the humans or the demons who dominated this world, they did not allow another race to be completely destroyed. Of course, revitalizing the human race was something Liu had to do. He had returned to restore order to the primordial world and the myriad worlds. Furthermore, his final mission was to rebuild the heavenly court and rule over all races. Be it humans or demons, they would become a part of the heavenly court in the future. Your Majesty, what are your next plans? Holy Lord Zixia probed. She could not wait to see Liu lead the humans to counterattack the demons. Bring me to the Heaven Region Kingdom and gather all the human race leaders for a meeting. At the same time, release the news of my return and send someone to inform the four demon races to visit me in the Heaven Region Kingdom. Liu ordered in a low voice. He was well aware that if he wanted to restore order, he would have to stir up the storm and rebuild it. He would not take the initiative to find those demons and deal with them one by one. That would be too troublesome. He only needed to use a major event, one that could shake the entire primordial world, to let the various large factions understand who their master was. Furthermore, his main goal after returning to the primordial world was to find the primordial treasure and complete the mission of rebuilding the heavenly court. Now the system mission had a new notification. It was a clue about the Great Dao Green Lotus. If he could find the Great Dao Green Lotus, he might be able to complete the mission of collecting the creation Golden Lotus. As for the remaining fragments of the creation Jade Disc, Liyu's intuition told him that they were definitely in this primordial world. Liyu and the others did not stay in the Heavenly Maiden Holy Land for long before they headed to the Heaven Region Kingdom under the lead of Holy Lord Zixia. At the same time, the disciples of the Heavenly Maiden Holy Land began to spread the news that Emperor Yu had returned and was about to gather the heads of the human race in the Heaven Region Kingdom under the orders of the Holy Lord. The vastness of the primordial world was unimaginable. Even if the 9 heavens immortal realm was added up, it was only a corner of the primordial world. However, there were not many living beings in the primordial world now. It even seemed a little desolate, and it was very different from the primordial world in Liyu's memories. At that time, the primordial world was much more lively than now. From this point of view, the primordial world had indeed experienced an unknown calamity that led to the destruction of most living beings. The Heavenly Maiden Holy Land was nearly 1,000,000 kilometers away from the capital of the Heaven Region Kingdom. Even if they flew at their fastest speed, it would take them a day and a night. Liyu and the others passed by many mountains along the way. There were not many living beings inside, but every one of them was powerful. After passing through the endless mountain range, Liyu and the others finally saw the human territory again. However, that place was mercilessly ravaged by the flames of war. The human territory was being invaded by the demon factions, and the two sides were fighting intensely. The humans were clearly outnumbered and were only putting up a stubborn resistance. As expected, the demons are already impatient and have seized the opportunity to attack, said Holy Lord Zixia. She guessed that their holy land was not the only one disturbed by the demon factions. The various demon factions must have taken advantage of the death of the Heaven Region Kingdom's immemorial emperor to ignore the other human factions. He could seize the opportunity to plunder some resources from the human factions. Tyree Huang, go over and help, Liyu said in a low voice. Yes. Tyree cupped his hands and rushed towards the battlefield in the distance. Huang flew higher into the sky. At the same time, his body began to rapidly expand, instantly blocking the entire sky. At the same time, the humans and demons who were fighting intensely sensed the enormous shadow enveloping them from the sky. Many people looked at the sky with shock in their eyes. This was especially true for humans. They were already in despair now that they saw the giant figure suddenly appear in the sky. Their hearts sank to the bottom. They fell into deep despair, thinking that a demon mighty figure had arrived. However, right at this moment, Tyree descended from the sky. First, like a god of death, he instantly killed many demons and began the crazy slaughter. The average strength of the demons in the primordial world was far greater than those in the immortal realm. However, these demons were only relatively low-level ones in the primordial world. Therefore, to Tyree, their strength was not enough. Even though there were many of them, they were still a group of ants. Seeing Tyree appear, a trace of hope reignited in the despairing hearts of the humans. Furthermore, they could all tell how powerful and extraordinary Tyree was. However, right at this moment, Huang's countless rope-like fur descended from the sky and instantly bound those demons. Then it mercilessly sucked them into dried corpses. Everyone was shocked when they saw this, but they were overjoyed. It turned out that the giant figure in the sky was here to help them. With the appearance of Tyree and Huang, the demons' attack was instantly disintegrated. Most of the demons were instantly killed, and the rest were scared out of their wits as they fled in panic. Tyree and Huang did not pursue. Their goal was to save these humans and keep those demons alive so that they could return and spread what they had seen. Only then could it have the best deterrence effect. Seeing the demons flee, Desolate shrank again and landed beside Liyu, Concubine Yu, and the others who were flying over from afar. Tyree quickly flew in front of Liyu and bowed. Upon seeing this, the humans below gathered their gazes on Liyu, and they could tell that he was the leader of these people. What surprised some of them was that the Holy Lord of the Heavenly Maiden Holy Land was also present. Clearly, these extraordinary experts were related to them. Emperor Yu is here. Everyone, please come and pay your respects quickly, Holy Lord Zixia announced loudly. The few families here were small families at the bottom of the human race. They gathered in this city to govern and live together. Upon hearing her words, the crowd was in an uproar. The various family masters were also shocked, and for a moment they thought they had misheard. They had heard of Emperor Yu's name. He was in existence, similar to faith and inheritance. But didn't Emperor Yu die long ago? What are you guys waiting for? Holy Lord Zixia asked. The various family masters finally returned to their senses. They immediately flew in front of Li Yu and Holy Lord Zixia and cupped their hands to them. Thank you, Holy Lord Zixia, and everyone, for your help. I wonder what you mean by Emperor Yu. An old man was the first to speak. He was the old master of the Su family in Sui City and the most respected person in the entire city. You didn't hear wrongly just now. This is Emperor Yu, the reborn Emperor Yu. Everyone come and pay your respects. Holy Lord Zixia said with a solemn expression. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the family masters changed as they looked at Li Yu in shock. So this extraordinary person in front of them was Emperor Yu. This news was indeed shocking. If this did not come from the mouth of Holy Lord Zixia, they would definitely have doubts. Although this person looked powerful and extraordinary, they could not link him to Emperor Yu. After all, who would have thought that the legendary Emperor Yu would actually be reborn? However, after their surprise, everyone was overjoyed because they knew what Emperor Yu's return meant. The human race could finally rise up again. Greetings, Emperor Yu. The old man was the first to kneel and kowtow. The other patriarchs followed suit with excited expressions. Chapter 486, Get out and collect the corpse. After the brief interlude with Sui City, Li Yu and the others successfully arrived at the capital of the Heaven Region Kingdom, Wudi City. The current Wudi City was heavily guarded. If not for Holy Lord Zixia leading the way, Li Yu and the others would not have been able to enter the capital smoothly and see Emperor Changrun of the Heaven Region Kingdom. On the way here, Holy Lord Zixia introduced the situation of the Heaven Region Kingdom to Li Yu in detail. Emperor Changrun was the fully deserving #1 prodigy of the Heaven Region Kingdom's royal family. In the past million years, he had already entered the first tier of human experts at a young age, and his future growth was limitless. The human race had always regarded it as their hope for the future. They believed that he could lead the human race to glory. However, the demons clearly did not want to give the humans time. Currently, there were only 7 experts standing at the top of the human race, apart from the recently deceased immemorial emperor. The only person whose strength was inferior to the immemorial emperor was the previous emperor of the Heaven Region Kingdom, Taichiang. Next was General Tianyi of the Heaven Region Kingdom. He had dealt with the demons all year round and knew them best. On par with General Tianyi were the heads of the 5 families of the Heaven Region Kingdom, the Li Shang, Wangquan and Hao families. In fact, the entire Heaven Region Kingdom was mainly formed by the various large families and small families. Every family controlled a region, and they were similar to lords. The power of the entire country was not that centralized. In fact, the overall strength of the 5 families was not much weaker than the royal family. However, because of the external threat, the various large families were united against a common enemy. They hugged each other for warmth and had a harmonious relationship. Emperor Yu? Emperor Changrun was also shocked when he heard the introduction. Then he frowned and sized up Li Yu and the others. He naturally did not believe Holy Lord Zixia's words or Li Yu's true identity. After all, this was too unbelievable. The human race's first emperor, Emperor Yu, had actually returned from the dead. Now that he had suddenly appeared in front of him, it was unbelievable no matter how one listened to it. Of course, Emperor Changrun did not deny that Li Yu looked powerful and his followers were all extraordinary. It was a good thing for them to have such a group of experts join their Heaven Region Kingdom at this critical moment. Emperor Changrun was not the only one who did not believe it. Emperor Taichiang and the other members of the royal family were also filled with disbelief and doubts. They learned that Holy Lord Zixia had brought a group of unfamiliar experts to pay a visit to Emperor Changrun. Worried that there would be demon assassins among them, they mobilized almost all the top experts in the imperial city to guard the hall. Emperor Changrun's grandfather, Emperor Taichiang, was also present. He guarded the side to protect Emperor Changrun. Li Yu did not mind that the Heaven Region Kingdom's defense forces were treating him like a thief. After all, this was a critical period. Emperor Changrun shouldered the hope of the human race's future. No one wanted this unprecedented prodigy to die. Therefore, there was nothing wrong with being cautious. Furthermore, he could tell that Emperor Changrun and the others did not believe that he was Emperor Yu. This was within his expectations, as there was no evidence. He had to show some evidence to make the other party believe him. Therefore Liu immediately used the heart of heaven and earth to complement the great Dao golden body with a thought. Emperor Changren, who was sitting on the throne, was immediately enveloped by an irresistible power of law and was instantly pulled from the throne to Liu. It was so quick that no one present could react in time. However, Emperor Taichung, who had been wary of Liu and the others, reacted immediately. His expression changed drastically. Although he did not know what was going on, he followed closely behind Emperor Changren and instantly arrived in front of Liu. He planned to use his magic power to force Liu back while pulling Emperor Changren back. However, just as Emperor Taichung and Emperor Changren arrived in front of Liu's primordial origin true body's power instantly enveloped them. The two of them immediately felt the magic power in their bodies instantly dissipate. Even their power disappeared and their bodies seemed to have become illusory by an incomparably powerful force that they could not control at all. At the same time, the terrifying pressure was too much for the two of them to withstand, and they knelt in front of Liu. In the eyes of the others, Emperor Changren and Emperor Taichung rushed in front of Liu at the same time and knelt in front of him. Everyone was dumbfounded, especially Holy Lord Zixia. She did not expect the two of them to have such a big reaction after hearing Emperor Yu's name. It was even a little exaggerated. Even if they were excited to know that Emperor Yu had returned, they could have just knelt on the ground. Why did they rush in front of Liu and kneel together? This action was too exaggerated. However, when everyone saw the shock and fear on the faces of Emperor Taichung and Emperor Changren, they vaguely felt that something was wrong. Do the two of you still have any doubts about my identity? Liu asked in a deep voice that was like thunder. Every word that entered the ears of Emperor Taichung and Emperor Changren was like the might of the heavens, causing their hearts to tremble and their bodies to turn cold. At this moment, Emperor Changren and Emperor Taichung had personally experienced how powerful Liu was. Even if this person was not the real Emperor Yu, he was definitely worthy of his status as an ancient emperor. I have no doubts. Changren greets Emperor Yu. Greetings, Emperor Yu. Emperor Changren and Emperor Taichung greeted. At the same time, the power of Liu's primordial origin true body was instantly withdrawn. The two of them immediately felt their magic power reappear and their bodies finally recovered their strength as if they were relieved of a burden. Immediately they did not dare to delay and kowtowed. Although they were once the rulers of a country, they were still only mortals in front of Emperor Yu. At this moment, Emperor Changren and Emperor Taichung had no choice but to believe that Emperor Yu might have really returned. Seeing Emperor Changren and Emperor Taichung bow to Liu, the other members of the royal family did not dare to delay and immediately knelt and kowtowed. Greetings, Emperor Yu. No need for formalities, Liu said in a low voice. Then, under everyone's reverent gazes, he walked straight to the throne and turned around to sit on it. Upon seeing this, no one present felt that there was anything wrong. After all, if the other party was Emperor Yu, not to mention sitting on the throne, even sitting on their ancestral grave was a great honor. They were well aware that Emperor Yu was the first emperor of the human race in history and the first emperor of the primordial heavenly court. He was a true god, the heavenly emperor who ruled over all races in the primordial world. It was something that the emperor of a small country like theirs could not compare with. The difference during this period was not inferior to immortals and mortals. From today onwards, our human race will rule the primordial world again. Sitting on the throne, Liu calmly said these words that excited everyone present. They firmly believed Liu's words and were glad that they were about to experience a new golden age for the human race. However, right at this moment, an extremely arrogant voice resounded through the sky. Emperor Changren, get out here and collect the corpse. Chapter 487, Where did this turkey come from? Emperor Changren, get out here and collect the corpse. A cold and arrogant voice resounded through the sky above the capital. Everyone in the city looked at the sky in surprise. A giant red bird burning with raging flames flew over from afar and instantly arrived in the sky above the capital. Immediately the entire sky turned into a sea of fire. Scorching heat surged down and a terrifying rain of fire fell. It was not an ordinary fire rain, it was the flames that came with the body surface of the Yujiao race. Its power was comparable to heavenly fire. Even the flames that scattered down while flying were enough to easily burn rocks into ashes. Fortunately, the buildings in the capital were basically protected by array formations. Coupled with the many human experts gathered in the city, they quickly used divine powers to block the rain of fire. Soon the red bird appeared in the sky above the palace and transformed into a handsome and demonic tall man with red hair. The man's hair was also burning with flames and his lips curled into a cold smile. In his hand was a head. It was the head of the number 1 general of the Heaven Region Kingdom, one of the top experts, General Tianyi. At this moment Emperor Changrun, the immemorial emperor, and the others who were originally in the palace flew out of the hall. The heads in the other party's hands were filled with grief and anger. They knew the red-haired man in front of them. He was the strongest prodigy of the demon race and the crown prince of the Yujiao race. However, they did not expect that after not seeing him for a long time, the crown prince's strength had actually improved so much that he could kill General Tianyi. He did not expect that this arrogant fellow would actually dare to bring Tianyi's head to the palace alone. They did not take the experts of their Heaven Region kingdoms seriously at all. At this moment, the masters of the 5 large family clans in the capital instantly arrived in the sky above the palace. The experts of the other family clans rushed over one after another. After all, the demon prince's intrusion into their territory was no small matter. The other experts of the demon race might follow closely behind. A war between the humans and the demons might break out at any moment. Brat from the Yujiao race, how dare you kill the general of my Heaven Region kingdom? Emperor Taichang roared angrily, and the anger in his eyes was about to gush out. General Tianyi was the top combat power of the Heaven Region kingdom. He was also a senior elder of 3 dynasties and an old friend. He did not expect to die miserably in the hands of the crown prince. Oof, what bullshit! T general can't even withstand a single blow. Since he dares to offend me, I naturally won't let him off. However, I've already given your Heaven Region kingdom face, otherwise I would have long burned his essence soul to ashes. As he spoke, a transparent ball appeared in the hand of the crown prince. It contained Tianyi's essence soul. Seeing that General Tianyi's essence soul was still around, the sorrow in his heart eased a little. After all, if his essence soul was still around, General Tianyi could be reborn. What do you want? Taichang Emperor asked coldly. He knew that the crown prince of the Yujiao race was here to negotiate and probe the situation of their Heaven Region kingdom. The demons probably did not believe the news of the immemorial emperor's death. If you want Tianyi's essence soul, you can use your Chu family's Luofeng Nirvana Pearl in exchange. Crown Prince Yuling said coldly. The Luofeng Nirvana Pearl was the national treasure of the Heaven Region kingdom. Dream on! The immemorial emperor snapped coldly. Then I'll send General Tianyi to reunite with the immemorial emperor. Crown Prince Yuling pretended to kill General Tianyi's essence soul. Humph, Crown Prince Yuling, don't forget that this is our Heaven Region kingdom. Aren't you afraid that we'll make sure you never return if you dare to kill General Tianyi's essence soul? The Shang family's master Shang De berated. The other family heads were also filled with killing intent as they released their auras and prepared to attack at any moment. They naturally could not tolerate the demons killing the essence soul of their Heaven Region kingdom's expert in front of them. This was too humiliating. Do you people have the guts to kill me? Aren't you afraid of provoking a war between the humans and the demons? If I remember correctly, the immemorial emperor has died, right? How many trump cards do you humans have to fight against us demons? Crown Prince Yuling said arrogantly. Upon hearing this, the auras of the surrounding family heads instantly weakened. Although they were furious, they fell silent. As the other party had said, the humans did not dare to start an all-out war with the demons. However, they could not let this junior of the demon race bully them. They could not watch him destroy General Tianyi's essence soul and ignore him. Even if they compromised and used the Luofeng Nirvana Pearl in exchange, it was an outcome they could not accept. Therefore, everyone was immediately conflicted. For a moment their faces flushed red and their bodies trembled in anger. Yet they could do nothing to Crown Prince Yuling. Crown Prince Yuling was satisfied with everyone's expressions. He could basically confirm that the immemorial emperor of the human race had really died, otherwise these people would not be so submissive. It seemed like he might obtain the Luofeng Nirvana Pearl today. Where did this turkey come from? How dare you spout nonsense here? Just as everyone was silent, a voice suddenly sounded from below. Emperor Taichang, Emperor Changrun, I've returned today. You can use this turkey to welcome me. Turkey? Li Yu's words surprised the members of the various large families, but they could not help but want to laugh. They looked over in unison, wanting to see who dared to call himself the emperor and call the crown prince of the Yujiao race a turkey. At the moment, although the crown prince of the Yujiao race was furious when he heard someone call him a turkey, his heart trembled. He wondered if the information was wrong and that the immemorial emperor had not died. Was this a trap set by the humans? The Crown Prince frowned as he looked at Liu and Tyree, who had walked out of the hall below. Seeing that the person who called himself emperor was not the immemorial emperor, Prince Yujia could not help but heave a sigh of relief. In this primordial world apart from the immemorial emperor there was no one he was afraid of. Who is this person? The patriarchs of the various large family clans looked at each other curiously as Liu flew over. Emperor Yu. The immemorial emperor and Emperor Changren cupped their hands. The expressions of everyone present changed when they heard the two of them address Liu. They could not believe the name they had heard, nor could they believe the person they immediately thought of. Have the two of you eaten this turkey meat? How does it taste? Liu asked Emperor Taichang and Emperor Changren. Ah. Emperor Yu, my grandson, and I have never eaten it before, so. You've never eaten it before? Perfect, let's have a taste today. Liu said in a low voice. His casual words were like a bomb that exploded in everyone's hearts. This person called Emperor Yu actually wanted to eat the crown prince of the Yu Jiao race. Who was this person? Bastard, how dare you speak rudely and offend me? You're courting death. Crown Prince Yuling was furious and flames immediately rose from his body. However, before his roar ended, Liu had already chopped off his head. Chapter 488, Fear Carved in the Bloodline. 1. In the sky above the imperial palace of the Heaven Region Kingdom, Crown Prince Yuling, whose head had been chopped off, transformed into a giant fire bird again and struggled in the air. Countless flames swept in all directions, seemingly burning the air until it emitted sizzling sounds. Everyone instinctively retreated and used their magic powers and magic treasures to block the scorching flames. An array formation barrier automatically surfaced on the buildings below to withstand the flames. Only Liu did not retreat. The power of the primordial origin true body swept out and instantly enveloped Crown Prince Yuling, turning the flames around him into nothingness. All his magic power and energy were swept away. At the same time, he took out the Netherworld River diagram and sucked Crown Prince Yuling's essence soul into it. Crown Prince Yuling, who had lost his essence soul, immediately stopped struggling. Only that enormous body was left in the air by Liu's hand. The entire process happened in a flash. Before anyone could react, Crown Prince Yuling's head had already been separated from his body. He's too strong. What just happened? He actually killed Crown Prince Yuling instantly. Is this person really Emperor Yu? Li Shan, Wang Quanhao and the other family heads were shocked. Thinking back to how respectfully Emperor Taichang and Emperor Changren had treated Emperor Yu just now, they vaguely felt that Emperor Yu might really be the eternal emperor they had guessed. Of course, after their shock, they were more pleasantly surprised. No matter who the person in front of them was, why should humans be afraid of demons with such powerful strength? Even the immemorial emperor could not kill Crown Prince Yuling with a single strike. This person's power was beyond imagination. Just as everyone's hearts were still surging, Liu casually took out the heaven and earth cauldron. It was like a giant mountain floating in the sky above the Heaven Region Kingdom. Everyone in the imperial palace and even the entire capital could see the giant cauldron floating in the sky. Only the arrival of Crown Prince Yuling had alarmed everyone in the capital, so countless humans in the city were focused on the sky above the palace. Most people did not see what was going on because of the distance. However, many people saw that Crown Prince Yuling seemed to have been kept in the cauldron. Upon seeing this, countless humans heaved a sigh of relief. In the sky above the palace, Liu threw Crown Prince Yuling into the heaven and earth cauldron and said in a low voice, "Little green roasted tender." "Yes, master." A voice sounded from the heaven and earth cauldron. Immediately the fire rose and the smell of meat quickly drifted out. The patriarchs of the various large family clans were even more surprised when they heard Liu. They had thought that Liu's words were only to humiliate Crown Prince Yuling. He did not expect that what he said was true. He was really going to roast and eat Crown Prince Yuling. At the thought of this, everyone could not help but laugh. They thought to themselves that Crown Prince Yuling would never have imagined that he would end up like this. Not only would he lose his life, but he would also be roasted and eaten in the end. "Your Majesty, you just called this person Emperor Yu. Could it be?" The Li family's Master Li Boren arrived in front of Emperor Changren and asked in a low voice. "That's right, the eternal emperor of our human race, Emperor Yu, has returned," Emperor Changren said excitedly. Liu had just used his strength to prove his identity again. This made Emperor Changren believe that this person was Emperor Yu. He had returned to lead the human race back to the peak. "It's really Emperor Yu." Li Boren and the other family masters were also shocked. Then they kowtowed to Liu. "Greetings, your majesty. Get up, all of you," Liu said without looking back as he stared at them. "Since everyone is here, let's have a taste of this turkey meat later," Liu added. Everyone acknowledged and stood up. At this moment they felt that Emperor Yu did not kill Crown Prince Yuling and roast him for them to eat in public because he really wanted to eat some turkey meat. He only used this method to declare the status of the human race. Inviting them to eat Crown Prince Yuling's meat was a test of their courage and boldness to follow him and lead the human race back to the peak and rule over the myriad races. They felt that this might be a ritual like a blood pact. However, as time passed, the strange fragrance of meat kept floating out, making everyone gulp. "Haha, it smells so good, master. I think this turkey meat will taste pretty good." Changjiang No. 7's saliva soaked the fur by his mouth as he stuck out his tongue around the heaven and earth cauldron. "Number 7 is right, the meat of this turkey is really good. It's better than any ingredient I've roasted for my master in the past." Little Green's voice sounded from the heaven and earth cauldron. "Looks like we're in for a treat today." Tyree smiled as well. After following Liu, he had already become a glutton. Before long the turkey was completely cooked. The moment it was out of the oven, the rich and tempting fragrance wafted through the sky above the entire heaven region kingdom. The fragrance of the meat mixed with the seasoning formed a delicacy that stimulated the taste buds and reached the soul. Immediately all the humans in the city drooled. It tastes good." Liu was the first to taste the meat. Chapter 489, Fear Carved in the Bloodline. 2. The roasted Yujia did look like a giant roasted turkey. Furthermore, Little Green's barbecue skill had already reached its peak. It roasted Crown Prince Yuling until he was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. The spices were mixed perfectly, allowing the meat to emit a fragrance from the inside out. Liu felt that the electric oven in his previous life was simply trash compared to the heaven and earth cauldron controlled by Little Green. This was the true smart oven. However, when Liu tasted the Yujia meat carefully, he vaguely felt that he had eaten such meat in his previous life. Moreover, he seemed to have called it a turkey back then. The familiar smell made Liu seem to have found a trace of his past memories. He vaguely remembered that he had not only eaten this meat, but he also seemed to have once owned a firebird mount. "Looks like I had some relationship with the Yujia race in my previous life. Looks like I'll have to rear the Yujia race later. I'll be blessed with good food in the future." As Liu roasted Crown Prince Yuling, Emperor Changren had already arranged for a banquet to be prepared in the hall. Seeing that Crown Prince Yuling was out of the oven, he immediately arranged for someone to help split the roasted meat into several portions. "Everyone, please take your seats," Liu said with a smile. They quickly took their seats. Liu sat in the main seat while Emperor Taichung and Emperor Changren sat on both sides. "Come have a taste of this Yujia meat, it's not bad," Liu said as he began to eat. Hearing Liu's words, everyone could not wait to taste the Yujia meat, and they immediately thought it was delicious. As Liu and the others enjoyed the delicious Yujia meat, the news of Emperor Yu's return and the upcoming assembly of the various human factions in the Heaven Region Kingdom quickly spread to the demons. Primordial World, Southern Desolate Sea. This was currently the territory of the Jielin race. At the moment, the current patriarch of the Jielin race, Jiamo, and a group of elders were in the meeting hall discussing the news they had just received. "This news must be fake. Are you kidding me? Why has no one heard of Emperor Yu's rebirth before? Why has he suddenly appeared now? That's right, the humans just want to scare us. They're worried that we'll start a war with the humans while the immemorial emperor is dead, so they fabricated such a lie to scare us. They're really naive. Do they think they can scare us like this? Yeah, even if they lie that the immemorial emperor isn't dead, it's still easier to believe than this. Who is Emperor Yu? If he was really reborn, his name would have long spread through the world. There's indeed something fishy about this matter. We must investigate carefully," Jiamo said in a low voice. He naturally could not believe that Emperor Yu had really returned. However, as the patriarch of the Jielin race, he could not be too arbitrary in anything he did, nor could he rely on his intuition to make conclusions. Therefore, Jiamo quickly sent out his intelligence personnel to investigate the exact situation. At the same time, in the eastern desolate forest, the Maodu race had also received the news of Emperor Yu's return and the Wolf Valley's attack on the Holy Land. In the end, they were wiped out. Looks like the human race still has some hidden experts. We really can't underestimate the foundation of the human race. Looks like it's necessary to let these small factions test the trump cards of the human race for us. He only destroyed the Wolf Valley. This person's strength is at most at the level of the immemorial emperor. As for the return of Emperor Yu, I think it must be a rumor deliberately spread by the humans to scare us. Regardless of whether the news is true or not, I think that before we start an all-out war with the humans, we should continue to let those factions at the bottom investigate the truth for us. The patriarch of the Maodu race, Maobuwa, said in a low voice. The king is right. Even if a war breaks out, we must let the Yujia race and the Jielin race attack first. Report. My king, I have important news. The shouts of his clansmen suddenly sounded from outside the door. Come in. Maobuwa said in a low voice. Immediately a clansman walked in with a serious expression and cupped his hands to Maobuwa and everyone present. Your Majesty, I just received news that the Crown Prince of the Yujia race went to the Heaven Region Kingdom's capital to provoke us. In the end he was killed and even roasted and eaten in public. The fragrance of Crown Prince Yuling's meat wafted through the air of the entire capital. What? Maobuwa stood up in surprise. Everyone was in an uproar. They all knew the strength of Crown Prince Yuling. He was the absolute #1 prodigy of the current demon race and his strength was already in the first tier. He was not much inferior to his father Yu Tianxuan. What surprised them more was that the Heaven Region Kingdom actually dared to attack Crown Prince Yuling at this time. Were they really not afraid that the demons would wage war on them? This situation seems to be a little confusing. Maobuwa muttered in his heart. He felt that he had to reconsider the rumors of Emperor Yu's rebirth. Could this be the Heaven Region Kingdom's scheme? In order to make us believe that Emperor Yu had returned, they deliberately attacked Crown Prince Yuling in public to release the news, an elder analyzed. It's possible if they really let Crown Prince Yuling provoke them, it would make people suspect the authenticity of Emperor Yu's news. Therefore they might as well go all out. After all, it's not impossible for those human experts to kill Crown Prince Yuling. That's right. Speaking of which, Crown Prince Yuling is too arrogant. He actually dared to provoke the Heaven Region Kingdom. He's probably going to investigate the situation. I didn't expect the human race to make it real. Looks like we don't have to investigate if Emperor Yu has really returned. The Yujia race is probably already gathering their troops to start a war with the Heaven Region Kingdom. That's right, the Yujia race has been too arrogant due to the prosperity of their family over the years. Otherwise Crown Prince Yuling wouldn't have ended up like this. We'd better sit back and watch the show. As everyone had expected, after learning about Crown Prince Yuling, Patriarch Yu Tianxuan was immediately overwhelmed with anger and grief. He flew into a rage and almost burned the hall to ashes. The entire Yujia race was ignited by anger, and it was real. Their bodies were burning as they prepared to seek revenge on the humans. Yu Tianxuan immediately ordered the assembly of the army to prepare for the war to destroy the Heaven Region Kingdom. At the same time, the old patriarch of the Yujia race, Yu Qi, was invited out of the mountain. After all, the true top combat strength of the Yujia race was this old patriarch. What? Linger was roasted and eaten. At the mention of being roasted and eaten, he felt a fear that originated from the depths of his soul. Their Yujia ancestors had been roasted and eaten by Emperor Yu a lot back then. That psychological trauma had already seeped into their bloodline as if it could be inherited. Therefore, every time he heard the word roasted alive, he would have an instinctive fear. However, ever since Emperor Yu died, their race had never been eaten by humans. Even after fighting for so many years, some clansmen had died in the hands of humans and had never been eaten. Why did a fellow suddenly dare to roast and eat their race? Was he a descendant of Emperor Yu? Or was it just a coincidence? Who ate him? Yu Qi calmed himself down and asked in a low voice. Those bastards from the Heaven Region Kingdom. Yu Tianxuan did not mention anything about Emperor Yu. Firstly, he did not believe in the return of Emperor Yu at all. He felt that the Heaven Region Kingdom was scaring them so that the demons would not dare to act rashly. Secondly, he was also worried that this matter would really affect their determination and confidence in destroying the Heaven Region Kingdom's capital. He did not want to shake their morale. No matter the price he had to pay, this time he would take revenge for his son and burn all the humans to ashes. After that, the Yujia race's army approached the border of the Heaven Region Kingdom. At the same time, the Yujia race sent elders to the Maodu, Jielin and Jietan races to discuss the joint destruction of the human race. It was a pity that apart from the Jietan race, the Maodu race and the Jielin race actually used excuses to shirk responsibility. This infuriated Yu Tianxuan even more. A bunch of cowards! You were really frightened by the lies of the humans. Yu Tianxuan roared. I will personally tear apart the lies of the human race this time. Yu Tianxuan said coldly. My lord the king of Jietan has arrived with his army. A subordinate ran over and reported. All right. Yu Tianxuan nodded and immediately flew in the direction of the Jietan race's army. Chapter 490, Primordial Mount Rankings. 1. Yu Tianxuan met the Jietan race's patriarch Zuosi in the Jietan race's flying boat. There were also the elders of the Jietan race. Among the 4 top demon factions in the primordial world, the Yu Jiao race had the most conflicts with the humans and had the deepest grudges. However, the ones who desired to destroy the human race the most were the Jietan race. This was because they hoped to divide the human territory, especially the Great Bay region controlled by the Heaven Region Kingdom. That was the place the Jietan race yearned for. However, the Jietan race was the weakest among the 4 demon races. It was impossible for them to destroy the Heaven Region Kingdom alone. Therefore, they had been waiting for the other demons to join forces with them. Now that they heard that the most powerful clan, the Yu Jiao race, had decided to declare war on the Heaven Region Kingdom, they were shocked. The Jietan race agreed to join without hesitation and decided to join forces to deal with the Heaven Region Kingdom. As for the news of Emperor Yu's rebirth, what do you think about Emperor Yu? The Jietan race's patriarch Zuosi asked. This must be a rumor deliberately spread by the humans to scare us. They even had the courage to kill my Linger and eat his flesh and blood to make us think that Emperor Yu has really returned. Yu Tianxuan said through gritted teeth. Every time he thought of the tragic death of his son, his heart would bleed and he could not suppress his anger. Yes, I think so too. Now is the best time for our demon race to completely destroy the human race. We can't miss it. I heard that Emperor Changren gathered all the human factions today to pay a visit to the so-called Emperor Yu in the Heaven Region Kingdom's capital. Why don't we go over and meet them together? Zuosi suggested. Immediately gather the experts of all the factions of our demon race and follow us to the Heaven Region Kingdom's capital. Yu Tianxuan ordered. As the Yu Jiao race and the Jietan race gathered the experts of the various demon factions in the Heaven Region Kingdom, the heads of the various human factions gathered here. Greetings, Your Majesty. The leaders of the various human factions kowtowed in unison. They did not doubt Li Yu's identity at all. After all, the person who informed them was Emperor Changren. Furthermore, the fact that Crown Prince Yuling was killed by Emperor Yu and roasted in public was witnessed by countless people, so everyone believed that Emperor Yu had really returned. I've gathered everyone here today for 3 main reasons, Li Yu announced loudly. Only first, a war between the humans and the demons is inevitable. This time we need the humans to share a common enemy and fight with me. We must destroy all the demon factions and establish absolute dominance of the human race. Secondly, I want to rebuild the Heavenly Court and restore the order of the primordial world. In the future, I will need the help of the various large families. However, I still need 2 more things to rebuild the Heavenly Court. They are the Great Dao Green Lotus and the fragment of the Good Fortune Jade Disc, so I hope that everyone can help me find them. Third, I would like to know about the calamity that appeared in the primordial world in ancient times and the reason why humans fled to the north and divided the land. Does anyone here know, or do your ancestors have any relevant records? Everyone was excited when they heard Li Yu. They had been waiting for this day for a long time. The human race finally had a chance to rise up again. They believed that Li Yu had the ability. Especially when they heard that Emperor Yu was going to rebuild the Heavenly Court, everyone felt as if they were in a dream. The Heavenly Court had long become an ancient legend. It was an existence that truly controlled the myriad races in the world. Now they could not help but hope to see the appearance of the Heavenly Court again. They might even have the chance to participate in the reconstruction of the Heavenly Court and become a member in the future. With this opportunity, the people present and their families would definitely rise in status. We are willing to follow Emperor Yu and be loyal to His Majesty. The heads of the various large families knelt and kowtowed to express their loyalty. Do you know anything about the Great Dao Green Lotus and the fragment of the Creation Jade Disc? Emperor Changren asked. He had heard about this from Li Yu, but his family and the other families did not know anything about the Great Dao Green Lotus. However, he found a fragment of the Creation Jade Disc in the palace's treasure vault. Now Li Yu only lacked the last 2 fragments. Upon hearing Emperor Changren's words, the people from the various large families looked at each other and shook their heads slightly. Clearly they did not know. As for what happened in the primordial world back then, everyone was confused. Seeing everyone's reaction, Li Yu was helpless. It seemed impossible to expect these people to solve the mystery of the past. However, he had obtained some information from Emperor Taichung and the historical records of the Heaven Region Kingdom. Most of the living beings in the primordial world seem to have disappeared overnight and only a small portion of them survived. However, no one knew what exactly happened. It was still desolate even now compared to the most prosperous period of the primordial world. It was not even a 10,000th of that time. Fortunately, the level of top combat power was not much inferior to the primordial world of that era. This meant that this world had not entered the cultivationless age. In the future, when the people of the Nine Heavens immortal realm returned to the primordial world, this world could become prosperous again. After that, Emperor Changren began to announce a rough plan. This was formulated in detail by him and Liu. Yesterday, to be precise, it was a plan arranged by Liu, but most of the ideas were proposed by him and approved by Liu. Chapter 491, Primordial Mount Rankings, 2. The reason why Liu handed this matter to Emperor Changren was that he knew more about the various factions in the primordial world. The plan was roughly divided into 3 steps. The first step was to eliminate the current top combat power of the demon race and completely control the 4 demon races. This was equivalent to capturing the leader first. This was the most difficult step for the human race. Of course, it was a different story with Liu around. The second step was to completely disintegrate the central factions of the demon race and eliminate some evil races. In fact, after reaching the first step, this step was already a matter of course. The third step was a long-term process. It was to change the hostile relationship between the demons and humans mentally, or even enslave them to a certain extent. Emperor Changren was well aware that he could not use a ruthless method to deal with the demons. The relationship between humans and demons had been complicated since ancient times, and they even needed each other. Furthermore, there had been plans to eliminate the demons in human history. After the end of the 5 Emperors era, there had been genocides of the demons by humans, but it had always backfired. Not only did they not wipe out the demons, but it also triggered their hatred for the humans. It even led to a rift between the humans and the demons, again triggering a protracted war that ultimately resulted in mutual destruction. Therefore, they wanted to rule over the demons in the future, not eliminate them. Liu was satisfied with Emperor Changren's plan and insights. He was indeed an outstanding politician and emperor. This was also why the overall strength of the human race was far inferior to the demon race, but the Heaven Region Kingdom could make the 4 demon races afraid. Under the call of the Yujia race and the Jietan race, most of the demon factions began to gather, preparing to divide the Heaven Region Kingdom. On the other hand, the attitude of the Jielin race and the Maodu race remained ambiguous. However, if they did not participate this time, it might affect their prestige and status in the hearts of the demons. Furthermore, if the Heaven Region Kingdom was really destroyed, they might not be able to obtain enough benefits. Coupled with the pressure from the Yujia clan and the Jietan race, the Jielin race and the Maodu race still sent their top experts to prepare to follow Yu Tianquan's Wasi and the others to the Heaven Region Kingdom to meet the so-called Emperor Yu. It could be considered a chance to probe the situation. If the rumors about Emperor Yu were really a lie, the 2 races could not miss the great opportunity to divide the Heaven Region Kingdom. A tall muscular man with 2 horns on his head and black scales all over his body walked up to Yu Tianquan's Wasi and the others and cupped his hands slightly. Patriarch, your demon dragon race is here to report for duty. This person was the new patriarch of the demon dragon race, Tu Gesha. Beside him was a cold and charming woman with a curvy figure. Haha, brother Tu, we've been waiting for you, Yu Tianquan said with a smile. Although the overall strength and status of the demon dragon race could not compare to the 4 demon races, they were not much inferior, especially in terms of combat strength. The demon dragon race was born to fight and kill. It was said that their ancestors were a race fused from the bloodlines of the demons and demons. At the same time, they possessed the characteristics of both races, and they might even awaken the bloodline divine arts of the demons and demons at the same time. Therefore, there were many experts in the clan. For example, Tu Gesha was young, but his strength was on par with the current patriarchs of the 4 demon races. Ah, Patriarch Yu, I brought you another expert. This time she's my fiancée, the Demon Realm Princess Mog. Tu Gu introduced the woman beside him proudly. She was Princess Mog, who had successfully arrived in the primordial world from the demon realm. Now, Princess Mog had already led the remaining factions of the demon realm to join the demon dragon race, which had some ties to the demon race, and she had become the fiancée of the patriarch. Oh, Princess of the demon realm. Nice to meet you. Yu Tianquan was shocked. He looked at Princess Mog carefully and cupped his hands. He naturally knew about the demon realm, however, the demon god well that was connected to the primordial world had long disappeared, so he was curious about how Princess Mog came to the primordial world. Princess Emoji had a grave expression as she cupped her hands and said, "I've long heard of the name of Patriarch you. Seeing you today, you live up to your reputation. I'm sorry for your son's matter. This time I'll lead my followers to avenge his highness." "Thank you, Princess Emoji. I can't thank you enough." Yu Tianxuan was touched by Princess Emoji's words, and his impression of her instantly rose. At this moment the golden-haired elder asked curiously, "Excuse me, I wonder how Princess Emoji came to the primordial world from the demon realm. The demon god well seems to have disappeared for a long time." That's right. However, the demon realm is not only connected to our primordial world by the divine demon well, there's also a spatial rift. Tu Gesha replied, "It's not easy to pass through that rift, Princess Emoji, and the experts of the demon realm came to us by chance while exploring a mystic realm in the demon realm." Princess Emoji naturally did not tell Tu Gesha the truth about the demon realm. After all, if she told the truth she would become the princess of nothing. In fact, from a certain perspective she was no longer a princess and had become an existence under someone else's roof. She would be looked down upon. However, now that the other party felt that he was the princess of the demon realm and had the backing of the demon realm and the demon emperor, his opinion and attitude towards her were naturally different. Chapter 492, Primordial Mount Rankings, 3. Princess Emoji was not worried that her lie would be exposed. After all, no one could find the demon realm, nor did anyone know what was going on there. Even if the news of the demon realm spread here in the future, she could still say that the demon realm had been destroyed after she left. What she needed to do now was to help the demon dragon race become the overlord of the primordial world and even rule over the entire demon race in the future. Only then would she have the chance to use the power of the demons in the primordial world to avenge the demon realm. This time the 4 demon races declaring war on the human race allowed Princess Emoji to see an opportunity to showcase the strength of the demon dragon race and improve their status and influence in the demon race. In her opinion, the demon dragon race might be able to use this opportunity to become a race on par with the 4 demon races. It could also allow her to establish a certain reputation among the demons. The demon factions were quickly gathered. Yu Tianxuan led a group of top demon experts to the Heaven Region Kingdom. However, just as the demons flew into the Heaven Region Kingdom, the power of heaven and earth suddenly fluctuated. Violetly golden light surfaced in the sky, and then it shone down. 7-colored auspicious clouds surfaced in the sky. Amidst the heavens and the earth, deep voices sounded out. They resembled the whispers of the gods or the echo of nature. What was going on? Everyone from the demon race stopped in surprise and looked at the strange scene in the sky in shock. At the same time, the entire Heaven Region Kingdom and even all the living beings of the primordial world were shocked to see the strange scene in the sky. However, under countless shocked gazes, a golden scroll that seemed to fall from the sky unfolded. At the same time, golden light that filled the sky gathered on the golden scroll. Finally, 3 words condensed at the top: Heavenly Dao Rankings. Heavenly Dao Rankings? What is that? Yu Tianxuan was shocked. He had never seen such a ranking before, and he did not know where it came from. He even had some doubts about its appearance. After all, such an abnormal phenomenon was beyond their understanding. Could it be a concealment technique from the humans? I wonder what they're up to. Patriarch Jiatan asked. How strange. But I have to say that it's really scary. The demons discussed animatedly. However, they had seen too many extraordinary things, so when they saw the appearance of the Heavenly Dao Rankings, they felt that this might be a bluff created by the humans. Meanwhile, the human leaders in the Imperial Palace were also shocked and discussed animatedly. Heavenly Dao Rankings? This is a ranking bestowed by the Heavenly Dao? This is unbelievable. I wonder what use this ranking has. Don't be too optimistic. This might be caused by the demons. Everyone was curious and worried about the Heavenly Dao Rankings. Li Yu was slightly surprised to see the Heavenly Dao Rankings appear. He did not expect that the Heavenly Dao Rankings would appear here after he arrived in the primordial world. He just did not know which rankings would be announced here. Li Yu did not explain the Heavenly Dao Rankings to everyone because it was a waste of time. He might as well let them comprehend it themselves. After all, they had to learn to accept the existence of the Heavenly Dao Rankings. As everyone discussed, a few golden words condensed below the Heavenly Dao Rankings: Primordial Mount Rankings. Mount Rankings? Li Yu raised his brows. He did not expect the first ranking to appear here to be the Mount Rankings. This was a ranking that had never appeared before. Chapter 492, Primordial Mount Rankings, 3. Princess Emoji was not worried that her lie would be exposed. After all, no one could find the demon realm, nor did anyone know what was going on there. Even if the news of the demon realm spread here in the future, she could still say that the demon realm had been destroyed after she left. What she needed to do now was to help the demon dragon race become the overlord of the primordial world and even rule over the entire demon race in the future. Only then would she have the chance to use the power of the demons in the primordial world to avenge the demon realm. This time the 4 demon races declaring war on the human race allowed Princess Mog to see an opportunity to showcase the strength of the demon dragon race and improve their status and influence in the demon race. In her opinion, the demon dragon race might be able to use this opportunity to become a race on par with the 4 demon races. It could also allow her to establish a certain reputation among the demons. The demon factions were quickly gathered. Yu Tianxuan led a group of top demon experts to the Heaven Region Kingdom. However, just as the demons flew into the Heaven Region Kingdom, the power of heaven and earth suddenly fluctuated violently. Golden light surfaced in the sky, and then it shone down. 7-colored auspicious clouds surfaced in the sky. Amidst the heavens and the earth, deep voices sounded out. They resembled the whispers of the gods or the echo of nature. What was going on? Everyone from the demon race stopped in surprise and looked at the strange scene in the sky in shock. At the same time, the entire Heaven Region Kingdom and even all the living beings of the primordial world were shocked to see the strange scene in the sky. However, under countless shocked gazes, a golden scroll that seemed to fall from the sky unfolded. At the same time, golden light that filled the sky gathered on the golden scroll. Finally, 3 words condensed at the top: Heavenly Dao Rankings. Heavenly Dao Rankings? What is that? Yu Tianxuan was shocked. He had never seen such a ranking before, and he did not know where it came from. He even had some doubts about its appearance. After all, such an abnormal phenomenon was beyond their understanding. Could it be a concealment technique from the humans? I wonder what they're up to. Patriarch Jietan asked. How strange. But I have to say that it's really scary. The demons discussed animatedly. However, they had seen too many extraordinary things, so when they saw the appearance of the Heavenly Dao Rankings, they felt that this might be a bluff created by the humans. Meanwhile, the human leaders in the Imperial Palace were also shocked and discussed animatedly. Heavenly Dao Rankings? This is a ranking bestowed by the Heavenly Dao? This is unbelievable. I wonder what use this ranking has. Don't be too optimistic. This might be caused by the demons. Everyone was curious and worried about the Heavenly Dao Rankings. Li Yu was slightly surprised to see the Heavenly Dao Rankings appear. He did not expect that the Heavenly Dao Rankings would appear here after he arrived in the primordial world. He just did not know which rankings would be announced here. Li Yu did not explain the Heavenly Dao Rankings to everyone because it was a waste of time. He might as well let them comprehend it themselves. After all, they had to learn to accept the existence of the Heavenly Dao Rankings. As everyone discussed, a few golden words condensed below the Heavenly Dao Rankings: Primordial Mount Rankings. Mount Rankings? Li Yu raised his brows. He did not expect the first ranking to appear here to be the Mount Rankings. This was a ranking that had never appeared before. Chapter 493, How Did I Become Emperor? Use Mount. 1. Primordial Mount Rankings? Upon seeing the names of the rankings that appeared on the Heavenly Dao Rankings, the expressions of Old Patriarch Yu Qi and Patriarch Yu Tianxuan of the Yu Jiao race, Old Patriarch Sui Shou and Patriarch Sui Si of the Jietan race, Patriarch Tu Gesha of the Demon Dragon race, and the other demon experts of the Jielin race and the Maodu race darkened. They felt that the rankings seemed to be targeting them. Everyone knew that only humans liked to take demons or some non-human creatures as mounts. Of course, mounts were not always used for riding. They were more often used as cows or horses to charge for the human race or assist in battle. Therefore, the people on the rankings were probably the demons dominated by humans. The rankings did not appear earlier or later. Instead, it appeared just as the demons and humans were about to fight. It was simply a blatant insult to them, as if it was reminding them that the humans were the masters of this world. They were only fit to be mounts for humans. However, at this moment, golden light gathered on the ranking and slowly condensed a line of words. The primordial mount rankings recorded human mounts in the primordial world, including but not limited to those living beings who had formed various contract seals with humans. The rankings only contained the top 10. All owners of the mounts on the rankings could obtain the Heavenly Dao reward. The annotation of the rankings on the golden scroll completely ignited the anger in the hearts of Yu Qi, Yu Tianxuan, Zui Shou, Zui Si, and the other demons. It also confirmed that this ranking was definitely a smokescreen created by humans. It was a complete humiliation to the demons. Damn humans, they must have done this to disgust us. That's right, what bullsh *T Heavenly Dao rankings? Who are you bluffing here? Stop pretending. Humans are so shameless. This time our demon race will definitely take all the humans as slaves. Everyone denounced. You think you can bluff with such petty tricks? Watch me tear apart your bullsh *T rankings. Gush shouted angrily. He immediately used all his magic power and swung his saber towards the Heavenly Dao rankings. He instantly arrived at the extreme height of the sky. The saber light in his hand transformed into a blade that could split the sky as if it was about to split it open, causing the world to tremble as countless magic power gathered at the blade. Seeing Gesha rush towards the so-called Heavenly Dao rankings, a smile surfaced on Princess Emoji's lips. She nodded, praising Gesha's actions. In her opinion, if this Gesha could tear apart the Heavenly Dao rankings created by the humans with a single strike, he would definitely become famous in the world and spread among the demons. It could also make the various demon leaders remember this moment forever. Therefore she had a smile on her face as she waited for the moment Gesha destroyed the illusion of the Heavenly Dao rankings in his valiant appearance under the illumination of the dissipating golden light. However, right at this moment a golden bolt of lightning instantly descended from the Heavenly Dao rankings and destroyed Gesha's saber light and the saber in his hand. Blast! With a loud bang the world shook and a circle of ripples appeared in space. Gesha was like a fly that had bumped into an electric mosquito. It was like a lit light bulb. It was a pity that the dazzling golden light flashed and Gesha was charred on the outside and tender on the inside. It directly transformed into the demonic dragon's original form. It emitted black smoke and fell from the sky dead. Not only that, but the powerful heavenly might seemed to have transformed into a material pressure that poured down from the sky, causing all the living beings under the sky to tremble. Silence. The demons present kept quiet out of fear as they looked at the falling Gesha in horror. This scene could be seen clearly within a radius of 5,000 kilometers. Countless living beings had witnessed the moment of Gesha's glory. They also witnessed the terrifying might of the Heavenly Dao rankings. My king! Princess Mog exclaimed with an ashen face. She never imagined that the Heavenly Dao rankings were real, nor did she expect that Gesha would die on the spot. This Heavenly Dao rankings is actually real. The golden lightning just now and the pressure pouring down from the Heavenly Dao rankings had completely intimidated all the demons. Clearly that was not a smokescreen created by humans or an unknown trick. It was the true Heavenly Dao rankings. The heavenly might was vast and could not be offended. Gesha had used his body to test the waters and ended up dying miserably. No matter who that bolt of lightning struck, they would probably die. The demons who had almost rushed up with Gesha could be said to have a lingering fear. They were glad that they did not act rashly, otherwise they would probably have ended up like Gesha. In an instant Princess Mog felt that her hope had collapsed again. Her plan had not even begun when Gesha took the lead to die. It really made her break down. In the imperial palace of the Heaven Region Kingdom, a group of human experts looked at the black snake that had been struck down by the Heavenly Dao rankings in the distance in surprise. Looks like some demons are dissatisfied with the rankings and want to test it with their bodies. Yeah, it's indeed the style of the demon race. The power just now was really shocking. Looks like this ranking is really a miracle bestowed by the Heavenly Dao. Everyone discussed animatedly, and they were even more certain that what they saw was not an illusion, it was real, a miracle bestowed by the Heavenly Dao. Chapter 494, How Did I Become Emperor? Use Mount. 2. Everyone could not help but feel excited. After all, no one could calm down after seeing such a miracle. Furthermore, it was clear that the mounts and pets controlled by humans would be on the primordial mount rankings next, and the beneficiaries were humans. From the rankings, the Heavenly Dao seemed to be filled with favoritism towards the human race. This suddenly made everyone feel a little proud. Indeed, we humans are the race favored by the Heavenly Dao. Humans are a race chosen by the Heavenly Dao. We are destined to become the rulers of all races. That's right, the appearance of the Heavenly Dao rankings this time will shock the demons and wake them up. The demons are destined to be ruled by humans. This ranking will probably destroy the arrogance of the demons. As everyone discussed, Tyree looked at Liu. His intuition told him that this ranking was probably for Liu. Otherwise, why would a ranking appear after they arrived? Furthermore, it was a mount ranking that had never appeared before. According to Liu's previous habits, he had probably taken in many mounts and pets in the primordial world in his previous life. Most demons had probably been used as mounts or food by Liu back then. In fact, the so-called 4 demon races might even have ancestors who were Liu's mounts. With this in mind, Tyree looked forward to seeing what shocking news would be exposed on the rankings. Master, do you think I can get on the rankings? Changjiang number 7 asked curiously. After all, there were only 10 spots on the rankings this time, and Changjiang number 7 was not confident. You're so cute, you'll definitely get on the rankings. Yu Rong interrupted. You and Huang should be on the rankings, and the top will probably be the two of you, Liu said with a smile. With his understanding of Huang and Changjiang number 7, their strength could indeed crush all the demons in the current primordial world. Even in his previous life, the only demon who could compete with these two was the fellow who had once obtained the Eastern Emperor Tai's bloodline. In the territory of the Maodu race, old patriarch Mao So, patriarch Mao Buwa and the elders were gathered in front of the main hall looking up at the rankings in the sky. The name of the Mount rankings was incomparably glaring and hurtful to them, causing them to be extremely displeased. However, the terrifying heavenly might that spread down from the sky just now intimidated them, making them not dare to doubt the dignity of the Heavenly Dao rankings. The atmosphere in the hall was oppressive and heavy. We don't have to pay too much attention to this ranking. An elder broke the oppressive atmosphere. So what if it's a mount ranking? The mounts humans have now are only those low-level demons and creatures. They can't be compared to us at all. Aren't there many humans who are willing to be our slaves? That's right, our demon race is no longer the same as before. It's no longer the era where we're dominated by humans. There are only 10 spots on the rankings. It's clear that the humans only have 10 mounts now. Once we destroy the human race, it'll be the best rebuttal to this ranking, Patriarch Mao Buwa said with a cold expression. Yes, the future primordial world will definitely return to our demon race. If the Eastern Emperor had not gone to the primordial world, our demon race would have long rebuilt the demon court and ruled the world under his lead. The Eastern Emperor went to the primordial chaos to find a way to rebuild the demon court and restore order. I think he's about to return. If he returns, even if Emperor Yu is really reborn, it's not enough, Mao Su said in a low voice. After the conversation, everyone felt better and did not mind the rankings anymore. In any case, the human race would sooner or later become extinct. It would not last for long. Even if the Heavenly Dao favored the human race, it would depend on whether the human race could support them. At this moment, the world shook slightly as dazzling golden lights slowly gathered on the rankings. Soon the first information on the rankings appeared in everyone's field of vision. Mount ranking number 10, Mao Buwa. Race, Ancient Quinyu race. Owner, Emperor Yu. Reward, 1 primordial stone. Silence. Upon seeing the information that appeared on the Heavenly Dao rankings, Mao So, Mao Buwa and all the elders of the younger generation were dumbfounded as if they had been struck by lightning. This was especially true for Mao Buwa. He felt as if 10,000 feet had stepped on his face and his dignity seemed to have been pressed to the ground and rubbed repeatedly. Of course, besides shame, they were more shocked and puzzled. This was because the information displayed on the rankings was enormous and impactful. Firstly, Emperor Yu's appearance on the rankings meant that he had really returned. Secondly, his race was actually the Quinyu race, not the Maodu race. In the end, when did he become Emperor Yu's mount? This was simply unbelievable. Why? Mao Buwa could not understand. He turned to look at Mao Su, but Mao Su had a strange expression. He looked at Mao Buwa as if he was waiting for him to give him a reasonable explanation. Of course, it was not only Mao Buwa who could not understand. Everyone could not understand how their leader had become Emperor Yu's mount. At this moment, Yu Tianxu and Yu Qizhua Shouzuasi and the other demons in the Heaven Region Kingdom were also shocked. Chapter 495, How did I become Emperor Yu's mount? 3. Emperor Yu has really returned. Could the rumors be true? What should we do now? Everyone was shocked. Emperor Yu's reputation was still a huge shock to them. If Emperor Yu really returned, they might end up like Crown Prince Yuling if they rashly headed to the Heaven Region Kingdom's capital today. Yu Tianxuan's expression was grave. While he was shocked, he was also furious. He turned to look at the Maochang elder and said coldly, "No wonder your Maodu race hasn't been willing to send troops to follow us to encircle the Heaven Region Kingdom. It turns out that your patriarch has already submitted to Emperor Yu." Yu Tianxuan's words instantly woke everyone up. They looked at the elder angrily. The elder was also puzzled, and for a moment he suspected his patriarch. Looks like Mao Buwa knew that Emperor Yu had returned and secretly submitted to him. No wonder he didn't come personally this time. He's planning to let us walk into his trap. This treacherous fellow. Tui Mao Buwa is really a spineless coward. How dare he collude with the humans to harm us? What a despicable fellow. Everyone reprimanded Mao Buwa angrily. The elder was also silent. He could not figure out the truth now after all the information on the Heavenly Dao rankings was irrefutable. Furthermore, he was already beginning to suspect his patriarch, so how could he be willing to defend him? In the Heaven Region Kingdom, all the humans in the capital were shocked when they saw the information of the first person on the rankings. Emperor Taichang and Emperor Changrun looked at Liu with admiration. Emperor Yu is mighty. He's already in control of the Maodu race. Emperor Changrun cupped his hands. However, Liu was slightly puzzled at the moment. He did have a Quinyu as a mount in his memories. Only, however, even if Mao Buwa was a descendant of the Quinyu race, he should not be his mount. Can the status of a mount be inherited? Or is he afraid because he heard that I've returned from the dead and unilaterally admitted to being my mount? Liu thought to himself, but his face was expressionless. He did not explain and only looked at the golden light that surfaced on the Heavenly Dao rankings again. After all the information presented was limited, he needed to continue reading to find the answer. However, he had to admit that this ranking was a surprise. Soon the golden light on the Heavenly Dao rankings condensed new information. Mount ranking number 9, GIMO. Race, Heavenly Qilin race. Owner, Emperor Yu. Seeing that the Jielin race's patriarch GIMO was also on the rankings, Yu Tianshu and Yu Qi and the others were immediately furious. All the demons looked at them angrily. The elder of the Jielin race was also shocked. He could not understand why his patriarch had become Emperor Yu's mount. Could it be that his patriarch had betrayed the demons and chosen to submit to Emperor Yu? No, there must be another reason. Hey everyone, don't you think there's something wrong with this ranking? That's right, there's a problem. It's a big problem. Your Jielin race and the Maodu race have been pushing the blame. It turns out that you have already betrayed our demon race. Everyone reprimanded unhappily. No, there must be a misunderstanding. This might be a scheme by Emperor Yu to drive a wedge between us. He was the one who came up with the Heavenly Dao rankings to drive a wedge between us demons. The elder explained his desire to live, bursting. Chapter 496, Everyone is a Mount. 1. In the Jielin race's territory, GIMO and the elders who were originally discussing why Mao Buwa had become Liu's mount instantly fell silent. Looking at the information on the Heavenly Dao rankings, GIMO began to doubt his demon life. He thought Mao Buwa had secretly sought refuge with Emperor Yu, but he did not expect to become Emperor Yu's mount for no reason. Did I lose my memory? Or could I become Emperor Yu's mount without my permission? Did anyone ask me? What's going on? The elders looked at each other. Did my patriarch secretly submit to Emperor Yu? There's something wrong with this mount ranking. This is too strange. I became Emperor Yu's mount, but I didn't even know. GIMO said with a puzzled expression. If not for the fact that he was shocked by Emperor Yu's power, he really wanted to rush to the palace of the Heaven Region Kingdom and ask Emperor Yu what was going on. At the border of the Heaven Region Kingdom, the encampment of the demon army was also in an uproar. They saw the two patriarchs of the Maodu race and the Jielin race enter the rankings one after another and become Emperor Yu's mounts. Countless demons could no longer calm down. When they saw Emperor Yu's name, their hearts had already wavered and they did not dare to fight the humans anymore. Now that they saw the two leaders of the four demon races, Mao Buwa and GIMO, become Emperor Yu's mounts, the impact on their hearts was too great. It was clear that the Maodu race and the Jielin race had already chosen to submit to the humans. For a moment they did not know where the future of the demons lay. Were they going to return to the fear of being dominated and ruled by humans? Regardless, if they dared to invade the Heaven Region Kingdom this time, nothing good would await them. In the Heaven Region Kingdom, after Liu saw the information about GIMO on the rankings, many vague memories surfaced in his mind. He also understood why Mao Buwa and GIMO were his mounts. As he had guessed previously, this was really the identity they had inherited. Quinyu and the Heavenly Qilin were originally powerful demons who were enemies of the human race. Later on they were defeated by him, so Quinyu and the Heavenly Qilin became his mounts. Of course, Liu also had many mounts in his previous life. It could even be said that he had too many to count. Later on he forgot how many mounts he had. Furthermore, apart from mounts, there were also some powerful demons he kept in captivity, such as some demons with delicious meat. The ancestor of the Yujiao race, the Fire Phoenix race, was one of them. Later on, most of these demons were sent into Emperor Yu Mountain to rest in Cultivate. However, Li Yu was worried that these demons would give birth to powerful children and descendants that were no longer under his control. Therefore, the contract seal he planted in the bodies of these demons was a powerful spell that had fused into their bloodlines. It could control all the races with their bloodlines. In other words, as long as he possessed the Kueox and the Heavenly Qilin bloodline, his bloodline would possess the power of his contract seal. Furthermore, Emperor Yu Mountain at that time was similar to Li Yu's current misty immortal island, existing in an independent space in the primordial world. It was probably because they had once lived in the Emperor Yu Mountain that they were not affected by the strange calamity in the primordial world and escaped. This was also the reason why they were spared. Later on, because of his death, they slowly found a way to leave Emperor Yu Mountain. Perhaps for some reason they were able to return to the primordial world. After countless years, they gradually developed their own races. However, they did not know that the power of the contract seal flowed in their bloodlines. This was the reason why Mao Buwa and Jiamo were his mounts. Not only that, but Li Yu felt that the so-called 4 demon races and the ancestors of the other demon races might have once been his mounts or reared demons. Therefore, many demon experts probably had the power of their contract seals in their bodies. In a sense, they were their mounts. As for why only Mao Buwa and Jiamo were on the rankings, Li Yu guessed that on the one hand their bloodlines were purer, and on the other hand they were strong enough. After all, they were only in the top 10. As the patriarchs of the 4 demon races, these two were definitely experts, standing at the top of the demon race. Not only that, but Li Yu even guessed that the humans in the primordial world were likely the descendants of his subordinates who cultivated and lived in Emperor Yu Mountain. In that case, a calamity had indeed occurred in the primordial world back then, but he could only slowly find the answer. The rankings are getting interesting. It looks like the top experts of the 4 demon races will be on the rankings one after another. Li Yu thought to himself, and suddenly felt that the Heavenly Dao rankings were indeed good at fixing the show. He wondered what these demons would think when they saw that their clan leader and experts were their mounts. I didn't expect things to be easier than I imagined. If these demon bloodlines have the power of the contract seal, I only need to use the contract seal technique to instantly control them. Li Yu felt that everything had become simple. However, at this moment, Emperor Changrun, Emperor Taichung, and the heads of the various large families were filled with curiosity. Chapter 497, Everyone is a Mount. 2. They looked at Li Yu, hoping to obtain his answer. However, Li Yu only smiled and did not say a word. He pointed at the Heavenly Dao rankings. Golden light gathered there again, and a new name slowly appeared. Mount ranking number 8, Zhuasi. Race, Dragon Abalone race. Owner, Emperor Yu. Gasp. Everyone could not remain calm when they saw that the Jietan race master Zhuasi was also Li Yu's mount. 3 of the 4 demon leaders were already on the rankings. Could the 4 demon leaders be Emperor Yu's mounts? What's going on? If Emperor Yu had subdued them long ago, why would they dare to start a war with the humans? There were too many inexplicable and confusing things. Everyone's curiosity was piqued, and they could not wait to find out the answer. However, the various demons were equally puzzled. At the moment, Zhuasi's expression could be described as marvelous. The surrounding demons' gazes immediately shifted from the Jielin race's elder to him. Brothers, well, why are you also? Yu Tianquan felt that his worldview had collapsed. 3 of the patriarchs of the 4 demon races had become Emperor Yu's mounts. It seemed that only his race was left to fight Emperor Yu. Why was Zhuasi so enthusiastic before? Was this all a trap set by Emperor Yu to lure him to lead my family's experts to the Heaven Region Kingdom's capital and capture them all? However, with Emperor Yu's strength, there was no need to go through so much trouble. Yu Tianquan was in a complete mess, and the expressions of the members of the Yu Jiao race were ugly. They felt as if an invisible hand was grabbing their lifeline. I don't know either. There must be something wrong with the Heavenly Dao rankings. Emperor Yu must have created it to drive a wedge between us. Zhuasi insisted that this was all a scheme. After all, he could not explain what was going on. How did he become Emperor Yu's mount for no reason? This was too strange. Did Emperor Yu have some powerful divine power that could forcefully take in a mount? Yu Tianquan looked at Zhuasi with a complicated expression. He felt that Zhuasi really did not know but what was going on. He felt that his brain was no longer enough. Zhuasi is on the rankings too. Malbua, who was in the territory of the Maudu race, widened his eyes in anger. Why is this guy ranked ahead of me? There was also competition between the 4 demon races. After all, blood brothers competed with each other, not to mention that they were not from the same race. In terms of strength, Malbua believed that even if he could not compare to Yu Tianquan, he could at least rank second among the 4 patriarchs. Zuosi was the weakest. However, he was actually ranked last on the rankings. Even Zuosi was ranked higher than him. Perhaps this ranking is based on who's more suitable to be a mount. A clan elder said. That makes sense. Malbua nodded. He seemed to feel better thinking about it. The Heavenly Dao reward descended again, and Liu obtained another primordial stone. Liu was in a good mood as he looked at the 3 primordial stones in his hand. He even felt that 10 spots on the rankings were too little. Primordial stones were the most precious, rare, and top-notch ores in the world. It contained the power of the laws of heaven and earth and the origin energy of the endless universe. Many ancient divine artifacts and even primordial-grade magic treasures required primordial stones. However, primordial stones were extremely rare. Even the Liu of his previous life, who had entered the primordial world many times and controlled the wealth of the world, only possessed 4 primordial stones. 3 of them were used to build the human heavenly court and formulate new laws of order. If he had more primordial stones at that time, he could have almost created a new set of the laws of heaven and earth. That way there might not have been the subsequent calamity and the human race might not have declined. Now the Heavenly Dao rankings had rewarded him with 3 primordial stones in a row. At this rate, he would have at least 10 primordial stones. With these primordial stones, not to mention repairing the fragments of the heavenly court, it was not impossible to build a new heavenly court and a new universe. Of course, the primordial stone had many uses, be it building the heavenly court, refining magic treasures, reshaping the order of the world, or even opening up a new universe. The primordial stone could be used. Master Hehe, can you reward me with a primordial stone? The primordial pearl looked at the primordial stone in Liu's hand with a yearning and greedy expression. The primordial stone was a real sought-after treasure for him, and it was also the true treasure to improve his strength. When the primordial pearl was first born, it relied on devouring the primordial stone to become stronger. However, the primordial stone almost ceased to exist. Coupled with the fact that he had left the primordial space, he had never devoured a primordial stone again. Now that he saw the primordial stone again, he was drooling. Dream on. Liu refused decisively. He did not think it was enough for himself, so how could he bear to give it to the primordial pearl unless the Heavenly Dao rankings could reward him with more primordial stones than he could use up? On the side, everyone from the Heaven Region Kingdom looked at the rewards of the Heavenly Dao rankings and sighed to themselves. Thinking about it, the rankings really infuriated the demons. They were clearly the ones on the rankings, but the rewards were given to Liu. Malbua, Jiamo, and Zuosi must be feeling stifled now. You really didn't submit to Emperor Yu? Yu Tianquan was still questioning Zuosi. Of course, I've never even seen him, let alone submitted to him. Besides, you know that I didn't believe that Emperor Yu had returned. Moreover, our 2 races are the same. Our ancestors were almost wiped out by Emperor Yu. Our race and the human race have always been irreconcilable. Why would I, Zuosi, submit to Emperor Yu? Zuosi said with a grave expression. Hearing Zuosi's words, Yu Tianquan nodded slightly. He felt that Zuosi was not lying to him. There was indeed something fishy about this. Look at the Heavenly Dao rankings, someone exclaimed. Yu Tianquan looked at the Heavenly Dao rankings in surprise. His eyes widened and the flames on his hair soared 30 feet into the sky. The latest mount on the Heavenly Dao rankings was actually Mount ranking number 7, Yu Tianquan. Race, Fire Phoenix race. Owner, Emperor Yu. Yu Tianquan seemed to have eaten a fly as he was tongue-tied and ashen-faced. He never imagined that he would be on the rankings too. At the same time, all the demons looked at Yu Tianquan. At this moment, anyone could tell that there was something wrong with the rankings. Something's wrong. There's something wrong with this ranking. This is a scheme. It must be a scheme. Yu Tianquan roared. It was as they had guessed. This must be a scheme by Emperor Yu. But if Emperor Yu wanted to drive a wedge between us, why did he make the 4 patriarchs his mounts? Someone objected. His words puzzled everyone again. It was true. If Emperor Yu really wanted to drive a wedge between them, he would at most make the 2 patriarchs his mounts. Then he would cause a misunderstanding between them, suspicion, and even conflict to break up the alliance. Now that the 4 demon leaders had become his mounts, it was really strange. Just as everyone was thinking about it, golden light gathered on the Heavenly Dao rankings and new information appeared. The demons looked at the Heavenly Dao rankings with nervous expressions. They did not know what shocking news would come next. Mount ranking number 6, Zhuo. Race, Dragon Abalone race. Owner, Emperor Yu. Gasp. The demon experts were immediately in an uproar as they looked at the Jietan race's old patriarch, Zhuo, in shock. As for Zhuo himself, his face was filled with surprise, but his frown deepened and his expression turned grim. At this point he felt that the Heavenly Dao rankings were not as they imagined. Perhaps this was not a scheme, perhaps. Could it be that Emperor Yu did something to our bloodline back then? Zhuo guessed the shocking truth. Although he could not understand how Emperor Yu did it, this was the only answer that could explain it. After all, he knew that his ancestors had once been controlled by Emperor Yu and even reared as his food. Therefore Emperor Yu must have cast some kind of spell on their race back then. Their descendants could not escape his control. He was simply a devil. The more Zhuo thought about it, the more afraid he became. If that was the case, wouldn't their race become Emperor Yu's food in the future and be controlled by him? Chapter 498, Princess Mog's Meltdown. 1. The information on the Mount rankings made the demon army stationed at the border of the Heaven Region Kingdom increasingly confused. The patriarchs of the 4 top demons were all Emperor Yu's mounts. Now even their patriarch, the super expert standing at the top of the demon race, was Emperor Yu's mount. What was the point of fighting this war against the humans? On the other side, the human army began to mock them wantonly and attack them with various words. As for the demons, they did not dare to speak up. After all, they had no intention of fighting at all and their morale was low. They even wanted to retreat, and they were filled with fear of the human Emperor Yu. At the moment, Yu Tianxu and Zhuo Wasi and the other demons were in despair. They had already given up on the idea of going to the Heaven Region Kingdom's capital. They were already afraid when they saw that Emperor Yu had really returned. The situation on the Heavenly Dao rankings made them lose confidence. Clearly they were doomed to lose this battle with the humans before it even began. They had no chance of winning against Emperor Yu, and going to the Heaven Region Kingdom was like walking into a trap. However, Princess Mog was in even more despair. She thought that she could use the demon dragon race to make a comeback, but Gesha was killed by the Heavenly Dao rankings. She felt that she could continue to use the war between the demons and the humans to find another opportunity. Once the demons ruled the primordial world, she could use the power of the demons to avenge the demon realm in the future. Now, from the looks of it, the demons themselves were in despair. How could she count on them? The next outcome for the demons was probably to become the slaves of the human race and Emperor Yu's mount and livestock. Looks like I can only rely on myself, Princess Mog thought. It was clear that the demons could barely take care of themselves. She had to cut ties with the demons and secretly establish her own faction. She would continue to cultivate to improve her strength. The day she became strong enough would be the day of the destruction of the 9 heavens immortal realm. After I released Huang, those humans who invaded our demon realm must have suffered heavy casualties. Most of the experts were probably killed. Moreover, Huang will definitely rush out of the demon god well and attack the immortal realm. He might even destroy the immortal realm. At the thought of this, a trace of hope ignited in Princess Mog's heart and her mood improved significantly. As Princess Mog's thoughts raced, the surrounding demons were in an uproar. She looked up at the rankings in the sky in surprise and saw the latest mount on it. Mount ranking number 5, Mao Su. Race, Ancient Quinyu race. Owner, Emperor Yu. It's over. The thing I was most worried about has really happened. Patriarch Zhuo's face was ashen and he was filled with despair. Seeing that old patriarch Mao Su was also on the rankings and became Emperor Yu's mount, Zhuo knew that his guess was right. Emperor Yu had really tampered with the bloodlines of these demons back then. Although countless years had passed and generations of their inheritance had reached this day, they still could not escape the fate of becoming Emperor Yu's mount. This is too scary. Emperor Yu is too scary. Princess Mog, you bring us out of the primordial world, we'll follow you to the demon realm. Zhuo suddenly looked at Princess Mog and said with a serious expression. He did not want to become food and be roasted and eaten by Emperor Yu like Crown Prince Yu Jia. He did not want his race to be reared by Emperor Yu again and fed like livestock. That's right, Princess Mog, let's go to the demon realm with you. If we join forces with the demons, we might be able to resist the humans, Yu Tianxuan said. He had no other choice now. He clearly could not stay in this primordial world anymore. The human race would definitely rule here again in the future. Princess Mog was a little dumbfounded by this group of demons. She had wanted to count on these demons, but she did not expect that not only would she not count on them, but she would also be pestered by them. Everyone, I can't help you. I don't know how to return to the demon realm either, otherwise I would have returned long ago, Princess Mog said in a low voice. Hearing Princess Mog's words, everyone's faces darkened and despair filled their eyes. Everyone, don't panic, there must be a good way, Princess Mog advised. Unless the Eastern Emperor returns, the demons will definitely not escape the claws of Emperor Yu, Zuosho said with a look of despair. Everyone, let's leave this place first and take our time to think about it, Princess Mog suggested. She had already decided to slip away later and bring everyone from the demon realm to a deserted place to hide. She could not get involved in the conflict between the demons and humans. Hearing Princess Mog's words, everyone looked at each other. They could only return first. Soon the fourth person on the Heavenly Dao rankings was announced. As expected, it was the old patriarch of the Jielin race, Jiayan. The third person on the rankings was the old patriarch of the Yujia race, Yuqi. The 8 people on the Mount rankings happened to be the 8 strongest demons. This made the hearts of all the demons sink to the bottom, and their fear of Emperor Yu rose to the peak. If it was said that the fear came from historical records and ancient legends in the past, in that case the fear now was right in front of them, striking at their souls. Soon the demon army began to retreat. The various demons fell into a panic, not knowing what would happen to them. Chapter 499, Princess Mog's Meltdown. 2. After Princess Mog returned to the demon dragon race, she began to think of ways to take away the wealth of the demon dragon race and hide with the demons. At the same time, the second person on the rankings was announced. Mount ranking number 2, Changjiang number 7. Race, primordial life form. Owner, Emperor Yu. Reward, 5 primordial stones. Aha, I'm really on the rankings. Changjiang number 7 jumped around excitedly, and Li Yu was even happier. The rewards from 6th place on the rankings became 2 primordial stones. Now it became 5 in 2nd place. Now there were enough primordial stones. Of course, the primordial pearl was also excited. Its eyes were shining, and it hoped that Li Yu could reward it with a primordial stone in his joy. Little primordial, I'll reward you with 1. Li Yu took out a primordial stone and threw it to the primordial pearl. Thank you, Emperor Yu. Thank you, Emperor Yu. The primordial pearl was so excited that it almost knelt down in front of Li Yu. Then it hugged the primordial stone and bit it as if it was eating candy. The surrounding human experts were dumbfounded. They could not help but think to themselves that there were really crouching tigers and hidden dragons around Emperor Yu. Old Huang, looks like the first place is yours. Changjiang number 7 hugged Huang and said. Huang did not react. It blinked as if it was indifferent to fame and fortune. However, after the various demons saw the latest information on the rankings, their fear of Emperor Yu reached an extreme. Primordial life form? Even a primordial life form is Emperor Yu's mount. This ranking was specially sent down for Emperor Yu, right? Currently the 9 mounts on the rankings belong to Emperor Yu. The last one will probably be Emperor Yu's. Even the primordial life form can only rank 2nd. How powerful is the first? It must be a primordial life form too. The demons discussed, and they were filled with despair. Now they could basically confirm their future fate. The primordial world would be controlled by Emperor Yu again, and they would be ruled and dominated by the humans again. Before long, the Heavenly Dao rankings flourished with golden light again. The power of heaven and earth fluctuated in 7-colored light shone. The information about first place slowly condensed at the top of the rankings. At this moment, countless primordial creatures were watching, wanting to see who the first place's mount was. Mount ranking number 1, Huang. Race, primordial life form. Owner, Emperor Yu. Reward, 10 primordial stones. It's Emperor Yu's mount again. It's another primordial life form. How powerful is this Emperor Yu? Everyone sighed in their hearts. Huang? Princess Mog's expression changed when she saw Huang on the rankings. She was all too familiar with Huang's name. It was the powerful creature who had almost destroyed the demon realm, and she had personally released it again. She wondered if the Huang on the rankings was the one in the demon realm. If they were the same, it would be terrifying. If Huang was Emperor Yu's mount, why would it appear in the demon realm? Furthermore, now that Huang was on the primordial world's mount rankings, it meant that it was in the primordial world. No, it can't be the same. Huang must be in the demon realm or the immortal realm. Now it can't be here, Princess Mog said in a low voice. However, she kept feeling uneasy. At this moment another change occurred in the sky. The giant scroll slowly unfolded and the golden words floated above it. Elegance Exhibition. Princess Mog looked at the painting in the sky in surprise as a dynamic scene appeared. At the same time a familiar scene appeared in front of Princess Mog. It was her hometown, the demon realm. Rumble. A loud sound reverberated through the world as the scene in the sky sounded. The voice made one feel as if they were in the middle of it. A huge figure lay across the demon realm on the screen. Those from the demon realm and the immortal world who were still fighting each other stopped one after another and looked at the enormous body that broke out of the ground below in horror. Upon seeing this, Princess Mog's heart had already constricted into a ball and her expression was grim. Clearly the thing she was most worried about had happened. This Huang was the one in their demon realm, that terrifying monster. However, in the next second an even more shocking and devastating scene appeared. Countless tentacles rushed out of Huang's body and instantly bound the surrounding demons before sucking them into dried corpses. However, those humans were not affected or injured at all. The scene lasted for a long time. Princess Mog witnessed Huang's massacre of the people from the demon realm and the humans standing safely at the side. No, Princess Mog roared in pain and her mind was about to break. The expressions of the people from the demon realm beside her were as ugly as they could be. They felt that they had pushed the demon realm, which was about to collapse, onto the path of destruction and personally consigned it to eternal damnation. Although they had originally planned to make the demon realm and the immortal realm perish together, it seemed that they had released their enemies and destroyed their homes without causing any harm to the immortal realm. They had even sent a terrifying helper to the immortal realm, and those who had released Huang had become accomplices. As for why Huang only attacked the demon realm and not the people of the immortal world, the reason was obvious. Huang was actually the mount of the human Emperor Yu. Was Emperor Yu the terrifying expert who led the humans to invade the demon realm? Everyone had an answer in their hearts and could not help but despair. They could not even deal with Huang, let alone a powerful existence like Emperor Yu. Looks like the demon realm has also been destroyed by Emperor Yu. The surrounding demon dragons looked at Princess Mog with complicated expressions. They did not know that Princess Mog was roaring in regret for releasing Huang. They thought that she was roaring because she saw her home destroyed, and they could not help but pity her fate. At this moment all the living beings in the primordial world saw the wanton destruction by Huang and the chilling scene. For a moment countless demons were scared out of their wits. Their legs went limp and some weaker ones even crawled on the ground, unwilling to look at Huang's terrifying body. As for the humans, they were also shocked to see Huang. They could not help but sigh at how terrifying and powerful the primordial lifeform was. Of course they could tell that Huang had personally destroyed the demon realm, and they were shocked. Emperor Yu is mighty, Emperor Yu is mighty. Emperor Changrun and Emperor Taichung were already shocked to the extreme, and they immediately bowed and kowtowed to Li Yu again. The surrounding humans admired and revered Li Yu. They knew that Emperor Yu was powerful, but they had now experienced it for themselves. If even his pet was so powerful, they could not imagine how powerful Emperor Yu was. At the moment no one was in the mood to think about why the top experts of the 4 demon races were Li Yu's mounts. They were only shocked and excited. They could even see the beautiful future and glory of the human race. The scene in the sky disappeared again and the dust settled on the primordial mount rankings. Peace seemed to have returned to the world, but the hearts of the humans and demons in the world could not calm down for a long time. It was time for the demons to pay their respects to their master. Li Yu thought to himself as he formed hand seals. He recalled the contract seal technique he had once used and activated it. In an instant an unknown power suddenly surged out of the bodies of the demons who had just returned to their territories and were even on the way back. Golden light shot out from his glabella, and then a special mark flashed. A voice sounded unquestionably in his ear like the might of the heavens. Come and pay your respects to me. This voice seemed to contain the power of the laws of heaven and earth that went straight to the depths of their souls, causing them to instinctively submit in fear. They could not muster the slightest will to resist, and their bodies began to fly towards the heaven region kingdom again uncontrollably. In an instant most of the experts from the 4 demon races and the middle and small-sized demon factions were summoned by that irresistible voice. Countless demons flew into the Heaven Region Kingdom, leaving the humans in the country dumbfounded for a moment. Chapter 500, Frozen Time. In the Heaven Region Kingdom, countless demons entered the country majestically, causing a stir. The human experts moved out one after another, preparing to fight at any time. However, they did not act rashly when they saw the strange marks flickering on the brows of those demons and their strange expressions. After all, the demons did not seem to have any intention of attacking. Instead, they were driven by a mysterious power to fly in the direction of the Heaven Region Kingdom. The abnormality of these demons seems to be related to Emperor Yu. I just saw the patriarch of the Yu Jiao race with a large group of people. It seems like Emperor Yu has summoned them. In that case, these demons are all Emperor Yu's mounts? It should be. Emperor Yu is too powerful. How did he do it? He actually turned the entire demon race into his mount. Let's go take a look too. At the same time, we can pay our respects to Emperor Yu. Perhaps we can see his main body. Yeah, we have the same plan. Soon countless human experts joined the vast group, gradually condensing into a black tide of people. It could be said to be a massive commotion that blotted out the sky. After a long while, the group of people surged into the sky above the Heaven Region Kingdom and finally arrived near the palace. As Emperor Changren had already ordered the guards not to stop them, they arrived in the sky above the palace without any obstructions. Now that Emperor Yu was in charge, Emperor Changren was not worried that the demons would take advantage of the situation. Seeing the countless demons arrive in the sky above the palace, Emperor Changren and the various family masters were also shocked. Almost all these demons were Emperor Yu's mounts. At the moment, the gathering of the demons alone had already enveloped the sky above the entire palace. It was impossible to see the end of it. Coupled with the humans, the sky above the entire Heaven Region Kingdom was covered. The scene was truly shocking. Greetings, Master. All the demons knelt on the ground in unison. Hundreds of thousands of people spoke in unison. It was like a tsunami that shook the 9 heavens, and it was extremely shocking. You demons are really good at giving birth. Li Yu thought as he looked at the mighty demons in front of him. He did not expect that there would still be the power of the contract seal in so many demon bloodlines. However, it was as he had guessed. Most of the living beings in the primordial world had survived the calamity on Emperor Yu Mountain and returned to the primordial world. Li Yu stood in the sky above the main hall above the demons. All the demons submitted to him. He did not speak, but his authoritative aura terrified the demons. The demons knelt on the ground. They had already regained consciousness and knew what they were doing. Looking at the extraordinary, handsome and mighty Emperor Yu, they were filled with fear and trepidation. The reverence that originated from their bloodline made them unable to have any thoughts of resistance, making them submit willingly. From today onwards, you shall never disturb or harm the human race. You shall treat the human race as your friend and coexist peacefully with them. Li Yu's voice was like a bell that reverberated through the world. That voice triggered the response of the laws of heaven and earth, causing it to resonate. For a time, space shook. Purple chi came from the east, and there were 10,000 multicolored lights. Brilliant heavenly might spread down from the sky, causing all the demons to be shocked and fearful. Yes, Lord. All the demons replied in unison. All right, you guys may return. Li Yu added. After a long while, the demons gradually retreated. The humans who had followed the demons here gathered from afar and knelt and kowtowed together. Seeing the honor of Emperor Yu with their own eyes, the humans present were thrilled. The thoughts inherited from their ancestors when they were young contained endless respect and worship for the 5 human emperors. Almost every one of them had kowtowed to the statues of the 5 human emperors, and almost everyone knew the great achievements of the 5 emperors. Almost everyone knew that the 5 emperors were the ancestors of the human race, especially Emperor Yu. His status in their hearts was almost higher than the creation of heaven and earth Pangu and the creation of man Nuwa. At the moment, in the demonic dragon race's territory, Princess Mog had already recovered from her grief and regret, but her eyes were filled with despair. She did not expect that her enemy was actually Emperor Yu, the almost invincible Emperor Yu. There was no longer any possibility of revenge. The only thing she could do now was to hide and leave the demons with the last hope and bloodline. However, the primordial world was vast, and she did not know where to go or where to hide in the future. Princess, the other demons said carefully. Let's go. Princess Mog suppressed the sorrow in her heart and said in a lonely voice. However, when she looked into the distance, she was incomparably confused. She was well aware that this place could not be left alone. Not long ago most of the demon dragons seemed to be controlled by some sort of power as they flew in the direction of the Heaven Region Kingdom. It was not difficult for Princess Mog to guess that they were probably controlled by Liu. To be precise, they were Emperor Yu's slaves. Princess Mog left the demonic dragon race's territory and flew aimlessly in the direction of the Heaven Region Kingdom's capital. 2 days later, Liu gathered the patriarchs of the various demon races and all the human race. He finally found the last 2 fragments of the creation jade disc from the demons. After gathering the creation jade disc, Liu successfully repaired it with the primordial stone. The moment the creation jade disc recovered, the world shook. The Heavenly Dao sent down 180 bolts of lightning that struck the creation jade disc. However, this lightning was not meant to destroy but to temper and give it power. At this point, Liu had already successfully collected 2 of the 3 primordial treasures, and he was only short of half of the creation golden lotus. As long as he found the great Dao green lotus, he could condense the creation golden lotus again. The next day, Liu and the others set off again to find the great Dao green lotus under the system's guidance. Everyone flew in the direction indicated by the system for more than 10 days. Most of the territories they passed along the way seemed desolate. There were few powerful creatures resting in the lush mountain range. Liu truly understood how terrifying the calamity back then was. It had actually turned the once chaotic primordial world into such a desolate scene. After flying for some time, the mountain range in front of them was suddenly enveloped by a dense fog. Liu and the others did not slow down as they continued to fly into the fog. However, as Liu and the others went deeper, the dense fog turned into black fog, the light slowly disappeared and the world became incomparably dark. Even Liu and Tyree could not see clearly in the distance, and their divine senses could only detect things within 100 feet. Fortunately, Liu's heart of heaven and earth could clearly sense everything around him. However, to his surprise, as they continued to enter, the surrounding power of heaven and earth slowed down until it seemed to have stopped. Not only that, he felt the surrounding space freeze as if time had slowly stopped. In the inn, Tyree concubine Yu Changjiang No. 7 and Huang stopped silently. Liu was the only one left in the entire space. He was the only one who could move. What's going on? Liu was shocked. He carefully sensed his surroundings. All the matter, energy, and the laws of heaven and earth seemed to be frozen. Only Liu could continue to move freely. He reached out to touch concubine Yu and realized that he could not move her either. He could not even touch her. They seemed to be in 2 different spaces at once. Although he could see her, they could not touch at all. Chapter 501, Great Dao Green Lotus. How strange, what is this place? Liu was shocked. He could not affect or control his surroundings by using the heart of heaven and earth, the great Dao golden body, and the power of the primordial origin true body. It was like a place that was not controlled by the Heavenly Dao. It was as if everything had become an illusion and only he was real. Fortunately, the system's guidance was still around, so Liu decided to follow it to find the great Dao green lotus. He could also investigate why this place was so strange. However, as Liu continued forward, light slowly appeared in the dark space in front of him. Not only that, but his heart of heaven and earth also sensed a scene that shocked him even more. More than 5 kilometers away, countless living beings stopped on the spot, just like concubine Yu, Tyree, and the others. Their expressions and movements were different. Some even jumped up and stopped in midair. It was as if some sort of divine power had suddenly pressed the pause button. All living beings, matter, laws, and time stopped on the spot. Liu was shocked when he saw this. He vaguely felt that he had touched the truth of the primordial world's calamity. However, what kind of calamity was this? What kind of power could actually stop all time, matter, energy, and laws instantly? Why was he not affected and could still move around in this space, but he could not touch anything he saw or sensed? Liu continued to fly forward. The space in front of him was no longer dark, and everything he saw and sensed shocked him more and more. He saw more living beings, many cities and tribes, and many humans and demons in a motionless state. Liu finally realized that the living beings in the primordial world had not died or disappeared because of the calamity. Instead, they fell into a motionless state and were trapped in this portion of the territory. What happened? Liu was shocked. For some reason, he felt as if he had seen everything in front of him in the past. He had a strong feeling of déjà vu. Not only that, but as he continued forward, he slowly saw the familiar scenes, cities, and even familiar faces. Many broken memories gradually surfaced. Liu vaguely recalled the time when he had just arrived in this world. It was as if he had walked through the hundreds of years of his previous life in this short period of time. Many of the lost memories of his previous life appeared, but Liu realized that there were still no memories of the heroic spirit temple. However, he had memories of the great Dao green lotus. In his previous life, Liu had once obtained a green lotus that he planted in the divine pool. Liu guessed that the green lotus was likely the great Dao green lotus he was looking for because the system was pointing in the direction of Kunlun Mountain. The divine pool was located on Kunlun Mountain, the original divine mountain of the primordial world. It was once the place where the demons and the magi fought. The flames of war between the two races did not affect the divine mountain at all. Instead, the blood of the demons and the magi made the divine mountain even more extraordinary, especially the pool of water on the mountaintop. It was said that it was formed from the blood of the demons and the magi. The magi and the demons originally came from the same source, so the pool water formed from their blood essence contained the power of the creation god. In his previous life, Liu transmigrated and appeared on Kunlun Mountain. Later on, he named the divine mountain Kunlun Mountain and the pool at the top of the mountain the divine pool. Kunlun Mountain was Liu's hometown and the place where the human race rose. That place had many extraordinary meanings to the human race and Liu. Before long, Liu arrived at Kunlun Mountain. However, what surprised him was that there was no great Dao green lotus in the divine pool of the Kunlun Mountain in front of him. In fact, the scene in the entire Kunlun Mountain and the divine pool was basically what Liu had when he first arrived in this world in his previous life. However, right at this moment, Liu suddenly heard the cry of a baby. It was especially abrupt in this frozen time and space. Liu's eyes flashed as he was surprised. He did not know why a baby's cry suddenly sounded. He followed the sound and saw a baby curled up in the lotus flower. He was shocked when he saw this because he clearly remembered how it looked when he first arrived in this world. This is the Kunlun Mountain when I first arrived in this world. Liu immediately had the answer. However, he did not know how he had returned to the Kunlun Mountain when he first arrived in this world. Could this be my soul fragment too? Liu guessed. He remembered himself in the primordial space at that time. He had also seen his soul fragment after sensing everything around him fall into a motionless state. The only difference was that he did not have the strange feeling from before. Liu quickly approached, wanting to touch his previous self when he was a baby. However, when he approached, everything in front of him seemed to have disappeared as if it was an illusion. Everything around him became still again and the divine pool became what he knew later on. It was the divine pool he had rebuilt. A green lotus that blotted out the sky and towered into the clouds stood in the pool. This green lotus was more than a few times larger than when he left. Clearly, this was the great Dao green lotus he was looking for. However, when Liu reached out to touch the green lotus, everything seemed to be in a different time and space from him. It was like an illusion that he could see but not touch. Liu frowned. His current state was a little strange and it was different from the feeling in the primordial space. He closed his eyes slightly and tried to find the strange feeling he had in the primordial space to see if he could see his soul fragment again. However, no matter how he searched for that feeling, he could no longer see the soul fragment in that baby state. Liu shook his head slightly and opened his eyes. He gave up on searching for his soul fragment and began to think about how to obtain the great Dao green lotus. Why can't I touch it? Has everything around me become illusory, or am I? Liu fell into deep thought. Perhaps it was as he had guessed. He could not touch anything else because he had become an illusory existence or entered a strange plane. He was in the plane where the soul fragment was, so if he could think of a way to leave this place, he might be able to touch the great Dao green lotus. Therefore, he reached out again and touched the great Dao green lotus. Then he closed his eyes and searched for the strange feeling of entering the latitude of the soul fragment in the past to do the opposite. Indeed, before long, Liu felt as if he had touched the great Dao green lotus. Gradually, he could even sense the veins and vitality of the great Dao green lotus. Ding! Successful collection of the great Dao green lotus. The system's voice suddenly sounded. At the same time, Liu realized that everything around him had moved again. Time began to flow and the laws and the power of heaven and earth began to circulate. Everything returned to normal. However, the living beings he had sensed earlier and the familiar people had all disappeared on the spot. It was as if everything he had seen earlier was an illusion. Chapter 502, Rebuilding the Heavenly Court. 1. The world in front of him darkened again before falling into complete darkness. All the scenes disappeared and everything was silent. When the scene appeared in front of Liu again, he realized that he had returned to the spot where he had first discovered Tyree, concubine Yu and the others. However, everyone had already returned to normal and the surrounding power of heaven and earth and laws had returned to normal. They were completely unaware of what had just happened, and Liu felt that everything he had just experienced was like an illusion and a dream. It was as if he had suddenly woken up from a dream. However, the Great Dao Green Lotus in the system space proved that what Liu had just experienced was definitely not a dream. What he had just experienced and seen was beyond him. Liu felt that what happened in the primordial world back then was filled with strangeness and mysteries, making him want to understand what had happened back then more and more. "Your Majesty, what's wrong?" "Concubine," Yu asked softly. She saw that Liu's expression was strange and suddenly stopped in her tracks, feeling puzzled. "It's nothing, let's continue." Liu said in a low voice he planned to continue heading to Kunlun Mountain to see if everything he had seen earlier still existed. Everyone continued forward, but Liu realized that after flying for a long time, not only did he not see the people and living beings he had seen previously, but he could not even find many cities in Kunlun Mountain. Furthermore, Liu was shocked to discover that they had returned to the spot after flying for a long time. Liu frowned even more and he had more questions in his heart. However, it was clear that he could not solve the mystery here with his current ability. "I wonder if I can solve all of this and find the answer when I'm truly invincible. There's also the soul fragment. When I first arrived in this world, if I fuse with that portion of the soul fragment, it might give me a new understanding of everything." Liu thought this way. After all, when he first arrived in this world, although he had become a baby, his soul was that of an adult from Earth, so he could know a lot at that time. He had a feeling that the missing portion of his memories contained the answers to the unsolved mysteries he had experienced. "This place is too strange. We've circled around and returned to the same spot." Tyree opened his 3 eyes, but he still could not see through everything here. "Let's go back," Liu suddenly said. "Master, are we not going to continue searching for the Great Dao Green Lotus?" Changxiang number 7 was slightly surprised. He knew that Liu was not someone who would give up easily. Moreover, according to Liu, they were determined to obtain it this time. It was clearly abnormal to give up after encountering a small obstacle. "I've already obtained the Great Dao Green Lotus," Liu replied. His words shocked everyone as they looked at Liu curiously, waiting for his answer. However, Liu added, "We'll talk slowly on the way back." As he spoke, Liu immediately left and everyone followed closely behind. On the way back, Liu told everyone what he had experienced and everyone found it strange. If everything Liu saw was an illusion, how did he obtain the Great Dao Green Lotus? However, if it was not an illusion, why would time stop? Why were the laws of heaven and earth and everything in the world still? Why did they disappear in the end? Liu and the others quickly returned to the Heaven Region Kingdom under the witness of Emperor Changren, Emperor Taichang, and the other human experts. Liu began to fuse the Great Dao Green Lotus and the Golden Lotus formed by the Red Lotus of Annihilation. The fusion process of the Red Lotus of Annihilation and the Great Dao Green Lotus was like ice and fire complementing each other. It caused a stir and even attracted the tempering of the heavenly tribulation and many natural phenomena. Under the tempering of the 99 lightning tribulations, the Golden Lotus of Creation successfully fused and revived. At this point, Liu had truly completed the collection of the 3 primordial treasures. "Next, I can officially begin the mission to rebuild the Heavenly Court," Liu thought to himself. As long as he completed the mission to rebuild the Heavenly Court, he should be able to achieve his goal of becoming invincible. Perhaps he could enter the Heroic Spirit Temple and learn the secret of his death. With a wave of his hand, Liu kept the newly fused Golden Lotus of Creation into the system space. The next day, Liu brought everyone out of the primordial world and returned to the forsaken heaven immortal realm. He began the reconstruction of the Heavenly Court. Now that he had enough primordial stones, he did not have to find the former heavenly pillar anymore. He could refine it himself, and he did not have to find other broken fragments of the Heavenly Court. He only needed to use the fragment of the Heavenly Court in the Lingtian immortal realm as the foundation and use the primordial stone to refine and repair it. After returning to the forsaken heaven immortal realm, Liu first went to the Emperor Yu Academy. It was already on the right track under the management of Morong Xingqiao Fengxian and the others. The academy operated in an orderly manner. Recruitment of the second batch of disciples was about to begin. After Liu briefly understood the situation of the academy, he returned to the Qingyun sect. On the ancient road to heaven, Huowu looked at the path that appeared in front of her. She was excited and even felt as if she was in a dream. She did not expect to really reach the end of the legendary ancient road to heaven. She had really passed through these tests and seen the legendary path to heaven. She looked at the steps that seemed to be made of gold, and the end of the steps they were surrounded by the aura of the Great Dao and emitted an auspicious light like a door to heaven. Huo Wu's eyes were like quails and her heart was beating wildly. She did not know what kind of life would begin after she stepped onto the path to heaven. She did not know what kind of place was connected behind that door. Was it the legendary ancient heavenly court or the place that leads to the gods? Huo Wu thought as she walked up the steps. As she approached the door of heaven step by step, her heart beat faster and faster and she became more and more nervous. By the time she reached the door, Huo Wu had already forgotten to breathe. Through the door, Huo Wu vaguely saw an extraordinary immortal realm. It was an extraordinary scene she had never seen before. Upon seeing this, Huo Wu became even more excited. She felt that her dream was about to be realized. Perhaps she could begin a new life and enter an even more extraordinary world. Filled with anticipation and nervousness, Huo Wu walked into the door of heaven. Dazzling golden light enveloped her body and filled her eyes. Warm air surrounded her, making her feel extremely comfortable. After the golden light dissipated, Huo Wu immediately felt the incomparably dense immortal energy and the aura of the great Dao pouncing at her. At the same time, a figure appeared in front of her. Huo Wu looked over and was shocked as her heart raced. Wasn't this person the god she had seen many times on the ancient road to heaven? This time she could see his face clearly. His figure was incomparably clear. Chapter 503, Rebuilding the Heavenly Court. 2. Liu had just returned to the Qingyun sect when he sensed a reaction from the door to heaven. It seemed that someone had passed the ancient road to heaven's test and entered the door to heaven. Therefore he quickly arrived near the door to heaven to see which prodigy had successfully endured the test of the ancient road to heaven and stepped into it. The door to heaven flourished with golden light and the power of heaven and earth constantly fluctuated. Countless auspicious signs were faintly discernible and gradually Liu saw a figure. Her curves were exquisite, graceful and otherworldly. Liu looked at the figure who walked out curiously as she walked out of the door step by step. It was a woman with an extraordinary aura. Her exquisite and beautiful face was filled with anticipation and nervousness, especially when she saw him. Her eyes were filled with excitement, reverence and even fear. Greetings, revered god. The moment Huo Wu saw Liu, she immediately knelt on the ground and kowtowed sincerely. Liu was not surprised by this. He looked at Huo Wu. Although he did not know this woman, he did not have to think to know that she should be a prodigy in the immortal realm, and it was likely one of the top prodigies at the top. From her aura, this woman's cultivation had probably already reached the sovereign realm. To enter the sovereign realm at such a young age, it was clear how extraordinary her talent was. Of course, this was also because of the extraordinary opportunities in tempering on the ancient road to heaven that had brought her strength a leap. What's your name? Liu asked in a low voice. He knew all the top geniuses in the Nine Heavens immortal realm, but he did not know who they were. My name is Huo Wu and I'm from the Phoenix Ancient Cave in the Nine Heavens immortal realm. Huo Wu replied respectfully. Huo Wu. Liu glanced at the rankings. He was familiar with this name. It was Huo Wu who had obtained the Great Barbecue Art. The youngest Phoenix Emperor in the Phoenix Ancient Cave was also the proud daughter of heaven and known as the #1 beauty in the Nine Heavens immortal realm. At this moment, Liu's appointment order flew out and landed in Liu's hand. Golden light gathered on it and finally condensed into a name, Huo Wu. At the same time, Huo Wu sensed a divine sense mark condensing between her brows. A tremendous amount of information surged into her mind. Powerful immortal power spread from the mark to her entire body and finally gathered in her dantian, transforming her body in magic power. That feeling was extremely wonderful. Huo Wu could clearly sense the transformation in her cultivation and strength. She clearly grasped more divine powers and techniques through that information and grasped some information she had never known in the past. She also knew that she had already become a member of the Heavenly Court. Furthermore, it was the ancient Heavenly Court, not the ancient immortal realm's Heavenly Court. This was the Heavenly Court? Was the person in front of him the Heavenly Emperor? Huo Wu was excited. She did not expect to really come to the Heavenly Court and the legendary ancient Heavenly Court. It was an existence that surpassed the ancient immortal realm's Heavenly Court and was the true Heavenly Court that ruled the myriad worlds. Get up! Liu ordered in a low voice. Huo Wu stood up again. She looked at Liu nervously and excitedly before looking around. However, she realized that this place was like a sect and not the Heavenly Court she had imagined. However, the immortal energy and Dao runes here were extremely rich and the scenes she saw were extraordinary, so she did not dare to doubt it. Are you curious about this place? Liu asked with a smile. He could tell how curious Huo Wu was. You are wise, revered god. Huo Wu bowed with cupped hands. Do you see the Heavenly Dao rankings? Liu pointed at the sky. Only then did Huo Wu notice the Heavenly Dao rankings hanging high in the sky, and she was shocked. She could actually see the Heavenly Dao rankings here. Furthermore, she saw her name at a glance. She saw many familiar names and the dazzling name at the top of the rankings, Liu. That name had once filled her with curiosity. That's quite a large. Liu said with a smile. Huowu's expression changed drastically when she heard Liu's words. Her eyes were filled with shock, but her expression darkened clearly. She was shocked and disappointed by this answer. She thought that she had arrived in the ancient heavenly court. She did not expect that after experiencing all kinds of difficulties, trials and near-death experiences, not only did she not transcend the world and arrive in the heavenly court, but she also arrived in the lower realm in that mysterious and strange sect. Fortunately, Liu's extraordinariness and the powerful magic power and information that had just entered her body comforted her. She still had a trace of anticipation and did not dare to jump to conclusions. However, there was a huge difference between reality and illusion. He could not help but feel disappointed. Liu was not surprised by Huowu's reaction. He paused and continued, "This answer must be disappointing to you." "I wouldn't dare." Huowu hurriedly knelt on the ground in fear and said in horror, "I just didn't expect that the ancient road to heaven would lead to this place." The ancient road to heaven did not lead here originally. It was the true path to the heavens, a method used by the heavenly court to select immortals who successfully passed the ancient road to heaven and should have become a god of the heavenly court. Unfortunately, the heavenly court collapsed back then and the immortal world fell and split up, so the heavenly court is no longer around. Liu told the truth to Huowu. After all, she had passed the ancient road to heaven and become a god under his control, so she had to know everything. After all, she would help him rebuild the heavenly court in the future and might even become one of the future immortals. Liu's words allowed Huowu to recognize the truth. It seemed that everything was real. The ancient immortal realm's heavenly court was no longer around, and neither was the ancient heavenly court. All their hopes would eventually be dashed. However, next I will rebuild the heavenly court and restore order. The nine heavens immortal realm will fuse again and return to the nine heavens to fuse with the primordial world, Liu added. Although his words were concise, the information contained was enormous. Rebuilding the heavenly court? Huowu was shocked and her eyes sparkled again. She did not dare to question Liu's ability or his words. After all, everything she had experienced and seen on the ancient road to heaven filled her with admiration and respect for Liu. She believed that Liu could really rebuild the heavenly court if he said so. If the heavenly court could be rebuilt, she could become a god beyond the world. Furthermore, Liu said that the nine heavens immortal realm would fuse again and return to the nine heavens to fuse with the primordial world. This seemed to mean that the previous nine heavens immortal realm was also a part of the primordial world, a world with a higher level and rules. This was an extraordinary opportunity for everyone in the nine heavens immortal realm. It was an incomparable change. From today onwards you will follow by my side and help me complete the reconstruction of the heavenly court. Liu added. I understand. Huowu replied excitedly. In the next few days, Liu gathered the heads of all the factions in the myriad worlds in the Emperor Yu Academy. They prepared to officially announce the fusion of the nine heavens immortal realm and the reconstruction of the heavenly court. Chapter 504, Rebuilding the Heavenly Court, 3, Forsaken Heaven Immortal Realm Emperor Yu Mountain. The various ancient families, eternal orthodoxies and ancient royal families of the nine heavens immortal realm, as well as the heads of the heavenly water realm, the four-spirit realm, the heavy mountain realm, the thunder realm, the flower realm and other top factions of the myriad worlds had all received Liu's invitation and rushed over to gather at Emperor Yu Mountain. It could be said to be lively. This was probably a grand occasion that had never happened since the ancient immortal realm. I'm afraid only Emperor Yu can gather all the factions at once. Yeah, apart from Emperor Yu, no one else in the universe can have such appeal. I wonder why Emperor Yu summoned us. Something big must have happened. It's said that Emperor Yu has just returned from the legendary primordial world. I'm afraid this gathering is related to this. Primordial world? Isn't that a world that has long disappeared? I don't know, but I keep feeling that something unbelievable is about to happen. The various large factions gathered and discussed. Now that Emperor Yu's name was known by everyone, no one in the universe dared to not show Liu respect. Soon almost all the leaders of the various large factions were present. Emperor Yu Mountain was also bustling with noise and excitement. Of course, there had always been competition between these factions and some were enemies or did not like each other. However, due to the deterrence of Emperor Yu, no one dared to cause trouble here. No matter what emotions they felt, they could only suppress them. Therefore the scene looked peaceful. Huowu greets the Mother Phoenix. Huo Wu was extremely excited to see her mother Tian Sun. Seeing that Huo Wu was here, Tian Sun was equally excited. However, apart from being excited, she was more or less disappointed. She was well aware that Huo Wu's appearance here meant that she had failed on the ancient road to heaven. However, judging from Huo Wu's current aura, her cultivation realm had already surpassed him and she had already become a sovereign. Tian Sun was still very happy. Another unprecedented genius had finally appeared in the Phoenix Ancient Cave. No need for formalities. I would like to congratulate you on becoming a true sovereign expert, Tian Sun said with a smile. Huo Wu smiled humbly. She had a lot to tell her mother. She wanted to tell her everything that had happened on the ancient road to heaven and what had happened after she stepped into the door to heaven. However, it was a long story that could not be explained in a few words. Coupled with the fact that the surroundings were crowded and noisy, it was not suitable for a conversation, so Huo Wu prepared to invite her mother's clansmen to the side hall. Mother Phoenix, this way please. Huo Wu invited her mother and her clansmen to a hall in the Emperor Yu Academy to rest. They saw that Huo Wu seemed to be extremely familiar with the people from the Emperor Yu Academy, and it was as if she was one of them. Tian Sun was filled with confusion and surprise. Furthermore, she could not understand why Huo Wu did not return to the Phoenix Ancient Cave after coming out of the ancient road to heaven and instead appeared here. With all kinds of questions in her heart, Tian Sun asked Huo Wu for the reason. Huo Wu then told Tian Sun about how she had entered the door to heaven through the ancient road to heaven and appeared here. Rebuild the heavenly court? Tian Sun was also shocked when she heard that Li Yu wanted to rebuild the heavenly court. In the main hall of the Emperor Yu Academy, Li Yu and Li Qingyun chatted animatedly. Li Qingyun clicked his tongue in admiration when he heard about Li Yu's recent achievements. Although he knew that his son was extraordinary and was simply the protagonist of this world, he did not expect that he had still underestimated Li Yu's status and achievements. Now that he heard that Li Yu was going to rebuild the heavenly court and restore order to the world, the shock in Li Qingyun's heart could not be any greater. Of course, they were also looking forward to it. Emperor Yu, all the factions have arrived. Tyree walked into the hall and reported. Li Yu nodded. Alright, tell everyone to enter the hall. Yes. Tyree cupped his hands and quickly arrived outside to relay the order. Before long, the people from the various large factions entered the hall in an orderly manner. Everyone had serious expressions as they looked at Li Yu with reverence, but they were filled with curiosity and anticipation. They wanted to know why Li Yu had summoned them here. Tian Shu followed a few respected elders of the Night God realm into the hall. The Evernight Heavenly Venerable was still unconscious and could not attend personally. He could only be replaced by the other elders of the Night God realm. At the moment, Tian Shu was incomparably nervous and she kept rehearsing how to obtain the first night pearl from Li Yu. Before she came, she had already imagined various scenes and possibilities and organized many excuses. However, the moment she walked into the hall and saw Li Yu, her mind went blank and her heart was about to jump into her throat. Soon everyone arrived at the hall one after another. The hall was immediately filled with people, but it was quiet. Everyone lined up in a quiet and orderly manner. No one dared to make a sound, not even breathing loudly. However, right at this moment, Tian Shu suddenly rushed out of the crowd and arrived under the platform before kneeling on the ground. Her actions shocked everyone from the Night God realm and they looked at her in surprise. I am the Evernight Heavenly Venerable's disciple Tian Shu. Greetings, Your Majesty. Tian Shu kowtowed with a nervous and terrified expression. She did not know if it was appropriate for her to rush out like this, nor did she know if she was doing the right thing. However, she could no longer think. She was focused on saving her master and wanted the first night pearl, so she was going all out. What's the matter? Li Yu asked in a low voice. Tian Shu's heart raced and she did not dare to look at Li Yu at all. Her mind was blank and all the words she had prepared in her heart were already lost. She said almost instinctively, I'm begging Your Majesty for your first night. I'm willing to trade everything with Your Majesty. Gasp. The moment Tian Shu said it, the entire hall almost exploded. It could be said to be an uproar. Everyone's faces were filled with surprise and anticipation. Wasn't this girl too direct? She asked for Emperor Yu's first night one right off the bat, and she even begged him in front of all the top experts in the myriad worlds. This was simply too exciting. This was simply too audacious. Some of the proud daughters present were shocked and secretly admired Tian Shu's courage to do something they did not dare to do. As for the elders of the Night God realm, their jaws almost dropped. Li Yu was also dumbfounded. It was the first time in his life that someone begged for his virginity. However, he immediately realized that Tian Shu wanted the first night of the Night God pearl. Tianshu did not realize the huge misunderstanding her words had caused. She only thought that everyone thought that she had asked for something from Emperor Yu. "You want the first night pearl of the night god pearl, right?" Li Yu asked after a pause. As soon as he said it, everyone present reacted. They were no strangers to the night god pearl. After all, it was clearly written on the Heavenly Dao rankings. The night god realm was indeed short of the last first night pearl, and it was in Li Yu's hands. Therefore everyone immediately understood that they had misunderstood Tianshu. "Indeed, it's just that this night god pearl is extremely important to our night god realm, and my master, the Evernight Heavenly Venerable, my master, is now severely injured and unconscious. Only the night god pearl has a chance of saving my master's life again." So, as Tianshu spoke, her eyes reddened and tears could not help but flow. She did reveal her true feelings, hoping to obtain the first night pearl and save her master. Li Yu did not speak. Instead, he took out the first night pearl and handed it to Tianshu. This pearl was useless to him. It could be considered to be of use to her, since it could save the Evernight Heavenly Venerable's life. Tianshu was stunned for a moment when she saw Li Yu give the night god pearl to her so easily. Everyone from the night god realm was overjoyed and immediately rushed over to kneel and kowtow in thanks. She was moved to tears when she returned to her senses. She kowtowed to Li Yu repeatedly to express her gratitude. However, Li Yu only waved his hand calmly and said, "Hurry up and bring the pearl back to save your master. I hope he can catch up to our great cause of rebuilding the heavenly court." Everyone fell silent for a moment as they looked at Li Yu in disbelief. Rebuilding the heavenly court? They thought they had misheard, but what Li Yu said next shocked them. "I've gathered you here today to inform you that I will fuse the Nine Heavens immortal realm into the immortal realm again and return to the Nine Heavens to fuse with the primordial world. At the same time, I want to rebuild the heavenly court, rule over all races, and restore order. This matter is of great importance and will completely change the fate of all living beings in the myriad worlds. Therefore, I need everyone to assist me in completing this unprecedented mission." Li Yu's words stunned everyone present, but it was as if a force had tugged at everyone's hearts, making them excited. The Nine Heavens immortal realm had been divided for countless years, and its Dao runes were declining day by day. The various factions occupied territory and had endless disputes. In the end, they were exhausting each other. Now Li Yu would change everything and lead them to a height they never dared to imagine, and create an era they could not imagine. They were well aware that with the establishment of the heavenly court they had a chance to become gods and become a member of the heavenly court's gods. This alone was enough for them to go through fire and water without hesitation. Li Yu explained his rough plan to fuse the Nine Heavens immortal realm again. Although it sounded simple, the process was actually complicated. After fusing with the Nine Heavens immortal realm, he still needed to improve the world's level to heaven level before he could fuse with the primordial world again. This process required the help of many people. As for rebuilding the heavenly court in the future, it required a large number of people to do their own jobs and assist him in managing the primordial world and the myriad worlds. These people naturally had to be selected from these people. Chapter 505, Nine Heavens Fusion. New memory appears. Li Yu's grand plan to rebuild the heavenly court shook the myriad worlds and excited everyone. No one questioned Li Yu's ability. Everyone believed that Li Yu could lead them back to that prosperous era, and they were incomparably excited. According to Li Yu's plan, the first step was to fuse with the Nine Heavens immortal realm. This required the divine power of the creation golden lotus. This process required a large amount of immortal power and a powerful array formation. The golden lotus of creation and Li Yu alone were not enough to support the entire fusion process. They needed the help of all the experts in the immortal realm to protect Li Yu and strengthen his magic power. At the same time, he needed a large amount of immortal jade to provide immortal energy. Furthermore, the fusion process would bring about huge spatial fluctuations that might cause damage to the living beings on it. Therefore, in the next few days, almost all the large and small factions in the Nine Heavens immortal realm took action. Some organized the old, weak women and children to enter independent spaces or barriers to avoid the spatial fluctuations during the fusion process. Some followed Li Yu's instructions and set up array formations at designated locations. Some collected immortal jade and transported it to Emperor Yu Mountain according to the requirements. As for Li Yu, he set up the heavenly cycle stellar array with the help of Morong Xingqiu and Feng Xian and placed the creation golden lotus in it. After absorbing the power of the immortal jade and the primordial stone, it rapidly grew and transformed into a giant golden lotus that blotted out the sky in the blink of an eye. Days passed and the initial preparations for the fusion of the Nine Heavens immortal realm were completed. All the experts above the Saint Realm and the myriad worlds were gathered on Emperor Yu Mountain. According to the arrangement of the stars above the heavenly star array, they were prepared to assist Li Yu in guarding the array formation. As for those in the perfected immortal and heaven immortal realms, they were scattered around the various array formations on the various immortal realms waiting for Li Yu's order. This was destined to be an extraordinary day that everyone was looking forward to. Li Yu sat cross-legged on the lotus flower that was as large as a world. He closed his eyes and sensed the circulation of the surrounding power of heaven and earth and the origin power of the nine heavens immortal realm. Those origin powers slowly responded, and then they seemed to form a connection with each other, causing a special resonance. Seeing this, Li Yu knew that the time was ripe. With a thought, the grand array formation was activated. The golden lotus of creation quickly stretched out countless golden threads that fused into the surrounding space. The fusion has begun. Everyone listen up. Defense array. Tai Ri ordered loudly. Yes. Countless experts replied in unison. Then they formed hand seals together and injected magic power into the array formation. In an instant, the entire heavenly cycle stellar array became increasingly dazzling. The stars in the sky resonated with it, and countless power of heaven and earth gathered, completely illuminating the countless stars in the array. Seeing the activation of the heavenly cycle stellar array, the experts in the various immortal realms immediately activated the array formations they were guarding to resonate with it. They formed a fusion array that stirred up space and fluctuated. Soon golden threads stretched out of the void and pierced into the ground as if they were threading a needle. They shuttled through the surrounding void densely as if they were weaving a golden net in space. Space shook even more violently, like a storm on the sea. The entire ground shook violently as if there was an earthquake. The fluctuations of the power of heaven and earth became chaotic, and countless living beings prostrated on the ground in fear, trembling. On Emperor Yu Mountain, the creation golden lotus crazily devoured the power of heaven and earth and the immortal jade's immortal energy. Then it used the golden threads to connect the nine heavens immortal realm. The mountain of immortal jade at its roots melted at a visible speed, like a snowball encountering a hot iron plate. Immediately replenish your immortal jade. Tai Ri ordered. As soon as he said that, the person in charge of transporting the immortal jade began to replenish it at the root of the creation golden lotus. Golden threads grew out of the creation golden lotus stem and finally entered the surrounding space. These threads were actually completely under the control of Li Yu and the golden lotus of creation. They were like threads that mended clothes, slowly connecting the originally fragmented immortal realm space together before slowly sewing it up. The fusion can begin now. Sensing that the space of the nine heavens immortal realm was connected by the golden threads of the creation golden lotus, Li Yu announced loudly. Then he took out the creation jade disc and got the primordial pearl to protect him from the side. Then he began the fusion of space. As long as the fusion was successful, the nine heavens immortal realm could fuse into a world. Rumble. Space shook as the creation golden lotus seemed to roar. Its stem was as thick as a dragon and its leaves were as wide as the sky, emitting a dazzling golden light. Upon hearing Li Yu's shout, the surrounding experts guarding the array formation knew that the critical moment had arrived. They immediately injected their magic power into the array formation without hesitation. At the same time, the Forsaken Heaven Immortal Realm, the Luo Heaven Immortal Realm, the Mixed Heaven Immortal Realm, the Lingtian Immortal Realm, and the other 9 immortal realms were enveloped by a large golden net woven from dense golden threads. Then they slowly gathered together and finally fused. The entire fusion process was extremely slow. Countless living beings held their breaths and focused as they watched the sky become wider and wider. With nervousness and anticipation, they saw the end of the world in the distance begin to extend further. The world he was in seemed to be expanding bit by bit. The entire process was miraculous. At the moment Li Yu was enveloped by the golden light on the lotus flower, he had entered a mysterious state, as if the surrounding world was no longer there, as if everything had disappeared. Time seemed to have stopped flowing again. If Dad's research is successful, it might change the entire era. Sob, my father isn't dead, he isn't dead. I'll find you, Dad. Have you really thought it through? It's too dangerous. Let me say something nasty. What if you follow in your father's footsteps? How will I, your grandmother, live? Little you, I've already lost my son. You can't let me lose you too. I'm sorry, Grandma. May your spirit bless me in heaven. In a daze, voice after voice sounded in his ears, but it was like bolts of lightning that struck the depths of Li Yu's soul. Countless complicated emotions drowned him like a tide. At the same time, he saw the baby again. He saw the appearance when he first arrived in this world. He saw a figure and even vaguely saw the place where he had lived on Earth. That familiar yet unfamiliar scene, that place called home. In fact, Liu had always been aware that he had basically recovered his memories of this world. However, many of his memories of living on Earth in his previous life were only left with specks of stars. He had always thought that it might be because he had transmigrated to this world for too long, causing the memories that belonged to Earth to be forgotten. However, from the looks of it, those memories were not forgotten, they were lost for some reason. Chapter 506, Lost Memories in the Heroic Spirit Temple. Just as Liu fell into the shattered memory vortex, the entire array formation suddenly began to flicker violently, and even the surrounding area became illusory. Time slowed down and everyone's movements seemed to have stopped. Their bodies alternated between reality and illusion. Countless strange symbols were faintly discernible in the void, and space seemed to be flickering between darkness and light. The slow fusion of the 9 heavens immortal realm stopped. At that moment, Liu realized that he had appeared on the heroic spirit altar. However, he was not standing on the heroic spirit altar. Instead, he seemed to be floating in the air as he watched his other self walk into the altar step by step. Liu could recognize that it was probably his previous life. "Is this my other soul fragment?" Liu exclaimed in his mind. Perhaps this soul fragment contained memories of the heroic spirit temple. However, right at this moment, the person in front of him strolled into the heroic spirit temple. At the same time, Liu felt his vision blur when he saw the scene clearly again. He realized that the him in front of him had disappeared. No, to be precise, he had already fused with that him. At the moment, he was standing in the heroic spirit temple, and the scene in front of him shocked Liu. The so-called heroic spirit temple was like an endless void. In this void stood a bookshelf that was infinitely high and wide on both sides. Every compartment of the shelf was playing different scenes, and many of them looked extremely similar. Furthermore, the same figure could be seen on most of the screens, Li Qingyun. These squares were like the different timescales and fragments of Li Qingyun's life. A torrential storm brewed in Liu's mind again, and an obsession became clearer in his heart. Finding his father. This obsession even suppressed all his will and thoughts. At a certain moment in a daze, he seemed to have returned to the psychological state of walking here in his previous life, to the moment when he changed his fate. Suddenly a figure appeared in front of Liu like a ghost. It was none other than Li Qingyun. The moment he saw this figure, Liu felt his body rush over uncontrollably. At the same time, his previous life appeared in front of him again, shouting, "Dad!" Then he chased after Li Qingyun. However, right at this moment, the entire space suddenly shook violently as countless spatial cracks swept in all directions. In the end, the entire space collapsed with a bang, and Liu's vision instantly fell into darkness. He felt as if his body was falling, as if a powerful force had torn him into countless pieces. He was like a scattered leaf that drifted with the wind to an unknown place. After some time, Liu's consciousness slowly calmed down. Countless broken scenes and information fused into his memories again. Most of them were still fragmented memories. However, the information interwoven by these fragments allowed him to know a lot of things. Li Qingyun is really my father. Liu exclaimed in his heart. In his previous memories, Liu was well aware that he had transmigrated. Even if he had been reborn in this world, he was not really father and son with Li Qingyun. However, the portion of memories he had now clearly told him that Li Qingyun was his father. Not only was he his father in this world, but he was also his father when he was on Earth. He seemed to have followed his father into this world to find him. However, Liu still had no idea how he and his father arrived here. That was because that portion of memory might be in the soul fragment in the baby state. However, from the portion of memories he had obtained so far, his father had gone somewhere when Liu was young on Earth. He seemed to be on his way to completing a great mission or carrying out a great scientific experiment before never returning. Furthermore, his father's name was not Li Qingyun but Li Qingyun I. Their appearances were also very different from when they were on Earth. Coupled with the fact that most of Liu's memories from Earth were blurry and even disappeared, his father and daughter had never known each other's true identities. Even so, as my father, he should be able to sense or guess that I'm his son on Earth. Could it be that his memories are also incomplete? He could not help but recall the scene he had seen in the heroic spirit temple not long ago. Liu felt that his guess was not far off. Of course, he would have to wait until he finished fusing with the 9 heavens immortal realm before asking Li Qingyun. Perhaps he would obtain a clearer answer. After secretly calming the waves in his heart, Liu adjusted his state and focused his thoughts on fusing the 9 heavens immortal realm. Time passed second by second. The shattered nine heavens immortal realm slowly fused again under the connection of the countless golden threads of the creation golden lotus. In the end it was completely reunited and fused into a complete continent. It's a success. All the experts guarding the heavenly cycle stellar array knew that the fusion of the nine heavens immortal realm was complete through the array formation, and they were immediately excited. Liu quickly closed the grand array formation to let everyone rest after all the fusion process consumed a lot of energy and they all needed to replenish and adjust. Only then could he improve the level of the immortal realm and send it back to the space of the primordial world to complete the fusion with it. Everyone take a rest, Liu said in a low voice. Then his figure flashed and arrived beside Li Qingyun. When he saw Li Qingyun again, the emotions in Liu's heart had already changed drastically. The memories and obsession that belonged to Earth made him even more delighted and warm when he saw his father. Of course Li Qingyun did not know what Liu was thinking. Instead he felt that the way Liu looked at him was a little strange. Liu asked what he wanted to ask. As he had expected, although Li Qingyun knew that he should have transmigrated from Earth, he could no longer remember many of its memories. He did not even remember his original name was Li Qingyun, much less that he had a son. As for how he transmigrated, he could no longer remember. Son, why are you suddenly asking me these things? Li Qingyun looked at Liu strangely. Because on Earth you are my father Li Qingyun and I am your son Liu. Liu told Li Qingyun the truth, hoping to awaken some of his forgotten memories. Li Qingyun was naturally shocked when he heard Liu's words. He was stunned on the spot and some broken memories seemed to flash through his mind. My name is Li Qingyun. Li Qingyun muttered to himself, but his frown deepened. The light in his eyes flickered as if countless thoughts and memories surged into his mind. Chapter 507, God Rankings. Upon hearing the name Li Qingyun, many inexplicable scenes and memories of the current him flashed through Li Qingyun's mind. However, these memories did give him a vague impression he did have a son on Earth called Liu, and the emotions accompanying this memory were guilt, regret, and even apology. He still could not understand why he felt this way when he thought of his son, nor did he know what had happened on Earth back then. However, one thing was certain: Liu was indeed his son on Earth in his previous life. He did not know if the heavens had given him such a chance to make up for some of his regrets and guilt in life had allowed him and his son to reunite in this world of immortal cultivation, become father and son, become friends, and spend 19 years happily together. Rascal, I knew it, we must have been father and son in our previous lives. Li Qingyun's eyes were filled with tears, but he was smiling. Although he could not remember many of his previous life's memories, the feeling of blood being thicker than water originated from the soul. Dad, I've finally found you. Liu hugged his father and blurted out this was also an obsession from the depths of his soul, and it was his goal in coming to this world. I'm sorry, son. Li Qingyun could not help but apologize. This was the guilt and apology that came from the bottom of his heart. Dad, how much do you remember about Earth? Liu asked. He hoped to find some new clues from Li Qingyun's few remaining memories. He wanted to know how they came to this world and what had happened back then. Why did he seem to know that his father had transmigrated here? Why did he follow in his father's footsteps and come here? In short, Liu still had many questions he wanted to answer. It was a pity that Liu did not obtain any information through questioning, and Li Qingyun had even fewer memories of Earth. Perhaps only by bringing my father into the heroic spirit temple can I help him regain his memories. He had a nagging feeling that those time fragments in the heroic spirit temple might be the memories his father had lost. Perhaps only that place could help his father recover his memories. Liu even felt that the heroic spirit temple might have been built by his father. As for its exact use, he had no idea. Perhaps his father had experienced a few lifetimes here, or perhaps he had created many miracles and legends. Liu did not dwell on these questions that he could not solve for the time being. It was just like how he solved physics questions in his previous life. Sometimes when he encountered difficulties, he would temporarily put them aside. Perhaps everything would be resolved when he looked back. Otherwise, if he grabbed onto it tightly and did not let go, he would fall into the wrong corner and could not view the problem broadly. The fusion of the nine heavens immortal realm allowed countless experts to see the birth of another miracle and witness a new history. The legendary ancient immortal realm seemed to be reappearing in front of them. They were lucky to have arrived at this great moment. They were lucky to use this great fortune to touch a world they had never dared to think of. Countless living beings in the nine heavens immortal realm cheered to celebrate the unification of the four seas and the compatibility of the nine heavens. After a short day of rest, Liu gathered everyone to begin the second step of the plan to fuse the Nine Heavens immortal realm with the primordial world. Liu was in a hurry to complete the mission of rebuilding the heavenly court. Perhaps this way he could be truly invincible and enter the heroic spirit temple again to find the truth. Raising the level of the Nine Heavens immortal realm required the cooperation of the primordial pearl, the creation jade disc, and the golden lotus of creation. The difficulty of this process far exceeded fusing the Nine Heavens immortal realm. Furthermore, in order to improve the success rate and reduce the difficulty, Liu set up a grand array formation in the primordial world. He also ordered all the humans and demons of the primordial world to protect the grand array formation and guide the Nine Heavens immortal realm back to the primordial world. No 7 inform Emperor Changren to activate the grand array formation. Liu ordered. Chanjiang number 7 received the order and quickly headed to the primordial world through the heaven shrouding door. After a long time, Liu sensed the attraction power from the primordial world to the Nine Heavens immortal realm, and he immediately activated the heavenly cycle stellar array again. At the same time, he used the primordial pearl to suppress the power of the laws and the creation jade disc to open up a spatial path. At the same time, he controlled the creation golden lotus to lift the fused Nine Heavens immortal realm and fly towards the space where the primordial world was. This process was not complicated, but it was the combined effect of the powerful creation divine power of the Nine Heavens immortal realm and the countless living beings in the primordial world. The fusion process took 7 days and consumed countless immortal jade. The experts of the primordial world and the Nine Heavens immortal realm had almost exhausted all their magic power and finally completed the fusion of the two worlds. The Nine Heavens immortal realm had completely returned to the primordial world. The two most difficult steps to rebuild the heavenly court had been completed. Liu did not stop. He immediately used the primordial stone to repair the dilapidated heavenly court and refine the heavenly pillar. A few days later, a world soared into the sky and floated above the nine heavens, turning into the heavenly court. Then Liu used another 7 days to reconstruct the order of the heavenly court and the primordial world with powerful divine power, dividing it into the 3 realms and 6 paths. He also established the 8 divisions of thunder, fire, plague, and though there were a total of 365 righteous gods who were in charge of the order of heaven and earth. They operated according to the heavens, and the earth monitored the good and evil of the world and reported the actions of the 3 realms. Just as the heavenly court reappeared above the 9 heavens of the primordial world, the Heavenly Dao rankings that had disappeared because of the fusion of the worlds appeared in the sky above the primordial world again. However, there were only 3 words on the golden scroll of the Heavenly Dao rankings this time: God rankings. The top was the Heavenly Emperor, Emperor Yu. Behind them were 365 orthodox gods, but there were no names after these divine thrones. Subsequently, the annotations of the rankings explained that everyone could only pass the test of the God rankings to select the person on the rankings based on their morals, talent, cultivation, realm, and other comprehensive assessments. Those on the God rankings could be conferred the title of 8 orthodox deities. At the same time, a stone tablet that was like a towering mountain descended from the sky. 3 words were also engraved on it: God rankings. Seeing the appearance of the God rankings, all the experts of the primordial world and the 9 heavens immortal realm were filled with anticipation. Of course, they were also incomparably nervous. There were many experts in the primordial world and the 9 heavens immortal realm, but there were only 365 orthodox gods. The competition was intense. As the God rankings stone tablet appeared, a gigantic spatial door condensed. The investiture of the gods has begun. Everyone, please enter the God rankings. A voice reverberated through the world. Liu was shocked when he heard this voice. He was familiar with this voice. Wasn't this his father's voice? Chapter 508, Heavenly Court rebuilt. Liu's heart shook when he heard the heavenly might that reverberated through the world. He was familiar with this voice. It was his father, Li Qingyun. Liu felt that his guess was right. Perhaps his father had experienced a few reincarnations in this world and was once the ruler of heaven and earth, a creation godlike existence. Perhaps the heroic spirit temple was really his father's masterpiece. Perhaps the God rankings was also a miracle. His father had once created a form of order. Perhaps his father had directly become a creation god or even transformed into the Heavenly Dao when he transmigrated. No wonder the Heavenly Dao rankings favor me so much. It seems that the Heavenly Dao might really be my father. Even if it's not my father, it must be made by my father. Liu thought to himself. Could my system have been created by Dad in the past? Liu guessed, but the more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. The unbelievable scenes he had seen in the heroic spirit temple earlier, as well as the various signs, now indicated that his father was also an extraordinary existence to this world. Perhaps all the unbelievable things he had experienced and seen were created by his father. Furthermore, according to the missions issued by the system, it seemed to be deliberately guiding me to slowly recover my past memories and identity. Many things that seemed accidental seemed destined. As for where the system would lead him in the end, he would only know after the Heavenly Court was rebuilt. The appearance of the God rankings excited the experts of the entire primordial world and the Nine Heavens immortal realm. They rushed into the God rankings stone tablet and began the test. After the God rankings appeared, information regarding the God rankings automatically appeared in Liyu's mind, and the appointment order was automatically connected to it. Liyu immediately knew the function of the God rankings through this information. It was similar to the ancient road to heaven. 2 miracles existed when Liyu established the human heavenly court in his previous life. Now it was most likely his father's doing. The ancient road to heaven was the path from the primordial world to the heavenly court. It was the basic threshold to enter the heavenly court. The God rankings was the examination hall for apotheosis. It determined one's future position in the heavenly court, and it was also the test method for various immortals to advance to higher positions. One was like the college entrance examination in his previous life, while the other was like the national examination. Furthermore, those who performed well on the ancient road to heaven might not be able to obtain a higher position on the God rankings because the two tests focused on different aspects. With the appearance of the God rankings, Liyu knew that the name list of 365 orthodox gods had appeared in the appointment order. Not only that, but the information of everyone who entered the God rankings quickly appeared, as well as the situation of the assessment. These contents were like sets of data that penetrated Liyu's mind, allowing him to know everything like the back of his hand. In fact, with the appointment order, Liyu could skip the assessment of the God rankings and confer a title to a certain person. Furthermore, the God rankings was only an auxiliary role. The 365 orthodox gods selected were only the most basic and core position to maintain the basic order of the heavenly court and the three realms. Liyu had the right to increase and modify the corresponding positions and confer titles to higher-level immortals. It was like the ancient imperial examination system that could not affect the emperor's right to confer titles. Of course, Liyu would not exercise such authority recklessly. Ruling the three realms was not child's play. It concerned millions of living beings in the universe. He needed someone with true virtue and talent to assist him in governing the heavenly court and the three realms. The God rankings could be said to be lively. The intense competition between the experts amazed Liyu. Fortunately, the God rankings only filtered important information for Liyu, otherwise the massive amount of information would probably burst his brain. Soon more and more people surged into the God rankings. However, more people were forcefully ejected the moment they entered. As their most basic cultivation realm had not reached the requirements, they were not qualified to participate in the God Ascension assessment. On the ground of the entire primordial world, countless living beings were also paying attention to the God rankings in the sky, looking forward to the name of the first person to enter the rankings. After some time, the first name finally appeared on the rankings. Thunder God, Heavenly Venerable Lei Ming. The appearance of this name caused a stir. Although most knew that Heavenly Venerable Lei Ming's attainments in the Thunder Dao were definitely top-notch, it was reasonable for him to become the Thunder God. However, no one expected that Heavenly Venerable Lei Ming could pass the test of the God rankings so quickly and become the first person to ascend it. In fact, Heavenly Venerable Lei Ming himself did not expect to pass the test of the God rankings so easily. However, he was extremely grateful and glad at the moment. He was grateful for Liyu's guidance on his cultivation path and was glad that he had wisely chosen to follow Liyu's footsteps to the lower realm to become immortal. If not for this special experience that allowed him to have a deeper understanding of the Great Tao and allowed his state of mind to undergo a tremendous change, he would definitely not have been able to pass the various tests of the God rankings so easily today. He successfully entered the rankings and became a god. After passing the test of the God rankings, Heavenly Venerable Lei Ming appeared in the treasure hall of the heavenly court. On the heavenly emperor's throne, Liyu sat upright and dignified. Lei Mingzi greets your majesty. Heavenly Venerable Lei Ming knelt and kowtowed. Lei Mingzi, since you've already passed the test of the God rankings, you shall be one of the 365 orthodox gods of our heavenly court. Liyu said in a low voice and immediately took out the appointment order to confer the title. As a golden light flew out of the appointment order and fused into the spot between Heavenly Venerable Laming's brows, his body rapidly transformed. The laws of heaven and earth surrounded him, and thousands of lightning bolts lingered around him like ribbons. Heavenly Venerable Laming felt an unprecedented power fuse into his body. He felt that a realm he had never touched was presented in front of him, allowing him to see a new world and control extraordinary power beyond his understanding. After a long time, names appeared on the god rankings one after another. There were heavenly venerables whose names shook the nine heavens' immortal realm, as well as people from the various ancient families and eternal orthodoxies. The Emperor of the Heaven Region Kingdom, Emperor Changren, had also successfully entered the rankings. They had also obtained Li Yu's appointment and become one of the 365 orthodox gods of the Heavenly Court. Just like that, the 365 god positions on the god rankings were completed. At this point, the first generation of leaders of the Heavenly Court was finally established. Of course, this was only the foundation of the tall buildings. In the future, the Heavenly Court needed more immortals. Even the Heavenly Court established by Li Yu back then had millions of immortals and soldiers of all kinds. These 365 orthodox gods were only the tip of the iceberg. However, as the 365 orthodox gods were conferred, Li Yu's mission to rebuild the Heavenly Court was completed. The system gave out rewards, and Li Yu finally saw a huge change in his experience bar. After the data finally stopped changing, Li Yu looked at the system interface. He was still short of invincibility by 0.00000000000000001%. Upon seeing this number, Li Yu suddenly felt uncomfortable again. Chapter 509, Last Bit of Memory. I'm not truly invincible yet? Li Yu was slightly displeased. He thought that by rebuilding the Heavenly Court he could be truly invincible and enter the heroic spirit temple to understand the many questions in his heart and even recover his father's lost memories. However, things did not go according to plan. Dad, why did you create this system back then? Li Yu was helpless, but it was clear that Li Qingyun would not know anything if he asked him now. Li Yu checked the system interface again and realized that the mission list had already disappeared. A new mission was eye-catching. Find Kunlun Mountain. The mission was simple. There were only a few words. There was no detailed explanation or guidance. As for the mission reward, there was no mention of it. Li Yu was familiar with Kunlun Mountain. It was the place where he was born when he arrived in this world. It was also the place where he had found the Great Dao Green Lotus and seen his infant soul fragment. However, after he obtained the Great Dao Green Lotus, he could no longer find it. Is the system trying to guide me to find the last portion of the soul fragment and retrieve the remaining memories? Li Yu guessed. However, it was clearly not that easy to find Kunlun Mountain. The dust had settled on the investiture of the gods. The reconstruction of the Heavenly Court was basically completed, and the new order of the three realms began to operate. The Heavenly Court transformed into the Heavenly Realm, while the primordial world became the human realm. The original burial Earth world was classified as the Earth Realm, which was the Netherworld. Then Li Yu used the three primordial treasures to upgrade the Qingyun sect to the Heavenly Realm. It would become the Dao Mountain of the Heaven Realm and the Holy Land of the future cultivation of the Heavenly Realm. As for the Emperor Yu Academy, it was still the bridge between the human realm and the Heavenly Realm. As the platform from the human realm to the Heavenly Realm, the ancient road to heaven was set as a place to select talents. He placed the door to heaven in front of the southern sky gate of the Heavenly Realm. Days passed and the new order of the three realms operated steadily. Li Yu expanded his manpower according to the organizational structure of the Heavenly Court he had created in his previous life. The Heavenly Realm already had hundreds of thousands of soldiers and immortals in charge of various divisions. If the immortals in charge of the Netherworld and the mortal world were included, there would be even more. At the same time, Li Yu ordered the three realms to search for all clues regarding Kunlun Mountain. However, after half a year, Li Yu did not obtain a single clue. During this period he had searched for it himself, but he had also found nothing. The primordial space and the 10 realms rift. Li Yu thought of the 10 realms rift and the primordial space again. Perhaps there would be a clue there. At the thought of this, Li Yu immediately led Tai Ri Huang Changjiang No. 7, the primordial pearl, and the others to the 10 realms rift. When Li Yu arrived at the heroic spirit mountain again, his mood had already undergone a tremendous change. It was not the first time he had come here in his memories. This place had an extraordinary meaning to him. In his previous life he had come here to find his father. Now, in order to find some truth and lost memories, he had returned here. However, to Liyu's surprise, when he arrived in front of the heroic spirit temple again, the system popped up another notification to prohibit him from entering. It's still not enough? Do I really have to wait until I'm completely invincible? Liyu's heart sank and he felt slightly helpless. In his previous life he entered there and encountered a terrifying spatial storm, causing him to lose many memories. In the end he reincarnated. Although he had found his father, the price he had to pay was huge. Liyu was not sure what would happen in the future if he encountered another mishap. Would all his previous efforts be in vain, or would he obtain new benefits? He did not dare to take the risk, nor did he want to. Let's find Kunlun Mountain first, Liyu thought, and then he left Heroic Spirit Peak again to lead everyone to search for clues about Kunlun Mountain in the Ten Realms Rift. Days passed. Liu and the others searched almost every corner of the Ten Realms Rift, but they still could not find any clues. No, there's still a place we haven't gone to, Liu suddenly said. Everyone looked at Liu curiously. The ZG Black Domain? Tyree asked in surprise. No, it's the Void River, Liu replied. Void River. Everyone came to a realization when they heard Liu's words. Indeed, the largest space in the Ten Realms Rift was not the ZG Black Domain. It was the Void River, a special river that connected countless spaces and worlds. It was vast and untraceable. The main reason was that it was extremely dangerous inside. Few had the courage to enter the Void River. As for those who had investigated it, clearly they were unprecedented. Follow me into the depths of the Void River to investigate, Liu said, and immediately flew towards the Void River. Everyone followed closely behind and quickly flew into the Void River that seemed to be formed from fluorescent particles. It was gorgeous, but it contained terrifying destructive power and spatial turbulence. The vastness of the Void River was indescribable. It was like traveling through a boundless galaxy. The Void River had many branches. It was like the meridians of a human body that spread through the spatial cracks of the entire universe and interwoven between countless worlds and space. As Liu continued to enter, the scene he saw became more and more shocking. He even saw countless worlds appear in front of him at the same time. It was as if the endless universe and the billions of planets were clearly presented in his field of vision. After flying for an unknown period of time, Liu and the others had already forgotten the time and the direction they had come from. Their surroundings were filled with a fluorescent and gorgeous brilliance. It was the vast void, like a nebula. Suddenly Liu's gaze was attracted by a light screen in the distance and his expression changed. On the light screen, rows of numbers formed by the numbers 0 and 1 flickered. Liu was shocked when he saw this. This was a symbol that had never appeared in this world, let alone the binary sequence. Did you see that light screen? Liu asked Tyree and the others. Everyone looked in the direction Liu pointed, but they saw nothing. They could not help but shake their heads. I didn't see anything. Liu was even more surprised by everyone's reaction. He took a closer look to confirm that he was not mistaken or hallucinating. Therefore he quickly approached it. Upon closer inspection, the light screen was still there and the numbers 0 and 1 were becoming clearer. Liu had a serious and nervous expression as he reached out to touch the light screen. Swoosh! The moment the light screen was touched, it instantly disappeared. However, everything around it disappeared, including the others, the nebula-like energy, and all the voices. However, in front of Liu, the scene that had appeared when he was searching for the Great Dao Green Lotus appeared again. Countless familiar scenes, cities, and countless living beings stood on the spot. He was the only one who could move. He was the only one who could see and sense everything. The scene in front of him was something he was familiar with. He flew in the direction he was familiar with and headed for Kunlun Mountain. This time he successfully arrived at Kunlun Mountain. There in the divine pool at the top of the mountain, he saw the baby again and the soul fragment that belonged to him. Did it work? Liu's heart raced. The strange light screen he had just seen made him suddenly doubt this world. What is this place? Why did my father and I come here? How did we get here? Countless questions filled Liu's mind, and he could not wait to solve them. The answer might be hidden in this last soul fragment, in this portion of his memories. Chapter 510, The Truth of the World. Liu's heart raced as he looked at the baby in Kunlun Mountain's divine pool. He felt that all his questions were about to be answered. However, when the answer was right in front of him, he suddenly hesitated. He even felt inexplicably afraid, as if he was afraid of obtaining the answer and learning the truth. The feeling was complicated. It was as if two different voices were arguing in his heart and two different powers were entangled in his body. As Li Yu hesitated, the scene in front of him began to become illusory, as if all of this existed from his obsession. If his obsession wavered, the scene in front of him would disappear. Didn't I search for so long to find the answer? If I give up now, I might never find this place again. Li Yu looked at the baby and his appearance when he first arrived in this world, and he began to appraise it again. He wanted to understand everything. He wanted to know what had happened to him and his father and how he had arrived in this world. After confirming his thoughts, Li Yu flew towards the divine pool and the baby. In an instant, the baby looked at him. The two of them looked at each other. Suddenly he felt that he had become that baby. He saw himself flying over from afar, and he was a little confused but felt a resonance. Whoosh! Just as Li Yu flew in front of the baby, everything around him instantly turned into bubbles that transformed into data formed by 0 and 1 that filled the sky. It transformed into countless information and images that instantly surged into Li Yu's mind. Little kid, what's your mother's name? My mother's name is Gu Kaiwei. But my mother isn't home. Where did she go? Dad said that she went to another world, a world without illness and sorrow. Mom, what's your father's name? Ask him to come. My father's name is Li Qingyun. He's a very powerful engineer. He's researching a technology that can change the future and the era, so he's especially busy with work and is often away from home. When Dad was young, he especially liked to read Xianxia novels. Therefore he dreamed of entering the world of Xianxia one day and riding the wind here. Therefore the first game I designed was a Xianxia world. However, this world is not complete yet, but I will complete it one day. I will help everyone realize their Xianxia dream and let them truly enter the world of Xianxia to swim. When Dad succeeds in his research, I will be the first to bring you in. Grandpa, Grandma, why isn't Dad back after so long? Grandpa, why is Grandma crying? Now the promising model and that equipment have become worthless trash. It's not trash, that's my father's hard work and dream. One day I'll fulfill his unfinished dream. Little you, your father is already dead. He can't come back. No, he's not dead. His consciousness must still be in that world. His consciousness might exist in some sort of information and data. I'll definitely find him one day. Little you, this technology can't be achieved at all. What really allows one's consciousness to enter the virtual world is impossible to achieve. It's only a beautiful scientific illusion. Don't waste your time on this anymore. No, I will achieve it. I will succeed. Our experiment was successful this time. Our company's technology is the best in the world. Everyone must be confident. We will definitely be the best in this field in the future. We can definitely start a new era in the future. This is great. It's a success. I've finally repaired the data. I'll make this virtual world my father created work again. Little you, I didn't expect that only the two of us would be left. If you want to resign too, tell me. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. I won't leave. I've said it before. This is your dream and it's also my dream. I believe that you will succeed. You will definitely break through the technological barrier and invent a truly stable and reliable brain machine to realize true virtual reality. Little you, good news, we obtained 50 million in investment from Angel Capital today. We can continue our research. It worked. This is great. We finally did it. We created the future. The market valuation of Great U technology has increased by 500 times. President Li, our internal test was a success. Our Oasis will definitely become a virtual reality game that's popular all over the world. President Li, is this a new game? No, this is my father's dream. I'll repair this one next. Dad, wait for me. I'll find you. President Li, I hope you don't mind some things. There are still hidden safety risks in your father's game. You shouldn't take this risk. What if? There's no what if. Don't worry. I know what to do. There won't be a problem. Countless information surged into Li Yu's mind and countless memory fragments slowly pieced together into clear memories. A storm seemed to stir in Li Yu's heart and countless perceptions instantly collapsed as if a beautiful dream had been awakened. However, his heart was filled with joy. He was like a person who had lost his memory and found his way home. The complicated emotions made Li Yu feel as if he had split personality in an instant. However, when everything returned to calm and all his memories were digested, Li Yu became abnormally calm and there were no ripples in his heart. As he had suspected previously, this was not a real world. To be precise, this was a game, a virtual world developed by his father in the past. Of course, this world was already worlds apart from the past. His father had developed this game that surpassed the times, but an accident occurred during the game test. His consciousness would stay in the game forever. It might even be deleted and destroyed by the system malfunction. It could no longer be found by the system or the brain machine. In the end, he was pronounced dead by the doctor. However, Liu always believed that his father's consciousness must still be in the game, so he believed that he would find his father's consciousness in the future. He might have a way to revive his father in another special way in the future. For this reason, Liu became a person like his father, spending all his youth and time in the virtual reality business connected by the brain machine. In the end, he completed his father's unfinished dream and truly realized this great technology ushering in a new era. When his career was successful, Liu began to repair the game his father had developed back then and used the existing technology to perfect the game and the equipment it used. However, in order not to destroy the consciousness and relevant data his father had left in the game, he did not dare to make too many adjustments to the game's program. Therefore, the game itself still had some hidden dangers. Liu was bent on finding his father. Therefore, after perfecting and fixing the bugs in the program as much as possible, he chose to enter the game to find his father. In the beginning, he entered and left the game smoothly without any danger. However, as he continued to venture deeper into the game world and explore every corner of it, in the end he got lost in the game due to a bug in the game. He could not find a way to leave the game world and his consciousness could not log out. When Liu realized this, he did not regret or fear because he wanted to find his father. He also believed that he would repair the program's flaws in the game and find a way to leave this place again. However, later on he could not remember what had happened, causing him to lose many memories. In the end, he even mistakenly thought that he had transmigrated here. He even forgot his original intention and forgot who he was. Liu did not know how long he had stayed in this game world, nor did he know how long had passed in the outside world. He did not know if his body was like his father's and had long turned into a pile of yellow soil. Looking at the vast starry sky and universe in front of him, he recalled everything he had experienced here, the people he had encountered, and those things. Liu kept feeling that this was a real world that existed on a different plane. It was just that the game his father developed back then happened to establish a connection with this world. Otherwise, if this was really just a game, the intelligence of every NPC character was probably enough to subvert the AI technology level of a human world. However, if this was not the game world, where was it? Was it really a world of cultivation civilization? If this was not the game world, why would he see the binary data flow? Why would he see his father's previous game save in the heroic spirit temple? Clearly, when he finally crossed a mountain, he realized that there was another mountain in front of him. There were many things that he could not understand completely. It was just like how Newton, who discovered gravity back then, could not explain the nature of gravity and understand why it existed. Liu did not want to think further. After all, he still had a lot to think about. For example, the existence of the system and the Heavenly Dao rankings. According to his memories, there was no such thing as the Heavenly Dao rankings in this game. His father had only designed a god rankings back then. Not to mention that system that was comparable to a super cheat. Did someone design the system for me? Liu suddenly understood that someone seemed to be helping him in the unseen world and guiding him to find those broken consciousness and memories. Who could this person be? I have no children and am alone. My grandparents have long passed away. Are they from my company? Are they trying their best to save my consciousness from the game? Liu guessed. However, right at this moment, a voice suddenly sounded in Liu's ear. It was a voice he was extremely familiar with. There's a reaction. President Li's brainwaves are reacting. Chapter 511, waited for 10 years, there's a reaction. President Li's brainwaves are responding. A woman's voice sounded in Liu's ear. Liu's heart trembled when he heard this voice. He was all too familiar with this voice. It was little Yu's voice. She was Yu Xiaoqi, a top student who had once graduated from a famous school. She was a female genius with both intelligence and beauty. Back then, when Liu's company's capital chain broke and he was about to close down, she still stayed in her position and silently accompanied him through the most difficult period. So it's her. Has little Yu been guiding me? Did she develop the system to help me? President Li. Can you hear me? It's little Yu. Can you hear me? Liu heard Yu Xiaoqi's voice again, and it was clearer this time. At the same time, Liu felt the space around him become illusory and his body seemed to become illusory. Not only that, but he even felt as if someone was touching and shaking his body. Manager Yu, continue calling. President Li's brainwaves are getting stronger. Another voice sounded. President Liu, did you hear my voice? I'm Yu Xiaoqi. Yu Xiaoqi's voice echoed in Liu's ears. He slowly sensed his other body. He sensed a crack appear in front of him. There seemed to be light inside and a swaying figure. However, he was like a nightmare. Although he could hear and feel someone shaking his body, he could not move or control his body. It was as if his soul had left his body. This is great, Manager. The system has confirmed that President Li's consciousness data is complete. You can activate the consciousness return. Okay, quick, activate it immediately. Yu Xiaoqi shouted in surprise. Alright. I've already locked onto President Li's consciousness. Prepare to activate the return. President Li, it's little you. Did you hear our voices? I know that you've already recovered your memories and found all your consciousness data. Do you see the teleportation door in front of you? Walk in and you can leave the game world. Yu Xiaoqi continued. At the same time, Li Yu felt as if he had returned to Kunlun Mountain, to the place where he had first arrived in this world. In front of him, a gigantic spatial door appeared in the void. Li Yu looked at the door with mixed feelings. He was well aware that after walking out of that door he could return to Earth and leave this world completely. In fact, this departure might mean leaving forever. Li Yu really wanted to return to the real world. After all, there was also a career he liked, their achievements he was proud of, and friends and relatives. However, there were also his family, friends, father, lover, honor, and achievements here. Furthermore, he did not even bid farewell to everyone. He was naturally unwilling to leave just like that, so he suddenly hesitated. He wanted to go back and bid farewell to everyone, so after pondering for a moment, Li Yu suddenly turned around. Li Yu, I know you want to find Uncle, but his consciousness data has already been lost. If you want to find it again, you need to think about it carefully. It took us 10 years to regain your complete consciousness. If you don't leave now, we might lose your consciousness data again. Li Yu, come back. We need you. The company needs you. The players need you. This world needs you too. When you come back, we can think of a way together. We can use the method I used to help you to let Uncle's remaining consciousness find those lost consciousness data by itself. Li Yu stopped in his tracks when he heard Yu Xiaoqi's voice. 10 years? Has it been 10 years? Li Yu was well aware of how precious 10 years on Earth were. More importantly, Yu Xiaoqi had never given up on searching for his consciousness for 10 years. Yu Xiaoqi must have put in a lot of effort to find him and help him return to Earth. He knew better than anyone how difficult it was to recover the lost consciousness data. I'm sorry, Dad. Li Yu said silently. He decided to leave, but he firmly believed that this was definitely not a farewell. He would definitely find a way to return and find his father and bid farewell to this world. At the thought of this, Li Yu walked through the door. Firmly dazzling light drowned Li Yu's vision and he felt his body suddenly sink. He fell into a temporary coma, and then Yu Xiaoqi's voice sounded again. Li Yu, wake up, wake up. Whoosh. Li Yu felt as if he had awakened from a deep sleep. His senses were like the spring breeze melting the snow as he slowly awakened. A gentle light surfaced in his eyes again, and the voice in his ear became clearer until he could feel his slightly heavy body and stiff torso. He's awake. President Li is awake. We did it. Many people cheered. Li Yu's vision became clearer as he looked at Yu Xiaoqi. She was still fair and beautiful, but her once childish aura had disappeared. She was more mature and capable. Her gaze was not as clear and bright, but it was filled with the light of wisdom. However, her beautiful eyes were filled with tears. Many people stood behind her. Some looked familiar to Li Yu while others were unfamiliar. However, they had smiles on their faces that came from the bottom of their hearts. After Li Yu woke up, everyone tactfully left the room, leaving only Yu Xiaoqi and Li Yu behind. Yu Xiaoqi helped Li Yu off the bed and stretched his body. Her movements were familiar. Li Yu could sense how Yu Xiaoqi had taken care of him in the past 10 years. He knew that after a person lost his consciousness, his body would fall into a vegetative state or even die directly. It was clear that he was lucky. However, if a body lay in bed for 10 years without moving, it would probably lose many of its functions. However, now that he could walk, he felt that his body was not much different from a normal person's. After adapting for a while, he could move normally. Yu Xiaoqi supported Li Yu worriedly. She did not speak until Li Yu took the initiative to ask about the events of the past 10 years. 10 years ago, when Li Yu entered the game, his consciousness suddenly left the control of the equipment system and finally disappeared. His body became a vegetable. In the past 10 years, Yu Xiaoqi had always tried to regain Li Yu's consciousness. She could not remember how many times she had tried and how many methods she had thought of, but she had basically failed. It was not until 3 years ago that she finally successfully found Li Yu's consciousness data and guided it back into her body. He realized that the consciousness data was incomplete, so Li Yu still had not woken up from his coma. After that she tried many other methods, but she was unable to recover Liyu's other lost memories and consciousness data. Later on she thought of letting Liyu search for them himself. However, this idea was easier said than done. She had experimented many times and used various methods to guide Liyu stimulate the data in the depths of his consciousness and a mysterious power that she could not understand to allow him to recover his lost consciousness and memories in the vast virtual universe. Finally she succeeded this time. Furthermore, as Liyu had guessed, that system was indeed a cheat designed by Yu Xiaoqi for Liyu. Even the so-called Heavenly Dao rankings were designed by her. It was all her attempt. Thank you, little Yu. Liyu looked at Yu Xiaoqi, his heart filled with gratitude and affection. It was not only in that world that someone was silently waiting for him. On Earth there was also someone silently guarding him and waiting for him. In the past 10 years Yu Xiaoqi had spent all her youth waiting for him to return. Chapter 5:12, Returning to the Cultivation World. Days passed. It took Liyu a few months to adapt to life on Earth. Although this was his home and the place where he lived, the years in his memories of the cultivation world were also incomparably real. In fact, those memories were even more profound than his memories on Earth. Sometimes he even felt that he was the virtual one on Earth and he was the real one in the cultivation world. Yu Xiaoqi had always silently taken care of Liyu and accompanied him. This reminded Liyu of concubine Yu in the cultivation world. Speaking of which, perhaps it was fate, but there were many similarities in their personalities. In fact, Liyu often felt that Yu Xiaoqi was concubine Yu. Liyu had once guessed that concubine Yu might be an NPC character created by Yu Xiaoqi. Then, under the effect of an unknown power, she became a living person in that world and accompanied him for countless years. It was just like how his father had created his mother Gu Kaiwei in that world. Although the Flower Realm Master was not his mother on Earth, she shouldered all his father's longing and love for his mother. Liyu did not ask Yu Xiaoqi, but he could already sense her love for him. She was already the cream of the crop in the virtual reality field, a genius who was the center of attention worldwide. Countless companies wanted to poach her and countless men pursued her crazily. However, she had never accepted anyone's courtship. For 10 years she stayed by Liyu's side and she did not know when or if he would wake up. This had long become a legend around the world. After Liyu woke up, he did not accept any media interviews. The company's public relations department held a press conference and simply announced Liyu's awakening. He only went on stage to speak a few words during the anniversary celebration to prove that he had really awakened. Countless players spontaneously celebrated for Liyu in Oasis. Some even set the day of his awakening as Oasis Day. The players' enthusiasm touched Liyu. This might be the reason why he loved this career as much as his father did. Players might be the cutest group of people in the world. As long as you could bring them joy, they would repay you with all their passion and gratitude. Days passed. Other than his daily exercise, Liyu spent almost all his time in his mansion's office flipping through the many research materials and experimental data left behind by his father to study the game his father had developed back then. Before he fell into a coma, the company could already operate normally without his management. Later on, he gave up his position as the president and focused on finding his father's consciousness data. Therefore, now that he was back, he almost did not need to interfere in the company's matters. He continued to focus on researching the model his father had developed. He had a nagging feeling that the sudden disappearance of his father's consciousness and his own data did not seem to be because of the loophole in the game program. Perhaps there was really some kind of supernatural power, some reason he could not answer or understand, that led to this game's virtual world and a real cultivation world. That was because that world was too real. The people inside did not think about NPCs generated by program algorithms at all. At the very least, even if he developed it back then, the Oasis world, which countless technicians and geniuses had worked hard for 10 years, could not compare to that cultivation world at all. The only explanation was that it was not a game world at all but a real world. What happened back then? Under what circumstances did my father lose his consciousness in the game? There should be records of these experiments. A year later. Honey, you shouldn't work in the company with such a large womb. Huang Di and the others are enough. Liyu looked at the pregnant Yu Xiaoqi. 10 months ago, Liyu officially proposed to Yu Xiaoqi. Not long after, the two of them registered their marriage and began their honeymoon. Yu Xiaoqi was also pregnant with Liyu's child. Yu Xiaoqi's stomach was already very big, but she was born a workaholic. She could not stay at home at all. If she did not work for a day, she would panic. Hubby, you know that I can't stay idle. Oh yes, how's your new game going? Yu Xiaoqi asked. She knew that Liyu had designed another game in the past year for her amusement. Yes, I'm almost done. Li Yu replied with a smile. Oh yes, what's the name of your new game? Heavenly Dao Rankings. The Heavenly Dao Rankings. Yu Xiaoqi smiled knowingly she knew what this meant. However, she did not know that the new game Li Yu mentioned was actually the one her father had developed. Auntie Su, take good care of Xiaoqi, Li Yu said to the nanny. Don't worry, President Li, I'll take good care of Madam. Okay. Li Yu nodded, then he turned around and entered his studio. He put on his brain computer and prepared to begin the game. He had carefully studied his father's experimental data and information over the past year, and he had really found a miracle. That's right, a miracle. When his father had an accident when he entered the game back then, something strange happened. According to the staff who were present, some saw the ball of lightning fly into the experiment room, some saw time moving backward, and some felt that they had briefly seen a nebula appear in front of them. However, as time was short, they thought they were hallucinating and did not mention it. If Li Yu had not asked them to recall the situation and focus on whether they had encountered anything strange, they would not have mentioned it. Coupled with the strange experimental data and images that Li Yu had discovered, Li Yu checked a large number of documents and consulted many experts in various fields. In the end, he vaguely found the answer. It was likely a special phenomenon formed in the quantum field, but it could not be explained with the current level of quantum technology. However, Li Yu could basically confirm that his father's model seemed to have evolved into a universe, a real world, for some reason. Or rather, it was connected to a real cultivation world. That place existed and the people there were not virtual. However, what was unbelievable was that many rules of this world could be affected by the programs on Earth, for example the system Yu Xiaoqi designed for Li Yu and the Heavenly Dao Rankings. Li Yu did not tell anyone about this. After all, no one would believe him. If he did, they might even think that he was crazy. Later on, he taught himself and studied many sciences in the quantum field. After many attempts, he really established a mysterious passageway in the game his father developed back then. The other side of the passageway was connected to the cultivation world. Furthermore, this passageway could be opened and closed by his system. He could enter and leave the two worlds freely. However, when he entered the cultivation world, his body on Earth would enter a vegetative state. Therefore, he could not stay in the cultivation world for too long. Fortunately, the flow of time in the two worlds was completely different. He could spend decades in the cultivation world by taking out an hour every day. Not only that, but because he had become the Heavenly Emperor, every time he left the cultivation world, time would stop until he returned. Therefore, Li Yu could enter the cultivation world or return to Earth at any time. Dad, are you really not planning to take a look at Earth? In the main hall of the Heavenly Court, Li Yu chatted while drinking tea with Li Qingyun. Li Qingyun already knew his true identity and everything that had happened to Li Yu. He was happy that Li Yu had completed his unfinished dream and was proud of him. He was touched that Li Yu could find him at all costs and allow him to be a good father in another world, accompany him in his childhood and grow up with him. When he was on Earth, he was so busy with work that he completely ignored Li Yu's growth. He did not change his diaper or feed him milk, nor did he even remember what he looked like as a baby. When he returned to his senses, he realized that Li Yu had already grown into a big child. Therefore, he had always felt regretful and guilty. I've failed as a father on Earth, so I'm too ashamed to go back. Moreover, this is home to me. I have the happiest memories here, Li Qingyun said with a smile. Li Yu poured more tea for his father before saying with a serious expression, Dad, you've always been an outstanding father to me. The end. Chapter 512, Returning to the cultivation world. Days passed. It took Li Yu a few months to adapt to life on Earth. Although this was his home and the place where he lived, the years in his memories of the cultivation world were also incomparably real. In fact, those memories were even more profound than his memories on Earth. Sometimes he even felt that he was the virtual one on Earth and he was the real one in the cultivation world. Yu Xiaoqi had always silently taken care of Li Yu and accompanied him. This reminded Li Yu of concubine Yu in the cultivation world. Speaking of which, perhaps it was fate, but there were many similarities in their personalities. In fact, Li Yu often felt that Yu Xiaoqi was concubine Yu. Li Yu had once guessed that concubine Yu might be an NPC character created by Yu Xiaoqi. Then, under the effect of an unknown power, she became a living person in that world and accompanied him for countless years. It was just like how his father had created his mother Gu Kaiwei in that world. Although the Flower Realm Master was not his mother on Earth, she shouldered all his father's longing and love for his mother. Li Yu did not ask Yu Xiaoqi, but he could already sense her love for him. She was already the cream of the crop in the virtual reality field, a genius who was the center of attention worldwide. Countless companies wanted to poach her and countless men pursued her crazily. However, she had never accepted anyone's courtship. For 10 years she stayed by Li Yu's side and she did not know when or if he would wake up. This had long become a legend around the world. After Li Yu woke up, he did not accept any media interviews. The company's public relations department held a press conference and simply announced Li Yu's awakening. He only went on stage to speak a few words during the anniversary celebration to prove that he had really awakened. Countless players spontaneously celebrated for Li Yu in Oasis. Some even set the day of his awakening as Oasis Day. The players' enthusiasm touched Li Yu. This might be the reason why he loved this career as much as his father did. Players might be the cutest group of people in the world. As long as you could bring them joy, they would repay you with all their passion and gratitude. Days passed. Other than his daily exercise, Li Yu spent almost all his time in his mansion's office flipping through the many research materials and experimental data left behind by his father to study the game his father had developed back then. Before he fell into a coma, the company could already operate normally without his management. Later on, he gave up his position as the president and focused on finding his father's consciousness data. Therefore, now that he was back, he almost did not need to interfere in the company's matters. He continued to focus on researching the model his father had developed. He had a nagging feeling that the sudden disappearance of his father's consciousness and his own data did not seem to be because of the loophole in the game program. Perhaps there was really some kind of supernatural power, some reason he could not answer or understand, that led to this game's virtual world and a real cultivation world. That was because that world was too real. The people inside did not think about NPCs generated by program algorithms at all. At the very least, even if he developed it back then, the Oasis world, which countless technicians and geniuses had worked hard for 10 years, could not compare to that cultivation world at all. The only explanation was that it was not a game world at all but a real world. What happened back then? Under what circumstances did my father lose his consciousness in the game? There should be records of these experiments. A year later. Honey, you shouldn't work in the company with such a large womb. Old Huang Di and the others are enough. Li Yu looked at the pregnant Yu Xiaoqi. 10 months ago, Li Yu officially proposed to Yu Xiaoqi. Not long after, the two of them registered their marriage and began their honeymoon. Yu Xiaoqi was also pregnant with Li Yu's child. Yu Xiaoqi's stomach was already very big, but she was born a workaholic. She could not stay at home at all. If she did not work for a day, she would panic. Hubby, you know that I can't stay idle. Oh yes, how's your new game going? Yu Xiaoqi asked. She knew that Li Yu had designed another game in the past year for her amusement. Yes, I'm almost done. Li Yu replied with a smile. Oh yes, what's the name of your new game? Heavenly Dao Rankings. The Heavenly Dao Rankings. Yu Xiaoqi smiled knowingly. She knew what this meant. However, she did not know that the new game Li Yu mentioned was actually the one her father had developed. Auntie Su, take good care of Xiaoqi, Li Yu said to the nanny. Don't worry, President Li, I'll take good care of Madam. Okay. Li Yu nodded. Then he turned around and entered his studio. He put on his brain computer and prepared to begin the game. He had carefully studied his father's experimental data and information over the past year, and he had really found a miracle. That's right, a miracle. When his father had an accident when he entered the game back then, something strange happened. According to the staff who were present, some saw the ball of lightning fly into the experiment room, some saw time moving backward, and some felt that they had briefly seen a nebula appear in front of them. However, as time was short, they thought they were hallucinating and did not mention it. If Li Yu had not asked them to recall the situation and focus on whether they had encountered anything strange, they would not have mentioned it. Coupled with the strange experimental data and images that Li Yu had discovered, Li Yu checked a large number of documents and consulted many experts in various fields. In the end, he vaguely found the answer. It was likely a special phenomenon formed in the quantum field, but it could not be explained with the current level of quantum technology. However, Li Yu could basically confirm that his father's model seemed to have evolved into a universe, a real world, for some reason. Or rather, it was connected to a real cultivation world. That place existed and the people there were not virtual. However, what was unbelievable was that many rules of this world could be affected by the programs on Earth. For example, the system Yu Xiaoqi designed for Li Yu and the Heavenly Dao Rankings. Li Yu did not tell anyone about this. After all, no one would believe him. If he did, they might even think that he was crazy. Later on he taught himself and studied many sciences in the quantum field. After many attempts he really established a mysterious passageway in the game his father developed back then. The other side of the passageway was connected to the cultivation world. Furthermore, this passageway could be opened and closed by his system. He could enter and leave the two worlds freely. However, when he entered the cultivation world, his body on Earth would enter a vegetative state. Therefore, he could not stay in the cultivation world for too long. Fortunately, the flow of time in the two worlds was completely different. He could spend decades in the cultivation world by taking out an hour every day. Not only that, but because he had become the Heavenly Emperor, every time he left the cultivation world, time would stop until he returned. Therefore, Liu could enter the cultivation world or return to Earth at any time. Dad, are you really not planning to take a look at Earth? In the main hall of the Heavenly Court, Liu chatted while drinking tea with Li Qingyun. Li Qingyun already knew his true identity and everything that had happened to Liu. He was happy that Liu had completed his unfinished dream and was proud of him. He was touched that Liu could find him at all costs and allow him to be a good father in another world, accompany him in his childhood and grow up with him. When he was on Earth, he was so busy with work that he completely ignored Liu's growth. He did not change his diaper or feed him milk, nor did he even remember what he looked like as a baby. When he returned to his senses, he realized that Liu had already grown into a big child. Therefore, he had always felt regretful and guilty. I failed as a father on Earth, so I'm too ashamed to go back. Moreover, this is home to me. I have the happiest memories here. Li Qingyun said with a smile. Liu poured more tea for his father before saying with a serious expression, Dad, you've always been an outstanding father to me. The end. Chapter 512, Returning to the cultivation world. Days passed. It took Liu a few months to adapt to life on Earth. Although this was his home and the place where he lived, the years in his memories of the cultivation world were also incomparably real. In fact, those memories were even more profound than his memories on Earth. Sometimes he even felt that he was the virtual one on Earth and he was the real one in the cultivation world. Yu Shaoqi had always silently taken care of Liu and accompanied him. This reminded Liu of concubine Yu in the cultivation world. Speaking of which, perhaps it was fate, but there were many similarities in their personalities. In fact, Liu often felt that Yu Shaoqi was concubine Yu. Liu had once guessed that concubine Yu might be an NPC character created by Yu Shaoqi. Then, under the effect of an unknown power, she became a living person in that world and accompanied him for countless years. It was just like how his father had created his mother Gu Kaiwei in that world. Although the Flower Realm Master was not his mother on Earth, she shouldered all his father's longing and love for his mother. Liu did not ask Yu Shaoqi, but he could already sense her love for him. She was already the cream of the crop in the virtual reality field, a genius who was the center of attention worldwide. Countless companies wanted to poach her and countless men pursued her crazily. However, she had never accepted anyone's courtship. For 10 years she stayed by Liu's side and she did not know when or if he would wake up. This had long become a legend around the world. After Liu woke up, he did not accept any media interviews. The company's public relations department held a press conference and simply announced Liu's awakening. He only went on stage to speak a few words during the anniversary celebration to prove that he had really awakened. Countless players spontaneously celebrated for Liu in Oasis. Some even set the day of his awakening as Oasis Day. The players' enthusiasm touched Liu. This might be the reason why he loved this career as much as his father did. Players might be the cutest group of people in the world. As long as you could bring them joy, they would repay you with all their passion and gratitude. Days passed. Other than his daily exercise, Liu spent almost all his time in his mansion's office flipping through the many research materials and experimental data left behind by his father to study the game his father had developed back then. Before he fell into a coma, the company could already operate normally without his management. Later on, he gave up his position as the president and focused on finding his father's consciousness data. Therefore, now that he was back, he almost did not need to interfere in the company's matters. He continued to focus on researching the model his father had developed. He had a nagging feeling that the sudden disappearance of his father's consciousness and his own data did not seem to be because of the loophole in the game program. Perhaps there was really some kind of supernatural power, some reason he could not answer or understand, that led to this game's virtual world and a real cultivation world. That was because that world was too real. The people inside did not think about NPCs generated by program algorithms at all, at the very least. Even if he developed it back then, the Oasis world, which countless technicians and geniuses had worked hard for 10 years, could not compare to that cultivation world at all. The only explanation was that it was not a game world at all but a real world. What happened back then? Under what circumstances did my father lose his consciousness in the game? There should be records of these experiments. A year later. Honey, you shouldn't work in the company with such a large womb. Old Huang Di and the others are enough. Li Yu looked at the pregnant Yu Xiaoqi. 10 months ago, Li Yu officially proposed to Yu Xiaoqi. Not long after the two of them registered their marriage and began their honeymoon, Yu Xiaoqi was also pregnant with Li Yu's child. Yu Xiaoqi's stomach was already very big, but she was born a workaholic. She could not stay at home at all. If she did not work for a day, she would panic. Hubby, you know that I can't stay idle. Oh yes, how's your new game going? Yu Xiaoqi asked. She knew that Li Yu had designed another game in the past year for her amusement. Yes, I'm almost done. Li Yu replied with a smile. Oh yes, what's the name of your new game? Heavenly Dao Rankings. The Heavenly Dao Rankings. Yu Xiaoqi smiled knowingly. She knew what this meant. However, she did not know that the new game Li Yu mentioned was actually the one her father had developed. Auntie Su, take good care of Xiaoqi. Li Yu said to the nanny. Don't worry, President Li, I'll take good care of Madam. Okay. Li Yu nodded. Then he turned around and entered his studio. He put on his brain computer and prepared to begin the game. He had carefully studied his father's experimental data and information over the past year, and he had really found a miracle. That's right, a miracle. When his father had an accident when he entered the game back then, something strange happened. According to the staff who were present, some saw the ball of lightning fly into the experiment room, some saw time moving backward, and some felt that they had briefly seen a nebula appear in front of them. However, as time was short, they thought they were hallucinating and did not mention it. If Li Yu had not asked them to recall the situation and focus on whether they had encountered anything strange, they would not have mentioned it. Coupled with the strange experimental data and images that Li Yu had discovered, Li Yu checked a large number of documents and consulted many experts in various fields. In the end, he vaguely found the answer. It was likely a special phenomenon formed in the quantum field, but it could not be explained with the current level of quantum technology. However, Li Yu could basically confirm that his father's model seemed to have evolved into a universe, a real world, for some reason. Or rather, it was connected to a real cultivation world. That place existed and the people there were not virtual. However, what was unbelievable was that many rules of this world could be affected by the programs on Earth. For example, the system Yu Xiaoqi designed for Li Yu and the Heavenly Dao Rankings. Li Yu did not tell anyone about this. After all, no one would believe him. If he did, they might even think that he was crazy. Later on, he taught himself and studied many sciences in the quantum field. After many attempts, he really established a mysterious passageway in the game his father developed back then. The other side of the passageway was connected to the cultivation world. Furthermore, this passageway could be opened and closed by his system. He could enter and leave the two worlds freely. However, when he entered the cultivation world, his body on Earth would enter a vegetative state. Therefore, he could not stay in the cultivation world for too long. Fortunately, the flow of time in the two worlds was completely different. He could spend decades in the cultivation world by taking out an hour every day. Not only that, but because he had become the Heavenly Emperor, every time he left the cultivation world, time would stop until he returned. Therefore, Li Yu could enter the cultivation world or return to Earth at any time. Dad, are you really not planning to take a look at Earth? In the main hall of the Heavenly Court, Li Yu chatted while drinking tea with Li Qingyun. Li Qingyun already knew his true identity and everything that had happened to Li Yu. He was happy that Li Yu had completed his unfinished dream and was proud of him. He was touched that Li Yu could find him at all costs and allow him to be a good father in another world, accompany him in his childhood and grow up with him. When he was on Earth, he was so busy with work that he completely ignored Li Yu's growth. He did not change his diaper or feed him milk, nor did he even remember what he looked like as a baby. When he returned to his senses, he realized that Li Yu had already grown into a big child. Therefore, he had always felt regretful and guilty. I failed as a father on Earth, so I'm too ashamed to go back. Moreover, this is home to me. I have the happiest memories here. Li Qingyun said with a smile. Liu poured more tea for his father before saying with a serious expression, "Dad, you've always been an outstanding father to me." The end. Chapter 512, Returning to the Cultivation World. Days passed. It took Liu a few months to adapt to life on Earth. Although this was his home and the place where he lived, the years and his memories of the cultivation world were also incomparably real. In fact, those memories were even more profound than his memories on Earth. Sometimes he even felt that he was the virtual one on Earth and he was the real one in the cultivation world. Yu Shaoqi had always silently taken care of Liu and accompanied him. This reminded Liu of concubine Yu in the cultivation world. Speaking of which, perhaps it was fate, but there were many similarities in their personalities. In fact, Liu often felt that Yu Shaoqi was concubine Yu. Liu had once guessed that concubine Yu might be an NPC character created by Yu Shaoqi. Then, under the effect of an unknown power, she became a living person in that world and accompanied him for countless years. It was just like how his father had created his mother Gu Kaiwei in that world. Although the Flower Realm Master was not his mother on Earth, she shouldered all his father's longing and love for his mother. Liu did not ask Yu Shaoqi, but he could already sense her love for him. She was already the cream of the crop in the virtual reality field, a genius who was the center of attention worldwide. Countless companies wanted to poach her and countless men pursued her crazily. However, she had never accepted anyone's courtship. For 10 years she stayed by Liu's side and she did not know when or if he would wake up. This had long become a legend around the world. After Liu woke up, he did not accept any media interviews. The company's public relations department held a press conference and simply announced Liu's awakening. He only went on stage to speak a few words during the anniversary celebration to prove that he had really awakened. Countless players spontaneously celebrated for Liu in Oasis. Some even set the day of his awakening as Oasis Day. The players' enthusiasm touched Liu. This might be the reason why he loved this career as much as his father did. Players might be the cutest group of people in the world. As long as you could bring them joy, they would repay you with all their passion and gratitude. Days passed. Other than his daily exercise, Liu spent almost all his time in his mansion's office flipping through the many research materials and experimental data left behind by his father to study the game his father had developed back then. Before he fell into a coma, the company could already operate normally without his management. Later on, he gave up his position as the president and focused on finding his father's consciousness data. Therefore, now that he was back, he almost did not need to interfere in the company's matters. He continued to focus on researching the model his father had developed. He had a nagging feeling that the sudden disappearance of his father's consciousness and his own data did not seem to be because of the loophole in the game program. Perhaps there was really some kind of supernatural power, some reason he could not answer or understand, that led to this game's virtual world and a real cultivation world. That was because that world was too real. The people inside did not think about NPCs generated by program algorithms at all. At the very least, even if he developed it back then, the Oasis world, which countless technicians and geniuses had worked hard for 10 years, could not compare to that cultivation world at all. The only explanation was that it was not a game world at all but a real world. What happened back then? Under what circumstances did my father lose his consciousness in the game? There should be records of these experiments. A year later. Honey, you shouldn't work in the company with such a large womb. Huang Di and the others are enough. Liu looked at the pregnant Yu Shaoqi. 10 months ago, Liu officially proposed to Yu Shaoqi. Not long after, the two of them registered their marriage and began their honeymoon. Yu Shaoqi was also pregnant with Liu's child. Yu Shaoqi's stomach was already very big, but she was born a workaholic. She could not stay at home at all. If she did not work for a day, she would panic. Hubby, you know that I can't stay idle. Oh yes, how's your new game going? Yu Shaoqi asked. She knew that Liu had designed another game in the past year for her amusement. Yes, I'm almost done. Liu replied with a smile. Oh yes, what's the name of your new game? Heavenly Dao Rankings. The Heavenly Dao Rankings. Yu Shaoqi smiled knowingly. She knew what this meant. However, she did not know that the new game Liu mentioned was actually the one her father had developed. Auntie Su, take good care of Shaoqi, Liu said to the nanny. Don't worry, President Li, I'll take good care of Madam. Okay. Liu nodded. Then he turned around and entered his studio. He put on his brain computer and prepared to begin the game. He had carefully studied his father's experimental data and information over the past year, and he had really found a miracle that's right, a miracle. When his father had an accident when he entered the game back then, something strange happened. According to the staff who were present, some saw the ball of lightning fly into the experiment room, some saw time moving backward, and some felt that they had briefly seen a nebula appear in front of them. However, as time was short, they thought they were hallucinating and did not mention it. If Liu had not asked them to recall the situation and focus on whether they had encountered anything strange, they would not have mentioned it. Coupled with the strange experimental data and images that Liu had discovered, Liu checked a large number of documents and consulted many experts in various fields. In the end, he vaguely found the answer. It was likely a special phenomenon formed in the quantum field, but it could not be explained with the current level of quantum technology. However, Liu could basically confirm that his father's model seemed to have evolved into a universe, a real world, for some reason. Or rather, it was connected to a real cultivation world. That place existed and the people there were not virtual. However, what was unbelievable was that many rules of this world could be affected by the programs on Earth, for example the system Yashaoqi designed for Liu and the Heavenly Dao rankings. Liu did not tell anyone about this. After all, no one would believe him. If he did, they might even think that he was crazy. Later on, he taught himself and studied many sciences in the quantum field. After many attempts, he really established a mysterious passageway in the game his father developed back then. The other side of the passageway was connected to the cultivation world. Furthermore, this passageway could be opened and closed by his system. He could enter and leave the two worlds freely. However, when he entered the cultivation world, his body on Earth would enter a vegetative state. Therefore, he could not stay in the cultivation world for too long. Fortunately, the flow of time in the two worlds was completely different. He could spend decades in the cultivation world by taking out an hour every day. Not only that, but because he had become the Heavenly Emperor, every time he left the cultivation world, time would stop until he returned. Therefore, Liu could enter the cultivation world or return to Earth at any time. Dad, are you really not planning to take a look at Earth? In the main hall of the Heavenly Court, Liu chatted while drinking tea with Li Qingyun. Li Qingyun already knew his true identity and everything that had happened to Liu. He was happy that Liu had completed his unfinished dream and was proud of him. He was touched that Liu could find him at all costs and allow him to be a good father in another world, accompany him in his childhood and grow up with him. When he was on Earth, he was so busy with work that he completely ignored Liu's growth. He did not change his diaper or feed him milk, nor did he even remember what he looked like as a baby. When he returned to his senses, he realized that Liu had already grown into a big child. Therefore, he had always felt regretful and guilty. I failed as a father on Earth, so I'm too ashamed to go back. Moreover, this is home to me. I have the happiest memories here. Li Qingyun said with a smile. Liu poured more tea for his father before saying with a serious expression, Dad, you've always been an outstanding father to me. The end. Guys, show some support, like, share and subscribe. Next series will be coming soon.